Volume 7. Chapter 601, Lu Wei's Torture. Chapter 601, Lu Wei's Torture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang spun around the players of the myth, all the while grabbing Lu Wei's neck, wringing him like a goose. After he was satisfied dragging Lu Wei around, he zoomed towards Crimson Rage and released his grip. Arf! Zhang was 10 meters above the ground. At that height, any normal players would surely receive a tiny amount of fall damage. Hence, when Lu Wei struck the ground, he took a small amount of damage. However, he had landed on his head and started to bleed. Naturally, the rich boy started squeaking like a madman. There's no need to be such a pussy about a little pain. Get up! Zhang landed by his side and grabbed him by the throat. With only one hand, Zhang lifted him off his feet and grinned evilly. I told you this. You'll beg me to kill you. Lu Wei froze. He had never expected that all his hard work of crafting the perfect sacrifice strategy would be for naught. It was the first time he had implemented the strategy in battle. Even though he had made sure that there were no flaws in his plan, Zhang came in like an eagle and took off, something no one could have thought of. Now that Zhang Yang had the upper hand, he smiled like the devil himself. Lu Wei could not help but feel scared. I'm warning you. Don't overstep your boundary, Zhang Yang. You know who I am. If you wrong me even more, I'll make sure that you'll never see the light of day. Lu Wei resorted to threatening Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang scoffed and wiped the snob with his shield in his face. Barg! Lu Wei grunted in pain and stared into Zhang Yang's eyes. Zhang Yang cocked his head and made sure he had not smashed his throat. He still needed him to throw more insults. You know, Lu Wei? The debt in Shanghai, I've yet to repay you, but... Lu Wei spat a mouthful of blood on the floor and glared helplessly. You did. You had me locked up in a rotten cell for 3 whole days. Wasn't that enough? Please. Zhang Yang lowered him down to his feet but did not release the death grip on Lu Wei's neck. That was my second wife's doing. Not me. Based on their ages, Han Yngshui was older than Sun Xinu. Hence, Zhang Yang had placed Han Yngshui as the older wife, while Sun Xinu was the younger one. Zhang Yang grabbed his shield with both hands like an oversized plate. Look here. This is my doing. My revenge. Wham! Zhang Yang smacked the man's face with his metal shield. Lu Wei's head snapped to the right immediately. A fresh stream of blood, along with 3 broken teeth, flew into the air. The left side of his face was swollen so badly that the bulges had forced Lu Wei's left eye shut. Zhang Yang. You're going too far. Do you want to sign a death deal? Lu Wei burst out with anger. He did not care about what Zhang Yang was going to do to him. Even though the shield attack could not deal any HP damage, it did manage to disfigure his face. The humiliation of being beaten to a pulp, in the midst of a crowd of women at that too, was something no one had even dared to do, all of his life. The death deal had already been signed in his previous life. Zhang Yang swore that he will not rest until Lu Wei sleeps in the gutters of the slums. He lifted Lu Wei up again and slammed his shield against his putrid face over and over until all his teeth were out of his gums until the floor was painted with his blood. He was beyond recognition. Still, all his punches and facial reconstruction will be for naught when Lu Wei relog or respawn. As the one-sided beatdown continued, the girls of Crimson Rage spotted Lu Wei and started to talk amongst themselves. Isn't that the man the one responsible for one sword strokes incident? I heard something else as well. I heard that he had one sword stroke's wife raped. What a pig! A pig? No. He's worse than a pig. I'll smash his 1-inch long tool. As their conversation heated up, the girls of Crimson Rage who were recuperating after taking too much damage had surrounded Lu Wei after getting a thumbs up from Zhang Yang himself. With a barrage of kicks of slender legs, the girls stomped with all their might on Lu Wei's already deformed face. Plenty of players had heard of the tragedy that had befallen on one sword stroke and his wife, Lu Xinyan, and felt disgruntled. The girls of Crimson Rage felt the need to enact justice on their own and would not turn away from this opportunity to smash this bastard. I'll remember this. Zhang Yang. Mark my words. You and your whores. I will get people to F***ck them all to Kingdom Come. Lu Wei knew that Zhang Yang would not leave him be. Hence, with the humiliation he was receiving, he decided to throw some threats out. Whether or not he would enact his revenge at a later time. After all, the physical pain he felt then was all digitalized. Come and F***ck me then. The useless D***ck at home is not enough for me. Send me some muscular ones, cried out a slightly masculine female player as she stomped on Lu Wei's crotch. Hell yeah. Any one of us is enough to handle a few men. Bring more. The female hooligans started to wreak havoc. Zhang Yang laughed with a strong satisfaction. In his past life, he was never able to have his revenge on Lu Wei due to his financial ability and his status in society. However, in this life, he had everything. With Silky Soft Holdings earning profits that reached up to $600 million, Zhang Yang could not help but feel invigorated. A few months back then, when Silky Soft Holdings was about to close down due to bankruptcy, despite a $600 million profit still being less than what Silky Soft Holdings used to earn in the past, it was still a considerable overturn. Furthermore, the profits of Silky Soft Holdings had not shown signs of slowing down. Zhang Yang predicted that in just 2 more years, Silky Soft Holdings will return to its full production speed. On one hand, Zhang Yang had 100 Shots, Daffodil Daydream, and Mountain Mover to help further improve the status of Lone Desert Smoke. One day, for sure, Zhang Yang will make Lone Desert Smoke stand on the podium, becoming the #1 guild in China and the world. Right then, Zhang Yang personal accounts had amassed to several hundreds of millions. With Silky Soft Holdings in his back, he could stand on equal grounds to fight with Lu Wei. Even though Zhang Yang's fortune was not as grand of the Lu family, Lu Wei himself was not the man in charge of all of the fortune of Lu family. The power and resources that he could manipulate were extremely limited. Zhang Yang. Mark my words. I will not let you go. I will grah. The man was being pummeled by a group of berserking female players. There was no escape for him. Unless he could die and be revived at the graveyard. Poof. The feeling's mutual, my friend. Zhang Yang had stopped his attacks on Lu Wei since the female players were more aggressive than he could ever be. All he had to do was to stand aside, cross his arms, and enjoy the show. Just you wait. Grah. I will be back for your heads. I will be back. Lu Wei could no longer stand the humiliation. His character disappeared into nothing as he forcefully logged out. The Myth Guild had never been on par with Crimson Rage. At the start of the war, Crimson Rage had already managed to push the Myth back. Now that they had lost their leader, everyone had lost their will to continue on. The battle had now turned into a one-sided massacre which led to players of the Myth to retreat. Some had even used their teleportation scrolls to escape. As such, the war ended quickly and concluded with bodies of players of the Myth. Both guilds had come here to fight the boss, however, the field was already drenched in blood even before the fight had begun. Everyone took the opportunity to rest and recuperate, healing all their HP and MP while at the same time, camping on the battlefield. Everyone stood guard until all members of the Myth had left the place. Zhang Yang took command when all the dead bodies of the Myth members had disappeared and prepared for the boss fight. To come back to where Zhang Yang was, from the nearest graveyard would take a very long time. Hence, it will be safe to fight the boss without anyone trying to bother them. Zhang Yang and Snowseeker grouped up and discussed the strategy. Since the boss overall stats could be examined, all they had to do was to aim at the right places and dodge at the right timing. However, it was merely speculation that the boss skill's activation rate or area of effect range would not be revealed. Most importantly, the skill's spamming rate. For example, Princess Helena's 1000 Shadow Slash had a 2-second spamming rate. If the skill had been unleashed 1 minute at a time, Princess Helena would be 4 to 5 times easier to kill. Each boss will have a strong skill. The main point would be to discover the frequency of its usage. Depending on the skill usage, it could either be a normal boss or a world boss. Zhang Yang examined the demon general and explained, the boss should not be a normal boss that we fight every now and then. I fear that the skill, Meteor Rain, will be the most problematic skill, It can't be helped then. Even if it's problematic, we still have to fight it. Snowseeker patted Zhang Yang's shoulder confidently. After you, Guild Master Zhan Yu. Yeah. Go Zhan Yu. Go. We'd be rooting for you. Whip it out. I don't care whether it's twirly or as straight as a horse *CK. Just give it to the boss. Such an inappropriate phrase coming from the mouth of Thorny Rose was rather normal. Zhang Yang had been on her hate list for quite some time now. However, when her lustful eyes were glaring at Zhang Yang's groin, it was extremely weird. In the end, Zhang Yang ignored everything and everyone around him and focused on the thought of killing the boss. With a quick flash of light, Zhang Yang activated the God of War transformation skill. My god. He's so cool and handsome. I wish my boyfriend is as cool as him. The girls that were gazing longingly at Zhang Yang, not just Thorny Rose alone. Zhang Yang was China's #1 tank. The popularity of it had fans building up a fan base just to admire him. What is that? Is it an S-class warrior inheritance? Mellow Poison asked with admiration. However, even if S-class inheritance was not a unique type inheritance, Mellow Poison already acquired the petrification inheritance. There was no other way she could change her inheritance unless she deletes her character and starts from scratch. Zhang Yang zoomed towards the boss and tossed his first attack, a Spear of Obliteration, and dealt 23,139 damage. In return, the boss growled and spread out his bat-like wings and hurtled towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was extremely disgruntled that he had only managed to deal 23,000 damage to the boss. The level suppression damage reduction was too much. Zhang Yang had more than 100,000 basic attack, yet he could only deal 20% of his original attack to the boss. Lost Dream, 100 shots, and the rest of the inheritance holders activated their own inheritance transformation skills to join the fight. All of Crimson Rage inheritance holders joined in and activated their transformation skills as well. There was a total of 7 of them. In fact, all inheritance holder present in the field had activated their transformation skills, besides Endless Starlight and Mellow Poison. They were tankers. In a situation where they could not defeat the boss in 2 hours, both Endless Starlight and Mellow Poison could utilize their transformations to stay in the fight. 602-176. Zhang Yang took a great deal of damage from a single normal attack by the boss. Everyone quickly sucked in a deep breath, seeing the damage that Zhang Yang just took could have wiped them off from the face of the earth. Zhang Yang felt annoyed at the luck he was having. The reason why the damage dealt by the boss was so high was due to the 500% level suppression system had granted to the boss. It was but a 10% chance to deal such a damage, yet it had immediately occurred on the first strike. When the damage far exceeds the defense value, it would be useless then, not to even mention the damage absorption he had. The best skill he had, for now, was the skill he obtained at level 10, the 20% damage reduction passive. What a powerful boss! Teehee, Guildmaster Zhang Yu was so soft, just like a flaccid D***ck head. A little touch and he would be crying in pain. Sigh, he is too weak. Snowseeker immediately went up to the girls and gave them a good lecture. She did not want to anger Zhang Yang in the middle of an intense battle. Zhang Yang was not paying attention to any of them. He maneuvered around the boss and cast Glare of the Death God. A black smoke formed on top of the boss character but was immediately repelled. Zhang Yang had failed to cast the Glare of the Death God. Humans, beastmans, elves, dwarves, you are nothing but insects to me. You wish to fight me? Hashiels mused and unsheathed a large blade from his back and struck a large boulder in front of him to display his powers. The rock was completely smashed into tiny pieces, and even the air around him was being blasted away. Come and fight me then. It's been a while since I last tasted the meat of humans and elves. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Hashiels. Chapter 602, Hashiels. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hashiels waved his left hand up at the sky. Countless meteor rocks suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rained terror upon the players on the ground. 50,000. 50,000. As the meteor rocks came crashing down, everyone received massive damage. Furthermore, the meteor rain did not stop after one wave of attack, it continued to spread terror upon the ground. It was as wide as 10 by 10 meters. That surface area was rather vast, even for an AoE attack. Such was the boss's Meteor Rain. The skill would aim at 3 different spots at a time and cause 50,000 fire damage per second. Targets within the effective range of the meteor attacks would receive 5 strikes. Most of the normal players would be dead the moment they received the 3rd strike. Crimson Rage was worthy to call one of the top-tier guilds in the entire China region. However, not all players from the guild were top-tier players. Although everyone was familiar with the boss's skill, with the meteor rocks were raining upon them, some of them froze for a split second and could not get clear of the danger zone. Some of them were still be chanting their spells or firing their arrows at the boss. Those who had lesser HPs were killed after receiving 2 rounds of damage from the attacks. Those who had more HP would only last for an additional 1 or 2 hits before they too fall dead. The players had started the battle on a bad note. The first wave from the boss had already taken out tens of players. The players who got killed immediately released their souls and began running back to their dead bodies to resurrect. However, that did not matter much. It was not as if they were going to rely on their numbers to oppress the boss. When some players were killed, the players from the rear would fill in their place to battle against the boss. Due to the limited range of the players, the 30-meter radius around the boss could only be occupied by as much as thousands of players. So there could only be so many players launching their assaults on the boss at the same time. However, the boss was starting to use Meteor Rain at an increasing frequency. The first wave of meteor rain was followed closely by the second wave of meteor rain. The skill picked another 3 spots at random. The ladies ran around dodging the attacks like chicken flying across the skies and dogs dancing around in a rain shower. It was really annoying. Bosses that could deal damage to one target at a time were not really scary. They could only kill one player at a time with their powerful skills. However, bosses with extremely powerful AoE could spam their AoE attacks, killing many players in a shot. These are the truly troublesome bosses. Take too long to react, and you would be dead. Although Zhang Yang's Vitality Aura could increase everyone's vitality attribute by 28%, the aura only covered a 30-meter radius. Those who were not within the effective area of the Vitality Aura would not be able to enjoy its effects. However, even if the Vitality Aura could cover the entire battlefield, it was only like the cherry on top of a pudding. It would not do much help for everyone. Death was guaranteed. Even though Hashiels did not have any skill that could deal a substantial amount of damage to one single target, his basic damage was monstrously high. Furthermore, the level of the boss was too high, causing the level gap suppression function of the game to kick in. Therefore, the boss could deal 180,000 damage to Zhang Yang at best, and almost 650,000 damage at worst. Zhang Yang would never be able to sustain that amount of damage. So he had to rely on the dozens of healers to remain alive. Furthermore, he also needed his shield wall to heal himself up. With those two conditions, Zhang Yang was safe from death. Only Zhan Yu can tank against such an amount of damage. Mellow Venom muttered. Endless Starlight stared at the pair of boobies that jiggled proudly atop her chest and drooled. He did not want to appear inferior in front of her and quickly spoke up. With the high damage value that the boss deals to us, our equipment would only give us more HP. The equipment will not be able to provide any edge defense-wise. Even if it was us tanking against the boss, the amount damage we receive would be the same as the amount of damage my boss is receiving. Mellow Venom humphed and said, "It is obvious that HP is the key to tanking against this boss. So, how much HP would you have after you activate your inheritance transformation?" "I would only have about 80,000 HP without bosses, Vitality Aura. If I get on my pet, I should have about 130,000 HP. If I activate my King Kong transformation, I can boost my HP up by 20 times. By then, I should have about 2,600,000 HP. Endless Starlight stated proudly. Mellow Venom stared at Endless Starlight with scorn and said, "With the level gap suppression function boosting the boss's damage by 5, you can only take 4 hits from the boss. Without any healing skill that can heal your HP by its percentage, can you really heal yourself up quickly enough to stay alive?" Well, everything she said was right. It would not be possible for Endless Starlight to heal himself up under those circumstances. However, when in danger, Starlight could let other guardians use sacrifice on him. Although those who use sacrifice on him would definitely be sacrificed, literally, that would buy enough time for the healers to heal Starlight back up. Everyone was able to know about the special tactic for tanking a boss because Zhang Yang had told them about the cowardly Lu Wei. As long as they had enough guardians around, the guardian who was tanking against the boss would be completely protected from one solid hit, even if the sacrificial guardian's equipment is not that great. Furthermore, guardians could also activate their shield wall and their sacrifice at the same instant. They might just earn enough time for the guardian on the front line to be invincible for 5 seconds. A dungeon would have a limit on the number of players that could enter. So, it was not possible for a party to bring in so many guardians into the dungeon. However, the circumstances were a lot more different when challenging a boss in an open-world map. There was no limitation on the number of players that could join the battle. As long as players could reach out, it would not matter if there were 100,000 or 200,000 players joining the boss battle. Even if the number of players got up to 2 million or 20 million, nothing would stop them from attacking. In Zhang Yang's previous life, the Japan-Korea region had sent over 1 million players to challenge a level 190 ascended tier boss named the Lich King Owila. They had etched themselves on the world records for having the most players joined a boss battle in all of history. Unfortunately, even though they had the numbers, the entire army was taken out in no time. That boss had a skill that could turn every single one of the players that he killed into an elite-tier skeleton soldier monster. Furthermore, the AoE skill of the boss was extremely powerful and deadly. As the battle went on, more skeleton soldiers sprouted up. In just a short moment, the players were drowned by the massive army of skeleton soldiers. The more interesting thing about that boss battle was that there were a few players from China region who had been lying in wait. When the players of Japan-Korea region were wiped out, they revealed themselves and kiked the boss over to the nearby territory of the Japan-Korea region. By the end of it, Owila led her army of skeleton soldiers over to the territory and leveled down the territory of the Japan-Korea region in an instant. The boss was performing like a celestial tier boss. Upon the annihilation of the territory and its people, the boss had remained in the vicinity, wandering about with no intentions of leaving. In the end, the territory was seized by the boss for over half a month. The players of Japan-Korea region could only ask for help from the officials. However, there were no GMs in the God's miracle. The officials could only take the server offline to send the boss back to where it came from. Well, that had also created another record in the history of the game. That was way too outrageous. However, the difficulty of facing a boss in an open-world map did not depend on whether the tankers could survive. That difficulty would actually be based on how powerful the boss's AoE attack be, and how the players would nullify that threat. Truth to be told, even if Achilles had no tank distracting him, he only had one other AoE skill, the Shadow Cleave. He would still hit several players at once. However, the boss, Meteor Rain, could not be tanked by anyone. The Meteor Rain attacks would just rain hell upon the players, no matter what. Tactics worked on dungeon bosses, but not open-world bosses. Endless Starlight realized that if a woman was interested in you, she would accept and even agree on every word that you spout. However, if a woman hates you, she would only feel irritated, even if you try to praise her with all the sweet words that heaven could offer. Therefore, he knew it was time to back off. He ended the argument by saying, as long as the death rate can be reined in, we should stand a chance taking this boss down. However, the boss also had devilish tenacity to recover 100,000 HP every second. Furthermore, the boss would not be affected by destructive smash when the effect of devilish tenacity is activated. Although the boss was losing more HP than he could recover, it was only because of Zhang, Lost Dream, Galileo, and other players of Crimson Rage being in their inheritance transformation forms. They were on steroids for the moment. Once the 2 hours pass, everyone would turn back to mere mortals. Their damage output would plummet. By then, the boss would be regaining his HP. Zhang and the ladies would have to spend 5 hours, 10 hours, or even a day or two before they can empty out the HP of the boss. Meanwhile, the bodies of the players were not made of steel. A long battle could exhaust a player's mind, causing them to lose focus. They also needed sustenance like water and food. Only those players who were used to soaking themselves in the game server would be able to endure such a long battle. As for other players, they would need to take turns resting. They might simply snap or drop dead if they do not so. The Crimson Rage only had over 5,000 players in this boss battle. The Meteor Rain of the boss could really kill a lot of players each time it struck. There were about 10 casualties every second. That meant about 600 players dying in each passing minute. Furthermore, the dead players would need 9 minutes to run all the way back to their own dead bodies to resurrect. Then, they would need about another minute to take snacks and recover their HP. Therefore, it would take about 10 minutes for them to get back into the boss battle at the moment of death. If they really want to kill the boss, they would need to maintain their deaths per minute down to 500 players in order to form an effective attack cycle. Otherwise, the party would only have one choice left, to be destroyed and try again. Other than that, among the 500 players that took part in the boss battle, many of them were healers. It would be great if each of the DPS players could deal about 400 damage per second. Suppressed by the level gap suppression of the boss, the total damage that the entire party could deal on the boss was only about 100,000 plus damage per second. With the boss being able to recover 100,000 HP each second, the damage that got past that superpowered regeneration was about 10,000 plus. When the 2-hour duration of the inheritance transformation expires, the total damage that the players could deal to the boss would become even lower. Ha ha ha. You imbeciles. Eat my blade. You bunch of girly imbeciles. Just die already. You flimsy imbeciles. Tremble before the great demon. Achilles continued taunting them. He whirled, whipping the blade out of his back like a lively dragon. He would strike with the shadows of blade from time to time. Upon successful stunning Zhang occasionally, the boss would turn around and attack the other players, including those who had activated their inheritance transformations. Fortunately, the Shadow Cleave could only be activated once every 30 seconds. Zhang could immunize himself from the attacks of Shadow Cleave by activating his Warrior's Will. The boss would only turn around once in every 60 seconds. Players with their inheritance transformations activated had no problem at all in taking the skill head-on. As long as priests and the holy knights could activate their dispel, the boss would turn his attention back to Zhang. So the players did not have any big problems in handling the boss. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The HP of the boss had dropped down to 68%. Zhang attempted to cast the Glare of the Death God for the second time and it was resisted as well. How unfortunate that was. Little Yang, I've told you this many times over. You must wash your hands after you're done with the big ones in the toilet. Why have you not listened to me? Not even once. Fatty Han was very distressed about it, blaming Zhang Yang for not washing his hands right after going to the toilet. I.e., the pretty ladies who overheard what Fatty Han said were disgusted and glared at him altogether. King Fatso. Can't you just keep your mouth shut once in a while? Zhang Yang grit his teeth. Everyone could not avoid having one or two of such friends, after all. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you about something that I encountered yesterday. Fatty Han was well known for his bragging attitude. He would become merrier when there are more people around him. He said, yesterday when I and Xiaowei went out to buy some groceries, our car tire got punctured because some idiot decided to put nails on the road. So we had to call for the tow truck. After putting the car at the workshop for repair, we had to take the bus back to our place. There were no seats available for us. So I had to let Xiaowei lean on my meaty body. You wretched fatso. Are you really so bored that you would even talk about this? What the F***ck? No. That's not my main point yet. Patience. So I was being really patient and aware of the surroundings as I was listening to the people all around to see if we could get a seat for ourselves. There was a family of 3 on the bus. They were seated nicely. But their child couldn't wait to get off. So, his mother told him that they would get down at the next stop. I was happy to hear it. So we squeezed our way through to the end of the bus. We thought that we could finally get ourselves a seat. But who would have guessed it? That mother kept repeating the same answer every time the child made some noise about getting off the bus. We went through 7 stops and the mother was still saying the same thing to her child. They were still on the bus when both of us got down. Parents really do love to trick their children, and they've tricked me as well. Everyone laughed after hearing what he had to say. This wretched fatty was actually pretty good at making people laugh. Another hour had passed, and the duration of Zhang Yang's God of War transformation was finally over. So he quickly said, "It's time for you to take over, Mellow Venom." Roger. The aggro value on Mellow Venom was slightly higher than the aggro value on Endless Starlight. It was natural that she would be next in line as tank. Endless Starlight would have to wait for her transformation to end before he steps up. Upon activating her petrification transformation, almost immediately, Mellow Venom was instantly covered in an extremely thick layer of white rocks. It looked like she had a second layer of armor that covered her entire body. 3, 2, 1. The moment his God of War transformation ended, Zhang Yang activated his Shadow of the Void to disengage. The amount of aggro on Lost Dream and 100 shots were much higher than the amount of aggro that Mellow Venom had, as they had activated their inheritance transformation skills. The moment Zhang Yang disengaged from the battle, Hashiels did not attack Mellow Venom. The boss turned his attention over to Galileo. Instead, thieves could use Vanish, while hunters could fake their deaths to clear out the amount of aggro on them. However, berserkers could only stay there and accept their doom. Fortunately, their inheritance transformations had expired. So, it did not matter if they die. They could just release their souls and come back to their dead bodies to resurrect themselves. Then, they could simply resume battle. When the boss had killed all 3 players with inheritance transformation, the boss finally turned over to Mellow Venom. The transitioning of the next tank had finally taken place. Zhang Yang came out from the void dimension and threw the 3rd glare of the Death God onto the boss. A dark skull began to form right on top of the boss. It was a terrifying grin. Finally. It was a successful one. 400 players striking a boss at the same time was no joke. The moment the special effect of the glare of the Death God kicked in, the boss began to receive -3000000 damage repeatedly within a very short period of time. In less than 2 seconds, all 10 available strikes of the special effect had been used up completely. The total amount of Hashiels' HP had dropped down to 28%. Ha! What happened? How did the boss lose so much HP all of a sudden? What just happened? I saw that many of us caused about 350,000 damage to the boss in one split second. It wasn't 350,000 damage, it was 3,500,000 damage. The ladies from Crimson Rage were not aware of the special effect that Glare of the Death God could provide. They were very shocked. Guildmaster Zhanyu, what skill was that? Snowseeker was a professional player who possessed heavenly skills. She truly had sharp senses. She had noticed Zhang Yang's minute movements the moment that miracle occurred. Zhang Yang nodded and showed the description of the Glare of the Death God to Snowseeker. SCZ Snowseeker took in a breath of air after seeing the description of the skill. So that was the ultimate skill that Zhang Yang has been using to slay bosses. She immediately said, "Is this the skill that was dropped by the final boss you slew back then to complete your Class S inheritance quest?" The officials had stated it with crystal clarity. The final boss for the Class S inheritance quest would drop a skill book upon being slain. If players were to slay the boss without accepting that particular inheritance quest, the boss would not drop that sort of additional reward. Even then, such rewards only occur once when they do. Guild Master Snow is indeed wise. You got it right on your first guess. Zhang Yang laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, A Close Call. Chapter 603, A Close Call. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though Mellow Venom managed to take over as the tank against the boss, but the rate of reduction on the HP of the boss got even slower than before, without the support of the inheritance transformations of Zhang Yang and his gang of brothers. Well, without the support of inheritance transformations, the total damage that they could deal on the boss reduced steeply. Although the boss had taken all 10 of the Glare of the Death God as special effects, the amount of HP the boss was still hanging around at 28%. The worst part of it was that no matter how hard they tried, the HP level of the boss was not moving at all. Everyone was feeling fatigued. I'm definitely not going to fight a boss with a level gap suppression ever again. Fatty Han had been repeating his words so many times that people have lost count of it. Then, just grind your level up as quickly as you can. Zhang Yang told Fatty Han. He even hoped that Fatty Han would quickly get the class quest and get a Phoenix pet as soon as possible. However, Fatty Han must be level 120 before he could do that. Sigh. Now that I have a home and a wife to take care of, I can't just play the game the entire day. I need to accompany my wife. More importantly, I need to spare some effort on my waist to create my next generation and serve my country. Where can I get so much time to grind my level, then? Fatty Han was being exaggerated. Then, just delete your account. He. I was just being emotional for one moment back there. Why are you reacting so much? The defense of Mellow Venom had been boosted up by 10 times upon activating her petrification transformation. That amount of defense was 5 times higher than the defense of Zhang Yang while he was in his God of War transformation mode. However, the attack of Mellow Venom was increased by 100% while she was in her petrification transformation form. It was a measure of balancing the oppressiveness of the petrification inheritance. The increment was not the same as the players with Class B inheritance, where they would get a 200% boost on their attributes. Unfortunately, Mellow Venom only had one mythical tier equipment currently, other than an entire set of Violet Platinum tier equipment. She did not have a shield which appeared to boost most of the defense attribute of a player. So her basic defense attribute was only 2,900. Upon boosting it up by 10%, she would only have as much as 29,000 defense. Although that amount of defense was a little higher than the defense of Zhang Yang in his God of War transformation form, but she would still be helpless when she is up against the oppressive power of the boss that had over millions of damage attribute. The only attribute that would really minimize the damage she received would be the 20% passive damage immunity that she had as a guardian. Furthermore, Class B inheritance transformation could only boost the maximum HP of the player by 20 times. She could only increase her total amount of HP up to about 2 million HP. Even though that amount of HP seemed to be abundant, that amount of HP would not hold for long if the boss keeps attacking her with 5-time level gap suppression effects. The margin of error and the margin of safety that she had was far lower, compared to Zhang Yang. Every single one of the healer on the party was haunted by fear as they were fully focused on maintaining the HP level of Mellow Venom. A few guardians were standing by to throw their sacrifice on her in order to reduce as much stress on her as possible. It was a necessary means because Mellow Venom could not heal like Zhang Yang always does. The amount of HP she could recover upon activating her petrification transformation was not enough to cover for the amount of HP she was losing. Briefly after engaging with the boss, her HP had dropped below 20%. That was the moment she urgently needed sacrifice from the guardians. Meanwhile, she had also activated her shield wall to slow down the rate of reduction on her HP. If she was lucky enough not to receive a damage that had 5-time level gap suppression effect, the tanker who uses sacrifice on her right after the 5-second gap would still be alive. The battle proceeded on rough waters. Although the firepower of the party was quite limited and their number was decreasing constantly, they were not wiped out. They were still hanging on while working their asterisk C's off to reduce the boss's HP. Though the rate of HP reduced on the boss was excruciatingly slow, but they were making progress, at least. Another hour had passed, the amount of the boss's HP had finally dropped down to 20%. Zhang Yang quickly threw another, Glare of the Death God, onto the boss resisted, but everyone was hoping that Zhang Yang would pull out some sort of miracle. However, they were very disappointed when they saw the word resisted popping out on top of the boss. Fatty Han sneered at Zhang Yang as he said some nonsense, trying to ridicule Zhang Yang for his failed attempt. Zhang Yang could not help himself but think about sewing that fatso's mouth up to shut him up for good. Although the Glare of the Death God had been resisted, the remaining HP of the boss was below 20% at the moment. It was time to activate their Killing Cleave skills. Zhang Yang immediately activated his Indiscriminate, closely followed by his Killing Cleave on the boss. He caused about 60,000 damage on the boss. That amount of damage hyped up the others the moment when they saw the damage value that popped out on top of the boss. Without any pause in between, he continued to activate his Horizontal Sweep and Destructive Smash. When he ran out of skills to use, Zhang Yang threw Cripple Defense onto the boss. With him being able to use a two-handed weapon, Cripple Defense could boost Zhang Yang's basic damage up to a range of 15,256 to 17,528. That amount of damage had exceeded the damage that 99% of the normal tankers could deal. Upon using his Cripple Defense, Zhang Yang was able to use his Killing Cleave 5 seconds earlier than before. Normally, Zhang Yang could only activate his Killing Cleave once every 20 seconds. Warrior class players like Galileo and Mellow Venom could not help themselves but feel amazed when they realized that. Guildmaster, how can the cooldown for your Killing Cleave be only 20 seconds long? The young Galileo could no longer resist as he asked. That's because I acquired a skill that enhances my Cripple Defense. Zhang Yang posted the description for Superior Cripple Defense on the party chat for everyone to see. How strange. It's called Superior Cripple Defense, and yet it shortens the cooldown duration of Killing Cleave? Fatty Han was shaking his head while he sighed. Everyone was determined to ignore that wretched fatso as everyone knew that the fatso was the type of guy who would stir up trouble out of nothing. Trying to entertain him would be like smashing your own head against the door until your skull breaks. After a series of explosive attacks, the HP of the boss was beginning to reduce a little faster than before. However, that was only for a short moment. After all, there was a cooldown on each of the Killing Cleave skills. It would be impossible for them to use their skills repeatedly without any pause. Another 1 hour had passed, the Petrification transformation of Mellow Venom had expired. Endless Starlight immediately activated his King Kong transformation as he transformed himself into a gigantic King Kong. He roared in anger like a King Kong, tapped his chest repeatedly like a King Kong, and charged towards the boss like a raging King Kong. Upon seeing the appearance and behavior of Endless Starlight, the ladies were shocked and stunned at first. Then, they began to giggle as they could no longer hold their laughter in. Endless Starlight could not help but feel conflicted with rage and sorrow at the same time. He tapped his chest repeatedly with his hands and roared like a King Kong again. Everyone laughed even harder. Zhang Yang felt a twitch on his face. He recalled back in his previous life that many around him laughed as well upon seeing him turning into a King Kong. After all, this King Kong transformation was a little F***ed up. It could actually turn a player into a real King Kong. If this King Kong was to try hooking up with a female King Kong in the jungle, surely it would a successful one. Mellow Venom had no shadow of the void to remove herself from the aggro of boss. So the moment when her petrification transformation was over, she was smashed to jelly and turned into a stream of white light traveling back to the graveyard. However, it did not bother her at all, since she had done her job. It would not mean much, as her inheritance transformation was over. The King Kong transformation was quite a powerful force. The hammer on his right hand and the shield on his left hand were fused into his body. Endless Starlight was having a good time throwing punches and kicks at the boss. He could even block the attacks of the boss with his left hand like he was wielding a shield. The melee battle between the boss and the King Kong Starlight looked very wild indeed. The frequent bloodshed had made the scene seem unusually brutal and bloody. King Kong oh nom nom. Endless Starlight suddenly let out a roar as he suddenly leaped on the boss. While he was in midair, Starlight locked the throat of Hashiels with his legs and hugged the head of the boss with his 2 arms. The next thing he did was to open his mouth wide open and mounted the head of the boss. That brat! Zhang Yang could no longer hold his urge to laugh as he burst into laughter and shook his head. That was the ultimate skill that only the King Kong inheritance could provide. It was called Blood Feed. It could suck 1% of the target's HP in every second and recover the HP of the user by 5 the amount of HP being sucked. However, the amount of damage dealt to the target would not exceed 20,000 points. The skill would only last for 10 seconds without any interruption. That was the ultimate life-saving of the King Kong inheritance. However, the fact that Starlight had named the skill King Kong Om Nom Nom instead had caused Zhang Yang to become speechless over it. However, the skill was very effective. The HP bar of Endless Starlight was recovering at a rapid rate, while the boss had lost over 200,000 HP. Though the King Kong inheritance could not be compared to the Petrification inheritance in terms of defense, it triumphed over the Petrification inheritance in terms of attack. Furthermore, the inheritance itself also provided its owner a convenient life-saving skill that made it a good Class B inheritance. However, a defender only had 15% physical damage immunity. Bosses with level gap suppression effects such as Hashiels would have an extremely high amount of HP. So 5% difference in the physical damage immune would be around 50,000 HP. Therefore, the healers were very stressed up. Snowseeker had to send a few guardians to the front line to stand by with their sacrifice in order to stabilize the situation of the battle. The cooldown of the Glare of the Death God was over once again. However, it was another failed attempt that let everyone down. The skill was resisted by the boss once again. The boss still has 11% HP left. Judging from the total damage that we all can deal on the boss, we only managed to reduce about 8% to 9% HP of the boss. In an hour, we won't have any players with inheritance transformations left to support us. Snowseeker was extremely concerned. The warriors could chain up their sacrifice to form a continuous link life-saving skill. However, it would require 12 warriors that could synchronize themselves in their performance on that task. Under the flurry of attacks by the boss, one split moment of delay between the activation of the skills that would break the skill link and cause the tanker to be instantly killed. It was just too risky to rely on that strategy. Zhang Yang nodded to express his agreement, then he said, "Let's hope that the next Glare of the Death God will not be resisted. Let's." 9%, 8%, 7%. The HP of the boss was getting lesser in every passing second. However, the King Kong transformation of Endless Starlight was nearing its end. When the boss had only 3% HP left, Endless Starlight suddenly quivered as his gigantic body began to shrink back to his humanoid form. The duration of his King Kong transformation was over. Pack. 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 Instantly, 3 sacrifice were thrown onto Endless Starlight. However, only one of it was effective on him while the other 2 sacrifice faded away with waste. You weaklings! Filthy humans! I will end you. The eyes of Hashiels turned red as he was on the verge of being killed. The boss was so infuriated he had lost all of his senses as he roared thunderously while whirling his weapon around. Little Young! Remember to wash your hands. Fatty Han suddenly shouted and said something that annoyed everyone. F***ck off. Zhang Yang took in a deep breath and threw the Glare of the Death God onto the boss. Just when everyone was praying hard that the skill would not be resisted, a dark skull which had a terrifying smile formed right on top of the boss. It was a successful attempt. The party was cheering in joy as they launched their final wave of assaults onto the boss. In only 1 second, they had triggered the special effect of the Glare of the Death God 10 times. The boss could not even say anything before he was killed. He just collapsed onto the ground with a groan and died. Finally. We made it. The Lady Army was cheering in tears of joy as they hugged each other. Some of them even started kissing in excitement. Fatty Han was feeling envious of what he saw before him. There was no one beside him at all for him to take advantage of. The ladies were hugging and cheering around in either pairs or groups. Only Endless Starlight was smiling at him like an idiot. A man smiling at you like an idiot? Fatty Han could not help but feel his anus tensing up. He quickly turned around and looked at other direction. Guild Mater Zhanyu perfumed water pulled White Orchid, Mellow Venom and Thorny Rose along with her. They charged towards Zhang Yang and grabbed hold of Zhang Yang as each of them gave Zhang Yang a sweet kiss. Woo woo woo, we're all men and the way that we are being treated is so different. Fatty Han filled his eyes and cheeks with tears as he squatted at a corner, drawing circles with his finger. Brother Fatty, just remember that you still have me. Endless Starlight was staring at Fatty Han with love. F***ck off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Armor Piercing Potion. Chapter 604, Armor Piercing Potion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perfumed Water, White Orchid and the other ladies around Zhang Yang were renowned models under the employment of Crimson Cosmetic Holdings. All of them had pretty faces and hot, voluptuous bodies. Most men would fall under the spell of their pretty faces and their hot, spicy bodies while being smothered by these bombshells. But not Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang humped and said, "It's futile to use seduction on me. I'm still getting my part of the loot." Tisk. Thorny Rose, White Orchid and the ladies immediately let go of him. However, perfumed water was still touching Zhang Yang from head to toe. Zhang Yang was annoyed. So he picked perfumed water up by the scruff of her collar like a lost cat and brought her to Snowseeker. Then, he shoved perfumed water right into the arms of Snowseeker. Perfumed water was an omnivore. She immediately hugged Snowseeker with all four limbs the moment she was in Snowseeker's arms. She reached out her demonic hands for a quick rope and started molding the pair of mountains underneath Snowseeker's white robe. She squeezed so hard that the shape of her boobies were shifting randomly. Zhang Yang felt a heat rushing up to his head as he witnessed it. Perfumed water. How could you take advantage of Sister Snow all by yourself? You were supposed to seduce Shan Yu. Thorny Rose quickly removed perfumed water from the body of Snowseeker. That's right. How dare you throw yourself onto Sister Snow? The ladies expressed their fury at perfumed water for taking advantage of grabbing the boobies of Snowseeker. Zhang Yang quickly cut in and said, "Guildmaster Snow, it's about time to look over the loot." Snowseeker let out a sigh. As a guildmaster, she should place the members of her guild before others. She did not mind her ladies seducing Zhang Yang as long as they stood a chance at influencing Zhang Yang to give up on taking a piece of the loots. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang did not fall for their seduction at all. So she walked up to the dead boss and set out the loots that were dropped by the boss in order. Hashiels dropped 2 ethereal tier equipment. One of the equipment was a hat while the other one was a physical type ring. Both types of equipment were level 150. This equipment could be equipped by the players upon reaching level 130. The other 3 mythical tier equipment were also level 150 equipment. However, players would only be able to equip them upon reaching level 150. Other than that, there was also 1 skill point crystal, 1 pet skill book, and 1 alchemist's recipe. Wow! What a jackpot! Zhang Yang said. The skill point crystal could give the player who swallows it 1 additional skill point. Zhang Yang did not expect it to be dropped by a level 150 ethereal tier boss. Snowseeker smiled at Zhang Yang and said, "Let's see. Guildmaster Zhang, you can have the 3 mythical tier equipment. You will earn a fortune with them." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Snowseeker. The 3 mythical equipment could only be equipped upon reaching level 150. It would be a crime to accept that offer because the loss would be disastrous. When players reach level 150, they would already be looking at ethereal tier equipment. The value of mythical tier equipment would be degraded to the current value of violet platinum tier equipment by then. Who would be stupid enough to accept that offer? Zhang Yang only laughed over it. He did not look at the 2 ethereal tier equipment either. He only had eyes for the pet skill book and the alchemist's recipe. Equipment could be acquired by challenging more bosses in the future. However, pet skill books and alchemist's recipes were extremely hard to come by. Once you miss it, there might not be another chance to get the same ones again. If either pet skill book or the alchemist's recipe is a special item that would only drop once in the entire game, Zhang Yang would pick one out of the 2. Otherwise, he would be picking the skill point crystal instead. The equipment would be his last choice. In a nutshell, the best loot that a super boss could drop would be a skill book, an alchemist's recipe, or something along those lines. The name of the pet skill book was Self-Sacrifice. Everyone should be able to guess what the skill could do by looking at the name. This was a type of skill similar to sacrifice. All damage received by the owner within 5 seconds would be transferred to the pet. The skill would prove to be very useful in the arena and the open world map while battling other players. Players could save their own lives with this skill. On the other hand, the alchemist's recipe was the armor-piercing potion. Zhang Yang could remember clearly that the effect of this potion allowed players who used it to ignore 10% defense of their target for a certain duration of time. I shall take the alchemist's recipe, then. Zhang Yang pointed at the recipe. The effects of the potion could be stacked together with the effect of cripple defense. Although that did not really aid Zhang Yang as he already had Eagle Eye, it would certainly help his party members increase their physical damage output. Furthermore, the amount of defense that is being ignored was based on percentage ratio. The higher the defense of the monster or the boss they encounter, the higher the defense they could ignore upon consuming the potion. That 10% of defense could mean 1000 defense, 2000 defense, or it could even mean up to tens of thousands of defense points. Each attack of the players could be increased by 1000 to 2000 damage upon using the potion. Furthermore, the effects of the potion would depend on the amount of the target's defense. That alone was already much more practical than having some powerful equipment. Other than that, Zhang Yang had the alchemist's intuition. He might be able to increase the percentage of defense ignored up to 20%, 30%. It would be great if that was possible. In Zhang Yang's previous life, this potion was deemed to be one of the special items that could determine victory or defeat against powerful bosses. The cost of making one armor-piercing potion was only 1 gold coin. However, because of its practicality and rarity, one armor-piercing potion could be sold at the price of 100 gold coins at the very least. This recipe would really become a gold mine for Zhang Yang. As the effects of the armor-piercing potion was not mentioned in its description, Snowseeker did not understand why Zhang Yang would be so persistent in getting that recipe. However, she understood enough to know that the recipe had to be extremely rare and valuable. That was why Zhang Yang would even pass up on a skill point. However, she still gave the recipe up to Zhang Yang. The reason was simple. Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage had a good relationship that is never seen in any other two guilds. If Zhang Yang gets to making the potions, he would definitely share the potion with them. Even if Zhang Yang might not do it for free, but he could still be persuaded to do it if he was provided the materials. Therefore, Snowseeker had also hoped that Zhang Yan would take the recipe instead of taking other loots. It would still be like giving the recipe to one of their own alchemist players. According to their previous arrangement, Zhang Yang could only choose one among the loots without any conditions. The rest of the loot would be taken by Crimson Rage. In a very brief moment, the loot were distributed among the members of Crimson Rage. Meanwhile, the player who acquired the Demon Summoner inheritance was White Orchid, one of Crimson Rage's best priests. This priest would be an absolute monster in combat. Little Yang, why didn't you take the skill point crystal instead? You could have gotten another skill point for free. Fatty Han spoke in a sad tone. Lost Dreams and the others did not say a word about it. They believed that Zhang Yang had his own reasons for doing so. Zhang Yang laughed. Then he quickly tapped the recipe on himself and learned the recipe without any hesitation. Then he said, the skill point crystal can only benefit one person, while the potions that I can make out of the recipe I just learned can benefit everyone just by taking the potions. That's really awesome. Lost Dream immediately cheered and said, Zhan Yu has alchemist's intuition as well. So he can make high-grade transmuted potions. That should give us better effects in ignoring defense of our target. Yes. Now, this is what I call a good fortune. 100 Shots nodded as well. Zhang Yang smiled and said, we did earn a fortune for ourselves, but the Crimson Rage did not lose anything as well. If they bring us the materials for making the potion, I would have to fulfill their request as well, right? He. You can make the potion for them, but we can keep the potions with higher transmutation grade. That's right. Alchemist's intuition is your specialty, boss. No matter how much materials they are giving us, we shall only give them potions without any transmuted effects. We shall keep all transmutated potions for ourselves. Zhang Yang and his gang had begun discussing on how to get profit by exploiting Crimson Rage. Fatty Han became impatient over it. He went on and posted the link to the description of the armor-penetrating potion over to Snowseeker and her ladies. He was trying to get them to gather materials for making the potions. As expected, Snowseeker was very eager to gather the materials the moment she saw the description of the armor-piercing potion. However, she was well aware that it would be almost impossible to buy such a rare and valuable potion. Therefore, she quickly made an arrangement with Zhang Yang, as she promised to bring Zhang Yang the required materials before Zhang Yang would make the potions for Crimson Rage. Zhang Yang accepted the offer, of course. He could let Crimson Rage owe him a favor while taking advantage of them. After done distributing the remaining loots, everyone left the place by using their teleportation scrolls. Zhang Yang went straight to the bank. He took out all of the herbs from his warehouse according to the recipe for the armor-piercing potion. Then, he went over to the alchemist shop to purchase some potion bottles in order to begin making the potions. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had help from his herb foraging familiar in gathering herbs. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had been to level 150 maps several times over without having to worry about his herb foraging familiar being attacked by monsters. The herb foraging familiar could even gather herbs across level 300 maps like the place was its own. Of course, Zhang Yang had to bring his herb foraging familiar to those locations first in order for it to do its job. There were many high-grade herbs in Zhang Yang's warehouse. Normally, he would just make some rare potions whenever he was free. Then, he would sell the potions to earn some quick money. Truth be told, the amount of money he could earn by selling potions was astoundingly high. He was able to become rich all because of his potion sales ever since the start of the game. Ding! You have made armor-piercing potion X10. Ding! You have made armor-piercing potion X10. With the support of his herb foraging familiar, the alchemist profession of Zhang Yang had attained the highest grade, Grandmaster. So he could make 10 potions at a time, making him even more efficient than he already was. Ding! You have made armor-piercing potion X10. Due to alchemist's intuition, armor-piercing potion has been transmuted. The rate of armor-piercing potion of undergoing transmutation was extremely low. The first transmutation only occurred after the 7th attempt. Armor-piercing potion, grade 4 transmutation, consumable. Use, your physical attack can ignore 14% defense of the target. Can be stacked together with cripple defense. Lasts for 1 hour. Required level, 100. Based on this perspective, the armor-piercing potion, with the highest transmutation grade could provide the user the ability to ignore 20% defense of the target. The potion would really increase the damage output efficiency of the physical-type players. Zhang Yang was satisfied with the outcome of it as he continued to make more potions. 1 hour later, he used up warehouse's supply of materials that would be needed for making the armor-piercing potion. However, Snowseeker came tripping down on him with 5,000 sets of materials just when he was about to call it a day. Zhang Yang could make 10 bottles of armor-piercing potions at a time. 5,000 materials would take him 500 seconds to run through. It only took him roughly 8 minutes before he cleared out the materials from Snowseeker. After some pestering and coaxing from Snowseeker, Zhang Yang finally agreed to part with 5,100 armor-piercing potions. Zhang Yang had over 26 points of luck. The luck attribute would grant players a certain chance of getting more than the initially projected amount of products. With 26 luck, he had a 2.6% chance of producing additional potions. He should be able to turn 5,000 sets of materials into 5,130 bottles of armor-piercing potions. Therefore, Zhang Yang should be able to keep the remaining 30 bottles as his own reward for making the potions for Snowseeker. However, the rate of 2.6% was just in theory. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang only managed to make 93 extra bottles. So he had to give away 7 bottles of his own to Snowseeker. Fortunately, there was only about 20% of the 5,093 bottles of armor-piercing potion that had undergone transmutation. Of course, Zhang Yang would not reveal the truth to Snowseeker that he had replaced all of the transmuted potions with those that had not been transmuted before handing them over to her. Snowseeker thought she had taken advantage of Zhang Yang. She did not know that Zhang Yang had concealed his evil scheme right behind that bitter smile of his. An unpleasant part of a pleasant thing was that the materials deposited in the warehouse of Crimson Rage were too little for him to take advantage of them. 5,000 sets of materials was only a small number, as compared to Zhang Yang's 40,000 sets of materials that he gathered all by himself. It would make perfect sense, when Zhang Yang had a godlike herb foraging familiar. His herb foraging familiar could just ignore the level of the maps as it goes out gathering the herbs. Therefore, the good little helper had no problem at all in gathering herbs and materials from high-level maps. On the other hand, the players from Crimson Rage had gone through heaven and hell just to gather half the number of the 5,000 sets of materials. Meanwhile, the other remaining half of the 5,000 sets of materials were most probably obtained from the auction house via auctions. From that point of view, it was too good to be true for Zhang Yang to have a herb foraging familiar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Finding Alice. Chapter 605, Finding Alice. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang divided the total number of armor-piercing potion that he made into 2 equal portions. Naturally, he kept all the armor-piercing potion that had gone through transmutation for his own use. Then, he equally split the number of armor-piercing potion without going through transmutation into 2 portions. Half of it was reserved for his own normal guild members. Whoever wanted to use the potions should accumulate guild points in exchange for the potions. The other half of the armor-piercing potions were placed on the shelves at his little merchandise shop, ready for sale. Not long after he placed the potions on the shelves, Zhang Yang received private messages from Amber Sunset, Sky High, Radiance, and other guilds. They were all requesting for Zhang Yang to sell the potions to them. Some of them even wanted to make an arrangement with Zhang Yang, saying that they were willing to provide materials for making the potions. In return, Zhang Yang would have to make the potions for them. The opportunities for Zhang Yang to take advantage of them over the deal had presented themselves. However, Zhang Yang did not reply them immediately. Instead, he tried to find some excuses to reject them, because he wanted to grind his level as quickly as possible. He would not have any time to spare at all if he wanted to focus on grinding up his level. However, these guild masters decided to give Zhang Yang an even more appealing offer at the end of it. They were willing to give Zhang Yang 10 gold piece for each bottle he makes for them as a compensation for his trouble. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang would not really mind about such little small amount of money. However, how would one reject a free gift when it is already being placed right in their hands? Furthermore, the main purpose would be swiping the transmuted, armor-piercing potions into his own pockets upon making the potions for the other guilds. So all he did was to pretend to reluctantly accept their offers. Because Crimson Rage had purchased every single material for making the armor-piercing potions in the market, Greensleeves Prince and the other guildmasters could no longer get the materials from the market. Although there were still some left in the warehouse, the amount was not enough at all. They quickly sent their guild members with herb-picking professions out to gather as much required materials as possible. They were only gathering the materials across the level 120 to 150 map. Most of them were just walking by the outskirts of the map. If normal players were to encounter monsters that were level 140 or level 150, they would be as good as dead. For the following days, Zhang Yang continued to grind his level and make some potions. He was living a good and relaxing life in the game. On the outside of the game, he could hug Hanning Shui on his left and hug Sun Xinu on the right. Although the two ladies were still quarreling, Zhang Yang was considered a lucky bastard that could live a happy life with more than one sexual partner in his life. Well, the downside of it was that he would feel his little brother being overly exhausted every time he was done with the two of them. Word about the armor-piercing potion got out with a bang. The potion would serve as a powerful tool to slay a boss. Many guildmasters went up to Zhang Yang with tons of materials and gold. They begged by any necessary means just to get Zhang Yang into making the potions for them. They even wanted to pay him a substantial amount of fortune just to get Zhang Yang to do it for them. Fatty Han could not help but laugh at them quietly, saying that these people were whoring around with Zhang Yang with money. By the end of it, it only took about 7 to 8 days for Zhang Yang to earn over hundreds of millions of dollars just by making potions for the other guilds. Furthermore, he managed to secretly keep thousands of armor-piercing potion, grade 10 transmutation, for himself. Zhang Yang and his gang were very happy with the outcome. Zhang Yang had not wasted much time in making the potion as well. Because he had attained Grandmaster for his alchemist profession. Zhang Yang could make 10 potions in a row, making it possible for him to make 36,000 bottles of potion over an hour of time. Therefore, making millions of bottles would only take about 30 hours or more for him. It was only approximately half a day in the real time. Currently, Zhang Yang was at level 118. He was only 2 levels away from reaching level 120. For normal players, it would take about 10 days to grind one level. However, with Zhang Yang's capability, he would only need about 7 to 8 days to grind for a level. On one particular day, Zhang Yang had just set foot into his office and signed into the game before he was added to Hanning Shui's party. Wei Yan was also in the same party. Yo! Why are you up so early today? Zhang Yang could not accept the fact that the little brat woke up this early in the morning. Actually, ever since Wei Yan had gone to university, she had not been skipping classes. She would wake up early to join the classes early in the morning on Fridays. Therefore, she would usually sleep through the weekends. Zhang Yang turned his head over and said, "Please don't tell me that the little brat did not brush her teeth again." He. Wei Yan gave him an honest smile without being courteous at all. "Go brush your teeth now. Your breath smells." Zhang Yang teased her on purpose. "You bus-tart. Stop bullying me whenever you see me. You better watch out, I might just go crazy on you." Wei Yan flipped her eyes backward at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he was teasing the little brat. For him, teasing the little brat was a happy thing to do in his life. Then he said, "So why did you add me to your party?" "To complete a quest together, of course, you dumb *SS. What other use do you have for us other than being a meat shield for the monsters?" Wei Yan shrugged on purpose. "Hey witch! Tell the little brat what else I am useful for." Zhang Yang smiled viciously at Hanning Shui. Hanning Shui could not help but recall what happened 3 hours back. Zhang Yang had taken liberty of her and Sun Xinu while they were still in a deep sleep. Her face turned red as she was overwhelmed with shame. She spat at Zhang Yang, trying to cover her shame as that the memory of that morning could shame her and Sun Xinu for quite a while. "What kind of quest are we talking about then?" Zhang Yang asked. Sister Snow triggered a hidden quest while she was hunting for the cooking materials. Didn't she do great back there? Wei Yan was the type who could not keep her mouth shut. She blurted it out to Zhang Yang immediately. Zhang Yang looked at Hanning Shui for one brief moment before he said, "I'm guessing you must have lost your way before you stumbled upon this quest. Am I right?" Bingo! Zhang Yang frowned intensely. So this witch was lucky enough to locate a quest by getting lost. She must have all the luck in the world. What's the reward then? We have no idea at the moment. I.O. Why are you being so long-winded? Just get over here and do it. Wei Yan'er could no longer wait as she glared. Come on. Let's go. Let's contact Ice Queen and the others as well. The quest said that only 3 members can participate. Han Ningxue shook her head. See? We always treat you very well. We reserved the last spot for you. Wei Yan'er blinked her large eyes at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and pulled Han Ningxue into his arms. Then he said, You've got it all wrong. Your sister cousin is now my girlfriend. So it should be us who left the last spot for you, little brat. You must feel grateful for that. You bus-tart. Wei Yan'er was boiling with rage towards Han Ningxue, who gave in to her own lust for Zhang Yang instead of defending her. Han Ningxue shared the quest out to the other 2. Upon accepting the quest, the 3 of them departed for the location of the quest. Finding Alice, difficulty, rank A. Description: that playful Alice is once again lost. Please, my fellow adventurer. Please bring her back for me. She used to wander in the woods nearby, having fun all by herself. You should start by looking there. Completion: find Alice 0/1. Limitation: 3 players only. It would be impossible for Han Ningxue to locate a specific location, definitely not possible at all. She was so terrible in directions that she would even walk a little off a straight line after walking straight for 100 meters. The route to that location had twists and turns, and one must be clear about the correct roads and intersections to take. Furthermore, they were required to mount on flying mounts in order to travel across the mountains. Han Ningxue has always been practically blind whenever she travels. Whenever she gets lost, she would simply use her teleportation scroll to travel back to the territory. Therefore, not a single route would be committed to her memory. Even if she manages to arrive at her destination, it would be impossible for her to do it again. However, this woman knew her own flaws. She marked the exact location of the quest location in the party minimap. Therefore, Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er would still be able to find the location, even if she does not find it. The 3 left Tibanya Wasteland and traveled across mountains and rivers before they arrived at flatlands of the man-eating monster. Zhang Yang could not help but to wonder, so he asked, where did you intend to find the cooking ingredients at first? Appen Mountains. Han Ningxue answered. Zhang Yang was speechless upon hearing it. The Appen Mountains was located at the Tibanya Wasteland map. However, she led them straight to the flatlands of the man-eating monster. She had strayed too far from her original course. Furthermore, she did not encounter any enemy players along the way. It was considered as a miracle. The flatlands of the man-eating monster was initially the exclusive map of the India region. It was natural that there would be Indian players all around the area. Furthermore, the Indians were known to be a nation of the Almighty in the real world. The same applied to them in the game as well. Up to 7 or 8 players could be found mounted on one mount. 4 would be sitting together in a row on top of the mount, while the other 3 or 4 of them would be hanging by the sides of the mount. That scene would always amaze people who saw it. Zhang Yang and the ladies did not want any trouble. So they adjusted their mounts to fly at a higher altitude. However, 3 red name players flying across the sky would still be very obvious. Fortunately, as the Indian players were all overloaded on their mounts, none of them could catch up to them. Without any problem at all, Zhang Yang and ladies had left them far behind and went on with their journey. After flying for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a manor that seemed to be cut off from the outside world. There was a thick jungle right behind the manor. The jungle seemed very spooky and anyone would feel anxious upon seeing it. As all 3 of them had accepted the quest, they no longer needed to waste their breath with the NPC all over again. They jumped right into the quest and entered the jungle. The 3 of them split up to search for clues. After half an hour of finding, the little brat discovered a strange tree stump under the shade of a large tree. So she quickly called the other 2 over to take a look at it. There was a flashing large hole beneath the tree stump. It seemed like an entrance to another dungeon. Theoretically speaking, only players who have accepted the quest earlier on could see the entrance. Zhang Yang even experimented by deleting the quest on purpose before entering the hole. The hole no longer flashed and he could not find anything inside the hole, except that it was dark and empty. He got Han Ningxue to share the quest with him again. The hole flashed constantly once again. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, Zhang Yang led the ladies into the hole. Han Ningxue and Wei Yan'er followed closely behind him. After passing through the hole, they got a completely different view right in front of their eyes. The three of them arrived at a strange and unusual place filled with all sorts of colors. It was a colorful jungle with colorful plants all over the place. There were coffee brown, pinkish, milk-white flowers in the surroundings. The clouds in the sky had different sort of shapes, some of them even looked like monsters. The place was interesting. Wei Yan'er suddenly squatted down and tugged some grasses out by their roots. Then she began to munch on them. Zhang felt disgusted, frowning intensely. Although they were now in the game, their 5 cents were all real. They would smell the scent of blood as they killed monsters. They would feel pain when they are punched. Men would feel alive when they are seduced by women. Only the intensity of the senses could be adjusted accordingly to the player's liking. What kind of show did you watch recently? You would actually behave like a cow or a horse instead of behaving like a human? You dumb *SS. These are chocolate. They're extremely tasty. Wei Yan'er was already chewing up all the grass in her mouth until the sides of her mouth were stained. She rubbed her mouth with her sleeves, not giving him *CK. What a strange place. Zhang wandered around nearby and realized that the trees and the flowers were all made of food and candy. There were bite marks left on some of the places. They could only deduce that those bite marks had been left behind by Alice. Let's follow the trail. The three of them followed the tracks. Wei Yan'er was complaining that Alice was a gluttonous girl, judging from the number of bite marks they found. Zhang and Han Shui could not help but laugh at her. After just a brief moment of following the trails, the three of them had arrived at a small river. The water flowing in the river looked more like milk as it was gliding smoothly according to the current flow. Wei Yan'er felt awfully thirsty after eating so much candy and chocolate. So, she immediately went up to the milk river and drank the milk as much as she could. No far from them, there was a bridge. The three of them went over and began to cross the bridge. While they were at it, they saw that there were also small bite marks across the bridge railings. Wei Yan'er just could not help herself but repeat what she said earlier on. She squinted and complained, "This little girl is really greedy. She basically ate everything she saw." Then she broke a brick on the bridge and put it into her mouth, then she said, "This tastes good. It's strawberry flavored." Zhang and Han Shui could only remain speechless after seeing how she acted. I.O. Right after they crossed the bridge, Wei Yan'er suddenly pressed her hands on her stomach and squatted down. "I'm having a stomachache." That was not it. Red damage values began to pop out constantly right on top of her head. It began by reducing the little brat's HP by 10%, constantly. Han Shui quickly tried to heal her up. However, the HP bar of the little brat continued to drop by 10% at a constant rate. A short while later, the amount of reduction on her HP began to increase up to 20%. As time passed, the amount continued to increase up to 30%, then to 40%, and to 50%. Han Shui was still able to keep up with the 20% HP reduction. However, she began to panic when the little brat started losing 30% of her HP at that constant rate. She could no longer keep up with the HP reduction when it struck 40%. When Wei Yan'er was losing 50% of her HP at a constant rate, Han Shui only managed to keep that little brat alive for 3 to 4 seconds before she collapsed onto the ground and died. After getting the little brat back on her feet, the three of them were puzzled. It was really strange that the little brat would die all of a sudden. Without any reason at all, the HP bar of the little brat had been reduced to 0 just like that. Wei Yan'er even brought up her battle log to check what was going on. However, nothing was recorded there. What is going on? Zhang gave it some thoughts and said, "It is most probably because the little brat ate too much stuff. She was the only one who was eating all the way. There is no other explanation." Wei Yan'er felt angry as she said, "Bastard. Who would dare try to poison me? If I ever find out, that fellow will receive 3 chops from my axe." Zhang frowned and said, "Oh, right. Alice must have been eating along the way. Even though characters from story mode might not die easily, but she must be in some sort of danger as well. Let's move then." After crossing the bridge, they realized that the bite marks stopped there. So the three of them continued down the path before they arrived at a small village. There were only about 10 houses made of woods and dried grasses. An old man who looked like he was in his 60s was sitting by a small cottage located nearest to the three of them. He had his back hunched over while smoking a long-stemmed pipe. The three of them approached the old man, and Zhang said, "Grandpa, have you seen a girl called Alice passing by a few days ago?" "Alice?" The old man was named Charlie Moto. He was a normal tiered level 110 NPC. Upon hearing the name, he put down his pipe and said, "2 days ago, I picked up an unconscious girl by the bridge. However, I'm not sure if she is the Alice you were looking for or not. Wei Yin Er quickly asked, Grandpa, is the girl in your house now? Well, yes. But the girl has been poisoned. She had been having a fever ever since I found her. It seems that her situation is not good. Charlie Moto waved his tobacco pouch as he made a gesture, suggesting that the three of them should go into the house. After entering the house, the three of them saw that there was a girl lying on a bed. She seemed like she was about 15 to 16 years old. Her hair was black and her lips were red. She had fair skin. Upon looking at her features, she would be a fine and beautiful woman in the future. Alice, normal, humanoid. Level, 105. HP, 5000/16200. Ding. You have completed a quest, Finding Alice. You have received a reward, 200,000 experience points. Ding. Although you have found alive, that naughty little lady is on the brink of death. You wouldn't want to bring her dead body over to her parents, would you? Find a way to save her as quickly as possible. Ding. Will you accept a new quest, the Way of Healing? Upon seeing Alice, the three of them received a system notification at the same instant. Since that they had traveled from a long distance all the way here, there was no reason to stop here. So, the three of them accepted the new quest without any hesitation. Ding. You have accepted a quest, the Way of Healing. You must find a solution to saving the little girl within 10 hours. Or Alice will die. Zhang told Charlie Moto, Grandpa, thank you so much. She's Alice all right. We received a request from her parents to bring her home safely. However, she's really in a bad shape now. Do you have any idea what's wrong with her? She ate too many poisonous stuff. Charlie Moto tapped his tobacco pipe and sat down. Then he said, the milk in the river has melamine in it. The jellies in the jungle have poisonous shadow blue in them. And the chicken chops were fried with gutter oil. Arg. Zhang Yang and his two party member were amazed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, The Black-Hearted Goblin. Chapter 606, The Black-Hearted Goblin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Grandpa, who would put so much poison in the food? Zhang Yang asked. Charlie Moto let out a series of sighs and said, this is a land of divinity given by the gods. It has the power to provide us with an endless supply of food. No one will have to starve here. However, a bunch of crazies lost their minds, trying to mine the possessions of the gods. Rumor has it that the possessions of the gods can give one tremendous power. However, why would any of us offend the gods in order to help them when we're all living peacefully in the land? The old man shook his head, staring at them darkly. He continued to talk, therefore, they came up with numerous dirty tricks. Like how they poisoned our God-given food. So they came up with the idea of poisoning our food with melamine, poisonous shadow glue, gutter oil. I've mentioned all of them earlier on. They're trying to force us into submission, to help they mine for the ore, or they will not give us the antidote. Grandpa, do you have any antidote left to save the poor little girl? Please help her. Zhang Yang quickly said. This little girl was too greedy. She ate too much poison. Normal antidotes would no longer work on her. You must get an enhanced antidote to save her. But, you will need to exchange some of the finest, divinity ores, that are being guarded by tons of ferocious monsters in the mountains for the antidote. Or else, those lunatics won't be willing to give them to you. Now that the objective had become crystal clear, Zhang Yang weighed between the two solutions that lay before them. They could just mine for the divinity ores and exchange them for the enhanced antidote, or they could just get at the enhanced antidote by killing the lunatics. The second method seemed to be more direct and simple. However, would the system really let them off easily if they really did that? Zhang Yang and the ladies asked Charlie Moto about the whereabouts of the lunatics. After parting with the old man, the three of them left the village and headed towards the location provided. Players were not allowed to fly on their pets in this strange and colorful land. All pets, including Violet Thunderhawk and Winged Tiger, could only run on land. Wei Yin Er was laughing all the way through as she was observing how their butts wriggled about as they ran. After running forwards for about half an hour, the three of them arrived at the weird house that had been mentioned by Charlie Moto. It was a gigantic mechanical house built with cogs and gears. The cogs spun constantly as they screeched horrendously all over the place. There were a few greenish goblins standing guard at the entrance of the building. They held some simple and crude weapons in their hands. Black Heart Goblin, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 110. HP, 1,100,000. Defense, 1200. Melee attack, 9742 to 11742. Skill. Melamine, smears some poisonous melamine on the weapon, 50% rate to afflict the target with a poison effect. Causes 10,000 nature damage to the target. Note, black heart goblins are the greediest race in the entire secret wonderland. They are delusional to get their hand on the possessions of gods. They always want to become the richest in the entire world. Zhang and the ladies could not help but to be disappointed. These black heart goblins were all green-named monsters. In other words, killing them would not help them get the enhanced antidote to save Alice. Hey, you lazy humans! Go mine us some ores now if you want to get the antidotes and live. A black heart goblin detected the presence of Zhang and leaped over to them. The goblin was trying to lift its head as high up as possible. Zhang stopped Wei Yan'er, who was on the verge of punching the goblin, and said, "We need enhanced antidote." "So what is the price for that?" "Enhanced antidote? Hey, that can only be exchanged with some divinity ores." The few black heart goblins laughed out loud. "Which one of you actually ate so much of the poison?" "Ha ha ha. Humans are stupid indeed. Hey, hustle up. The one who needs the enhanced antidote cannot afford to wait long. Or else, you better dig up a good grave for him. Time is gold, human. 10 pieces of divinity ores for 1 bottle of enhanced antidote. No discount at all. Not even one. With the laughter of those goblins echoing after them, the 3 of them left the cog building and headed towards the mountain far ahead of them. Those stinky goblins. When I'm back, I'm going to crush their bones and heads. How dare they poison me? Wei Yan'er was swung her fists around while saying that. After entering the mountains, Zhang and the ladies ran across every corner of the mountains. As Charlie Motto had mentioned earlier on, the divinity ores would be guarded by ferocious monsters. Therefore, locating the monsters would lead them straight to the whereabouts of the divinity ores. The task was as simple as that. Rock, a roar was heard and a gigantic monster appeared right before Zhang and the 2 ladies. The monster was black and it looked like a ferocious tiger. However, the monster had a tail that looked like the tail of a scorpion. The end of the tail was as sharp as the tip of a blade. It was so sharp that anyone would feel a chill up their spine when they see it. Scorpion Tiger Chimera, Elite, Beast. Level, 112. HP, 1,120,000. Defense, 1,200. Melee attack, 9,756 to 11,756. Skills. Pounce, pounces on a target and knocks the target off balance. Can interrupt a chanting process. Also, stuns the target for 3 seconds. Scorpion Sting, attacks the target with the scorpion tail and afflicts the target with a poison effect. Causes 15,000 nature damage to the target. Note, one of the most ferocious monsters in the secret wonderland. After the black heart goblins poisoned the land, these creatures survived and underwent mutation. They have extremely strong toxicity. The monsters charged at Wei Yan'er the moment it appeared. With a powerful bite, it caused about 10,000 damage to the little brat. On the other hand, the rage bar of Wei Yan'er was increased by more than 50 points. "You stinky noob tank! Get it off me!" Wei Yan'er immediately screamed for help. Zhang laughed at her and said, "It's a good thing that the monster hit you. You won't have to worry about having not enough rage points to spend. You bustard noob tank. I curse you. Stomachache for the rest of your days." Zhang was only teasing the little brat. Because Hanning Shui was supporting them from the rear, the elite monster could barely do any long-term damage to the little brat. Zhang summoned Felice and threw a provoke to lure the monster over to him. After getting the aggro of the monster over onto him, he threw a few more skills and firmly got the monster's full attention. The Scorpion Tiger Chimera kept biting Zhang with its big mouth. However, it could only cause about 676 damage to Zhang. Some of its attacks could not even deal 1 damage to Zhang. On the other hand, Wei Yan'er could cause about 10,000 damage to the monster with 1 hit. The difference between the attacks of both sides was vastly different. Hey, noob tank. Your skin is really thick. You can't even feel pain after being bitten by the monster. Wei Yan'er was unwilling to admit, "Your defense is high, and your damage is also high. How is that fair? Ha ha. Just wait until you get your darkness inheritance. By then, you wouldn't be too bad compared to me." Zhang said. "God damn it. So how long will that be? We can't even take down the final boss for the inheritance quest yet." Wei Yan'er sighed. Han Shui was feeling depressed as well. Getting a high-class inheritance was not easy at all. The difficulty of getting the inheritance would be too great, especially when the final boss of its quest was too powerful for players to take on at their current levels. Therefore, Han Shui and Sun Xianyu had been stuck with the final bosses of their inheritance quests for quite some time already. Although the defense of Wei Yan'er was a lot lower than the defense of Zhang Yang, her attack power was extremely powerful. Furthermore, they were supported by battle companions and pets. In just a brief moment, they took care of the scorpion tiger chimera and picked up a few strands of tiger fur. Wei Yan'er was dissatisfied with the loot and made a huge fuss out of it. After killing the monster, the three of them discovered a piece of golden stone that was flashing in golden complexion right beside a large piece of rock. This might be the divinity ore that they were searching for. Divinity ore. Description: this is a fantastic specimen. Weapons forged with it will have abnormally destructive power. Very good. The first piece, divinity ore, has been collected. The three of them continued to push forward. They encountered many other chimeric beings such as thunderous light leopards, bat pythons, wolf apes, and many more. They were all mutated because they had eaten the poisoned food. Each of the monsters had extreme toxicity. However, among many monsters that they encountered, only a few of them were guarding a divinity stone. The remaining monsters were spawned to give players some challenge while attempting to complete the quest. Furthermore, Zhang Yang and the two ladies were able to earn quite a substantial amount of experience points. 2 hours had passed in just a blink of an eye. The three of them had finally collected 10 pieces of divinity ore. So they made their way back to the House of Cogs and attempted to exchange them for the enhanced antidote. Hey, you three humans are more durable than we expected. You could actually gather so many divinity ores. One of the Black Heart Goblin received the divinity ores from Zhang Yang. Then the goblin passed a glass bottle half filled with dark liquid in it. Ha ha. We just need a few more of these before Master Sasha's light beam gun can be completed. Zhang Yang and the ladies quickly rushed back to the village. The quest had a limited time frame. The duration they take to complete the quest would affect the final reward that they could claim from the quest. After reaching the house of Charlie Moto, Zhang Yang took out the enhanced antidote and fed it to Alice. Pink life returned to her pale and lifeless face in just a moment. After about 10 seconds, she opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Alice, we are here to get you back to your parents because your parents asked us to find you. They are worried sick at home. Zhang Yang quickly explained to Alice. After Alice got down from the bed, she bowed to Zhang Yang and the two ladies and said, "Big brother, big sister, little sister, thank you for saving me." Little sister? Wei Yan'er was very sensitive to the word little or small at the moment. She immediately looked down at her own boobies that have not undergone any change for the past 6 months. Then, she looked at Alice's pair of boobies that were still small but seemed to have great potential. She could not help but to grind her teeth together in anger. Alice, let's go home. Alright, big brother, big sister, and little sister. Alice said in a very soft and polite tone. At that last bit, Wei Yan'er almost crushed her teeth against each other into bits and pieces. Ding! You have completed a quest, the Way of Healing. You received a reward, 20 million experience points. Wow! That's a lot of experience points. Han Shui felt almost breathless. The main story quests that they completed together before had never rewarded them with such amount of experience points. It seemed that the system was very generous this time. That's why they're called hidden quest. Of course, the rewards will be much better than those normal quests. Zhang Yang nodded. He was very satisfied with the reward as well. Currently, his main priority was to reach beyond level 120. Therefore, every bit of experience point that came his way now would be more than welcome. As long as all of his party members, including himself, could reach beyond level 120, they could get rid of any level gap suppression function from all bosses and all monsters that were level 150. The chance for them to take down a level 150 ethereal tier boss should increase twofold. When that becomes possible, they should be able to acquire the 2 Class S inheritances and 1 Class A inheritance. With those inheritances, Lone Desert Smoke should be able to acquire a solid victory in the World League Championship. Grandpa, thank you for taking care of me for the past few days as well. Alice bowed to Charlie Moto as well. You must not be so greedy and eat so much again. Charlie Moto laughed as he told the girl. Yes. I'll keep that in mind, Grandpa. Zhang Yang could not help but look at Wei Yan'er with a sarcastic smile. Same goes to you as well, but... Wei Yan'er scoffed and said, I'm not a child anymore. How was I greedy? She was still looking at her own pair of boobies, or lack thereof, constantly from time to time. It was a real thorn in her heart. Adventurers from the outside world, can I ask of you for one more matter? Just when the four of them were about to walk out of the little cottage, Charlie Moto suddenly opened his mouth and made a request. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Saving the Villagers. Chapter 607, Saving the Villagers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang and the girls turned their heads around. Wei Yan'er beat the others to it and said, "Grandpa, you want us to help you beat up those goblins, right?" "No problem. You can count on us." She hated those black heart goblins very much. Even if Charlie Moto did not ask for their help, she would still want to unleash hell upon those monsters. Charlie Moto was surprised by her enthusiasm. He froze for a second before he said, "That's right. I really wanted to ask for your help in taking out the goblins. Not long ago, those goblins charged into our village and took away all the grown-up villagers. They took them over to their campsite and forced them to mine for every single day. I see that you guys got the enhanced antidote within such a short period of time. So I could tell that you must be very capable and powerful. You should have what it takes to help us. Ding! Charlie Moto has given you a new quest, saving the villagers who were taken away. Will you accept?" "Accept." Zhang Yang and his two ladies accepted the quest at the same time. That was a rank A hidden quest. Zhang Yang suspected that the quest was not supposed to be as easy as slaying a few elite monsters. If that is the case, the final reward of this quest would not be worth the while. It would only make sense if Charlie Moto gives them another new quest. It was as expected by Zhang Yang. "Grandpa, rest assured that we shall bring the villagers back, safe and sound." "Thank you. I can't thank you enough." Charlie Moto was tearing up as he thanked the gang. After placing the little girl with the old man, Zhang Yang and the ladies departed for the goblin campsite once again. Wei Yan'er was extremely agitated, as she could finally start slaughtering those goblins that had insulted her earlier on. Saving the villagers who were taken away, difficulty, rank A. Description: the grown-ups in the village have all been taken away by the black heart goblins. Charlie Moto requested of you to save the villagers and bring them back as soon as possible. Warrior, do not underestimate these short and weak-looking creatures. Although these goblins do not have earth-shaking power, their technology is really something to be terrified of. That alone makes up for their physical deficiencies. Their leader Sash has a knack for inventing new stuff. He will invent some powerful weapons from time to time. Completion: save the villagers 0/1. Limit: 3 players only. Upon reading the description of the quest, the three of them understood that the final boss of this quest would mostly be the goblin that goes by the name of Sash. Can 3 of us take care of the boss? Haning Shui was a little worried. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and said, the quest is only a rank A difficulty. Furthermore, the quest limited the participants to only 3 players. No matter how powerful the boss is going to be, it has to be within a reasonable degree of difficulty. Furthermore, if the 3 of us cannot handle this, then other parties would never stand a chance. Haning Shui and Wei Yan'er were nodding their heads to express their agreements. That was a boast. By public opinion, Zhang Yang was undeniably the best tanker in the entire world. Haning Shui was also one of the top healers in the entire world. Wei Yan'er could do more damage than most of the top DPS players could in the entire world. With 3 of these powerful freaks joining up in a party, they could become one of the most powerful parties in the world. If they could not handle the boss, then no other party could. The only thing missing for the 3 of them was that Haning Shui and Wei Yan'er had not acquired their inheritance. However, this quest was in the map that ranged from levels 100 to 130. Furthermore, dungeons and quests were not designed based on the power level of players with inheritance. It did not mean that players would not be able to complete the quests without having an inheritance. The 3 of them arrived at the goblin campsite after a short journey. This time, what they saw before their eyes was a bunch of red-named goblins at the entrance. Wei Yan'er screamed in excitement as she hopped onto her winged tiger and charged over to the goblins. With her axe swung towards the monsters, one of the goblins was launched into the air. 27084. The attack of the little brat was extremely high. Her axe had instantly caused a great deal of damage to that goblin. There were 4 goblins guarding by the entrance of the building at the moment. They were sharing the same aggro sight view. So when one of them was struck, the other 3 of them immediately went running towards Wei Yan'er while shouting time is gold. Haning Shui quickly threw a healing spell onto Wei Yan'er and took over the aggro of the other 3 monsters. The monsters had to turn around to look for her. Tornado Cleave. The little brat went out with a quick whirl as she struck out with her tornado cleave. In just an instant, she caused 50,000 damage to each of the 4 monsters and succeeded in getting all 4 of their aggro back onto her. However, although the little brat could deal a lot of damage with each of her attacks, the 4 goblins were not willing to give in. They could deal about 10,000 damage with their normal attacks. If any of their attacks could trigger the poison effect of melamine, their attack would cause an additional 10,000 damage. Wei Yan'er was in danger of falling before they do. With her current equipment, she would have no problem at all if she only takes on 1 elite tier monster. With a healer supporting her from the rear, she could handle 2 with ease. However, she would feel a little pressure if she was to battle against 3. It would be impossible for her to battle 4 elite tier monsters at once, Oi, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Tanking against monsters requires specific skill. Zhang Yang sighed pointedly. He hopped off the back of his Violet Thunderhawk. Then, he activated his charge and stunned one of the monsters. He even threw his provoke onto a second monster, luring the monster over to him. With his horizontal sweep, Zhang Yang got into the thick of it. Upon causing 60,000 damage over the monsters within his attack range, Zhang Yang failed to get the aggro of the other 2 monsters over to him. The little brat was chopping and slicing the monsters like AB*TCH in heat. However, because the 2 monsters had turned their attention towards Zhang Yang, the little brat was on much safer ground. Noob tank. You're good, because your skin is thick enough. If I can also wield a shield, then I wouldn't be scared of these little green shorties. Wei Yan'er was not willing to submit. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, then, open your eyes and feast upon my greatness. He slung his shield over his back and struck one of the goblins that was attacking Wei Yan'er with his left hand. The powerful impact of his attack knocked the goblin off balance. With the monster being hit off balance, the goblin could no longer attack the little brat. Supporting attacks had no attack intervals. It all depended on the fast twitch muscles of a person. The faster you react, the faster you can swing your fist at your enemy. After a series of random knocking and pushing, the 4 goblins could not regain their ground as they spent more time staggering and stumbling about instead of actually fighting. If they could land a punch out of 10 attempts, it would be considered lucky. Do you get it now? Zhang Yang asked the little brat after demonstrating it. It has already been over half a year since he showed the little brat supporting attacks for the first time. However, the little brat would still cling back to her own style where she would use her weapon to attack her targets. It was more exciting and interesting for her to do so. It would not affect her much when she is in a dungeon, slaying monsters or bosses. However, she would not be able to fully unleash her potential in a player versus player match. Wei Yan'er was the type who would act based on her emotions. If she was interested in something, she would be more keen to learn or know more about it. The more you try to stop her, the more she would want to find out. On the other hand, if she was not interested, even if you whip her, she would just ignore it. Now that she seemed to be very interested in learning how to use supporting attacks, Wei Yan'er began to imitate Zhang Yang. She also threw some punches at the monsters as she smacked the monsters with her left hand like how Zhang Yang did. However, although it seemed really easy to do it, it required the precise timing of the movement tracking of the monsters. Furthermore, it would also require outstanding brain power. The monsters would not stand there like dummies waiting for players to hit them in the face. They would be dodging attacks coming from the players as well. So, players would need to react accordingly to the situation. Although it seemed easy watching Zhang Yang throwing his punches at the monsters, it had taken him about half a year to master it. Wei Yan'er was not willing to admit it when Zhang Yang was looking down at her with a disdainful look on his face. The little brat felt challenged, so she picked it up and took it as practice on the spot. She was naturally born to be active. She had a talent in athletics. After a few tries, she managed to pick up a thing or two about it. She could already land a third of her punches with success. The little brat was very happy and satisfied with what she just learned to do. She was not having enough of it yet, even after the 4 monsters were killed, one after another. She kept complaining that Zhang Yang should not have punched the monsters so hard. She blamed Zhang Yang for not letting her have enough fun. If these 4 monsters could come back to life, they would definitely be cursing the little brat for punching them harder than anyone else. They were never short on monsters. The moment when the 3 of them entered the House of Cogs, they engaged in battle with a group of 3. The 3 goblins charged straight at them. It was a good thing, because the little brat got to practice a little more of her supporting attacks. After some more slaughtering along the way, the 3 of them made their way to the 2nd floor of the building. Wei Yan'er was really talented in such regards. She had already mastered the technical knack of it. The way she was performing her supporting attacks was very similar to the way Zhang Yang would do it. Zhang Yang could not help but feel very surprised. If he and the little brat had started playing the game at the same time, he would definitely not have been able to catch up the progress of the little brat. However, Zhang Yang did not have anyone to guide him in his previous life. He could only rely on himself by observing the footage of top-tier players battling against each other. Currently, Wei Yan had him to guide her wholeheartedly. So it would still make some sense even if she was progressing much faster than anyone could. The monsters on the second floor were a little more powerful than the monsters on the first floor. Black Heart Goblin, highly configured, elite, humanoid. Level 115. HP, 1,150,000. Defense, 1,200. Range attack, 9,779 to 11,779. Skill. Shadow Blue Bomb, throw a bomb towards the target and detonate in an area of 3x3 meter square. All targets within the effective area will be afflicted with the Shadow Blue Venom, causing 15,000 nature damage to all targets. All targets will be disgusted and vomit for a period of time. Lasts for 3 seconds. Note, Black Heart Goblins are the greediest race in the entire Secret Wonderland. They are delusional enough to want to get their hands on the possessions of gods. They have always wanted to become the richest in the entire world. The moment Zhang Yang and the ladies revealed themselves in the sight of the monsters, they were greeted by 4 goblins with their mechanical guns. The metallic bullets were fired at them rapidly. The sounds of bullets clashing onto the armor of Zhang Yang and Wei Yan were like raindrops falling on metallic rooftop. Meanwhile, Han Shui was rained upon with the bullets as well. However, her white dress was tainted in red by her own blood that was spilled by the bullet hits. Zhang Yang quickly dashed forward as he was approaching the monsters in just an instant. With a swing of his sword of purging devourer, Zhang Yang caused a damage onto all 4 monsters and took their aggro over to himself. Although these monsters were much more powerful than the previous monsters they had encountered, they would not be able to match the threat that Zhang Yang and the ladies could pose to them. The one skill that they had was rather disgusting. Every time the 3 of them could not stay clear of the effective area of the detonation, they would receive some damage and also vomit overtime. Wei Yan and Han Shui were crying bitterly every time they were afflicted by the effect of that skill. Woo woo woo, what a bunch of disgusting monsters. I hate them. Wei Yan could not help but to stick out her tongue as she vomited. Because the Shadow Blue Bomb was considered as a skill, the accuracy of the monsters could not be affected or interrupted by neither skills nor supporting attacks. Therefore, they had to take the damage of the Shadow Blue Bomb head on every single time. That helpless kind of feeling was not good at all. The monsters on this floor were disgusting and abundant in numbers. It took about an hour for the 3 of them to clear the entire floor. The 2 ladies were disturbed and annoyed at the same time as they mechanically went on their way with stiff faces. They vowed that they were never going to repeat doing this ever again. The last stage was a vast hall. There were many cages right beneath the hall. Humans were caged in those cages. There were messages right on top of each human in the cages. Those were the targets that Zhang Yang and the ladies were required to rescue. However, there was another goblin lying in a pile of cogs and metallic wires, the leader of the Black Heart Goblins, Sash. The inventor Sash, mythical, humanoid. Level, 120. HP, 36 million. Defense, 5,200. Melee attack, 31,397 to 41,397. Skills. Melamine, upon hitting the target, there is a 50% chance to infect the target with melamine, causing 50,000 nature damage to the target. Shadow Blue Bomb, throws a bomb towards the target that detonates in an area of 3x3 meter square. All targets within the effective area will be afflicted with the Shadow Blue Venom, causing 15,000 nature damage to all targets. All targets will be disgusted and vomit overtime. Last for 3 seconds. Gutter Oil, pave the area of a 30-meter radius in the surrounding, causing 10,000 nature damage to all targets within the effective area once in every 3 seconds. All targets will also be afflicted with 50% chance to slip and fall. Berserk, when Sasha's HP is below 10%, he will enter a state of Berserk. Attack will be increased by 50%. Movement speed will be increased by 50%. Note, this is the leader of the Black Heart Goblins. He's a genius in inventing stuff. The melamine, shadow blue, gutter oils and other poisons are part of his inventions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Sash. Chapter 608, Sash. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A Poison Master. Zhang Yang let out a sigh. Silly you, can you do it without your God of War transformation? Han Shui was worried once again. Yesterday, they went to challenge the final boss of Wei Yin Heir's inheritance quest. By the end of it, they were crushed into meat pies. Therefore, Zhang Yang could not activate his God of War transformation, as it was still under cooldown. Can't I or can I? Zhang Yang wagged his finger at Han Shui, then he said, never say that to a man. Then let's do it. This is a level 120 mythical tier boss. We should be able to equip his loot. The big bosses on every map in the Chaos Realm would drop equipment with special attributes that would remove 20 levels from the required level. Judging from that angle, this goblin boss should drop equipment that players can already equip upon reaching level 100. Now that most of the mainstream players had reached level 110, they would be looking for level 130 mythical tier equipment instead. However, the number of mythical tier bosses was very limited in the entire game. It would be a very fortunate thing if the players could even encounter a level 120 mythical boss. Zhang Yang waved his sword of purging devourer around to loosen up his shoulders. Then he said, alright, let's move. Hopefully, we can make it for lunch. He charged towards Sash with large paces. However, the aggro range of a mythical tier boss was extremely vast. Zhang Yang only took a few steps forward before the boss detected his presence. Sash stopped with what he was doing immediately and turned his head towards Zhang Yang. He stared at Zhang Yang in surprise and screamed for aid, guards. After shouting for the guards a couple of times, he realized that no one was coming. The boss could not help but roar out in anger. He knew that he would have to battle Zhang Yang all alone. So, he charged at Zhang Yang with his two short and skinny legs. The boss then threw a shadow glue bomb at Zhang Yang while he was still far away. Sash managed to cause -35,528 damage to Zhang Yang and made Zhang Yang vomit for a period of time. Ha ha ha. Become my mining slaves and I shall spare your lives. The boss continued to charge towards Zhang Yang with large steps. Suddenly, a huge long wrench appeared right in Sasha's hand and he swung the wrench at Zhang Yang with no hesitation at all. Zhang Yang quickly activated his warrior's will to get rid of the vomit effect. He raised his shield high up and activated his block. Upon blocking the attack, he also swung his sword and caused about 30,000 damage to the boss at the same instant. Without wasting any time, he quickly threw crippled defense on the boss in an attempt to reduce the defense of the boss. Wei Yin Heir activated her charge and clashed head-on with the boss. Then, she began to whirl her axe, causing pain and misery to the boss. She also prioritized on throwing 5 layers of crippled defense on the boss in order to cooperate with Zhang Yang in an attempt to bring down the defense of the boss by 50%. After that, Wei Yin Heir gulped down a bottle of power potion, grade 10 transmutation, and stacked up 20% of the crippled defense effect. She could ignore up to 70% of the boss's defense. Normal tier monsters and elite tier monsters only had about 1000 defense. Zhang Yang would not waste his crippled defense on those monsters. Wei Yin Heir was not dumb enough to waste her power potion on those monsters either. However, this was a boss battle. So, she had no reason to be stingy about using her potions anymore. The first bottle of potion she took was a potion that had the highest grade of transmutation. Zhang Yang could not help but to laugh, then he said, "You little brat. You didn't care to save up the potion for me? You just took a bottle of potion with a grade 10 transmutation." Wei Yin Heir was laughing back at Zhang Yang pleasantly, then she said, "I just wanted you to have more passion in making the potions, but mining slaves. All of you. Become my mining slaves." The boss swung his wrench at Zhang Yang and hammered him over and over again as he screamed and roared aggressively. Zhang Yang could not longer hold it any longer. He turned towards Han Shui and said, "It should be alright for the little brat to become a mining slave. But you'll have to undergo some breast reduction surgeries. Or else, you might not even be able to bend your body over. F***CKU. I'm not a monster." Han Shui cupped her hands over her pair of round and prideful boobies. She stared down. "How can my body figure be so perfect? Sis. Stop admiring yourself. You're called a milk cow for a reason. That pair of boobies is going to become saggy. That's called mastoptosis. You better listen to Noob Tank and go shrink them." Wei Yin Heir said with bad intentions. "Ha ha." Han Shui laughed out loud and said, "If I really want to shrink them, would someone over there agree to it?" "Of course not." Zhang Yang was telling himself no, deep in his heart, quietly as he launched his assaults on the boss. Which man would prefer girls or women with small boobies? Can't you see that most of the female stars were so famous just because they reveal a small part of the career line between their badonkers? A few of them were famous even though their acting was terrible. It seemed that men would prefer larger boobies in the current world. Human. Now taste my great invention. It's called gutter oil, the boss suddenly roared. His body was like a water pump pumping out streams of dark liquids out as he sprayed them onto the area of 30-meter radius. The area became oily right after that. 3528. 10,000. 10,000. Zhang Yang, Haning Shui and Wei Yin Air were receiving damage from the gutter oil once every 3 seconds. However, because Felice and Thunderhawk were hovering in the air, they were not affected by the skill at all. Hey! Where are your battle companions? Quickly summon them out and get this over with. Zhang Yang quickly said. Haning Shui and Wei Yin Air were both enlightened, finally. So they summoned out their own battle companions and sent them to battle. The battle companion of Wei Yin Air, Mariketa, was devoted and brace. The moment she saw the little brat battling with the boss, she immediately loaded her bow and began to shoot at the boss as well. On the other hand, Messick that winner ran up to Haning Shui and said, "My queen, I've missed you so much. Get lost. Go get the enemy for me now. My queen. Please punish me now." Messick had developed a masochistic heart thanks to how often the woman smacked him around. He went straight down by the side of Haning Shui's legs and hugged both her legs while pasting his face against the smooth and fair skin of the witch. "You bastard! Let go of me!" Haning Shui started to step on Messick's face and tried to push him away. However, the winner seemed to be enjoying the moment. Everyone could not help but feel a chill up their spines. What the F***ck? Zhang Yang needed to keep the boss in place, so he could not move at all. So he quickly commanded Felice and said, "Felice, give that wretched man a fire missile. He needs a reminder." "Yes, big brother." Felice nodded and switched her target to the winner. Without any warning, she launched a fire missile at the winner. Ayok, the winner's butts were on fire as black smoke started to come out from it. He was in much pain that he jumped off the ground. Just before he could land back to the ground, Haning Shui gave a spinning sidekick and kicked Messick straight into the boss battle area. Unfortunately, this winner would repeat the same thing over and over again whenever he is released from his battle companion slot. Because of that, Haning Shui had never wished to let him out unless necessary. The boss's skills were extremely disgusting. The shadow blue bomb would make people vomit while the gutter oil would make people oily. Furthermore, upon getting afflicted with the gutter oil, they would receive damage once every 3 seconds and risk falling down at a 50% chance. Every time the boss activates his gutter oil, Zhang Yang would kite the boss over to a cleaner environment before continuing to attack him. His main aim was to reduce the healing pressure on Haning Shui. However, the process of doing so would cause him to keep falling. That really had him annoyed to the maximum. Ha ha ha. Just give up on struggling already. You're not going to stand a chance against the Great Goblin. Sash was laughing out loud. He was wearing a pair of specially made slippers that could prevent him from slipping and falling. So he would not be affected by the negative effects of his own gutter oil. Just accept your fates and become my mining slaves. But I'll mine your chicken *SS. Zhang Yang swung his sword of purging devourer at the boss repeatedly in a very aggressive manner. Fortunately, the boss only had 2 AoE attack skills, which were Shadow Blue Bomb and Gutter Oil. It would be easy to handle the Gutter Oil as long as Zhang Yang kites the boss out of the oily and slippery area caused by the Gutter Oil. On the other hand, the Shadow Blue Bomb was a little disgusting. Once targeted by the boss, there would be no way of dodging the attack. However, there were only a total of 7 targets for the boss to pick. 3 players, 3 battle companions and 1 pet. Only Zhang Yang, Wei Yin Air and Messick were melee combatants. So they were able to keep a certain distance between themselves to avoid being bombarded by the boss's bombing attacks. At least they would not be bombed by the boss altogether. The healing capability of Haning Shui was definitely one of the top in the entire world. With her high-tier equipment and her outstanding reaction in combat, she had no problems at all supporting the HP bars of the entire party, including the battle companions and the pet. As they were not restricted by the level gap suppression function of the game this time round, the total damage that the party could deal to the boss would no longer be nerfed or weakened. As they now had armor-piercing potions at their disposal, the firepower of the party was almost double. They had already reduced the HP bar of the boss down to 10% in less than 7 minutes. "You filthy mining slaves! You've provoked me! I'm angry!" Sash began to roar in rage as the visible veins on his green skin all over his body began to emerge on the surface of his skin. His eyes turned completely red, and that made Sash look terrifying. The boss had entered his berserk mode. In just an instant, the boss received a tremendous boost to his attack power. Sash began to whirl his wrench about as if he had lost his mind. He kept smashing his wrench without holding back. Zhang Yang could only endure the pain that he was suffering under the smacking of the wrench. God damn you! Zhang Yang waved his hand as he made a throwing gesture. He threw his Glare of the Death God onto the boss with the attempt to trigger the special effect of the skill. Puff! A dark skull began to form on top of the boss. The skull opened up its jaws as it was smiling wretchedly without making any sound. What the hell is this? Sash could feel that something was not right at the moment. He could feel a great danger ascending upon him. However, it was too late for him to realize it. Zhang Yang, Wei Yan'er and the others quickly grabbed the opportunity as they struck as many times as possible. The special effect of Glare of the Death God was triggered over and over again as the boss received a series of high damage values. -360,000. Damage values kept popping up on top of the boss. Killing Cleave. -443352. Zhang Yang went out with a Killing Cleave as his rage bar was full. He caused a damage much higher than what the special effect of Glare of the Death God could deal to the boss. Wow! Noob tank. Did you just hit the jackpot or something? Wei Yan'er was alarmed about it. Zhang Yang took a look at his battle log and smiled. That was my lucky strike. Lucky strike could deal 3 times the initial damage that one player could deal. Unfortunately, the lucky strike was not triggered when Indiscriminate was activated. Or else, Zhang Yang could have scored a critical hit and deal a damage that would be 6 times higher than his initial damage. That amount of damage could potentially reach up to 1,000,000. During the effective time frame of the Glare of the Death God, Hanning Shui had also picked a suitable moment and threw her putrefying poison onto the boss. Therefore, the special effect of the Glare of the Death God could only trigger for 9 times before the boss let out a miserable cry and died. The main reason was because Zhang Yang scored a lucky strike and caused a massive amount of damage to the boss in one go. The boss only had 10% HP left by that time, so it would naturally be impossible for the special effect of the skill to trigger 10 times. Wakaka! This Blackheart campsite is now ours. Wei Yan'er was content after killing all of the goblins on sight. She was still stepping and kicking the dead body of Sash. She seemed to still hate them, even though the goblins were all dead. This is what you get for poisoning me. Take this. And this. Zhang Yang found a key among the loot that were dropped from the boss. Then he walked up to the cages and unlocked them. By doing so, he freed the villagers and let them be on their way back to their village. Little brat. Time to open up the dead body of the boss. Or else I'm going to take away your right on this. Stop wasting time already. Wei Yan'er finally came up to check on the loots in anger. In just a brief moment, she listed out the loot: a dark blue cape, a pair of pinkish cloth boots, a dark green helmet, and a middle-tier skill stone. The 3 of them were surprised by the fact that there were 3 pieces of mythical tier equipment. They looked at the cape as a start. Destroyer's Madness, mythical, cape. Vitality, plus 445. Strength, plus 210. Agility, plus 91. Equip, increases maximum HP by 890 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 3.5%. Equip, increases damage absorption by 179 points. Equip, when you activate Cripple Defense, you can afflict the target with 2-layer effect. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Special, required level reduced by 20 levels. Wei Yan'er shook her head and said, Noob tank, the cape I'm currently wearing is already a mythical tier equipment. So you can have the good stuff for yourself this time. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely and shoved the cape straight into his inventory. He would need to identify the equipment before he can equip it. Currently, his cape, chestplate, and necklace were still the Titan armor set equipment. He still had the special effect of the 3-piece armor set. He received 10,000 HP for that. However, if he wanted to switch the cape with this new one, then he would be losing the special effect of the 3-piece armor set. By then, he would need to switch away from his current necklace as soon as possible. However, the Titan chestplate was still very durable. The Titan shield effect could absorb up to 300,000 damage without any reduction. It was still a powerful effect at the current stage of the game. The only unfortunate thing was that the HP recovery effect of his shield wall would be reduced to rubbish when he reaches level 120. The next equipment was a pair of soft pinkish cloth boots. Exquisite soft boots, mythical, cloth armor. Defense, plus 32. Vitality, plus 889. Intelligence, plus 181. Equip, increases maximum MP by 840 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 3.5%. Equip, increases damage absorption by 358 points. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Special, required level reduced by 20 levels. Among the three of them, Han Ning-shui was the only one who would need a cloth armor. So, she took it, naturally. However, the next thing the witch did was to shove the equipment at Zhang Yang without saying a word. Well, her meaning was clear: help her identify her exquisite soft boots. Well, she's already his woman, so Zhang Yang had to bear the cost, of course. The last piece of equipment appeared to be an exclusive equipment for the battle companions. It was a leather armor, so Wei Yan'er took it for her battle companion Mariketa. However, this equipment did not have a reduction in the required level, so Wei Yan'er would only be able to let Mariketa equip it after Mariketa reaches level 120. In other words, the little brat would need to level herself up to level 120 in order for her battle companion to reach level 120 as well. Zhang Yang had upgraded his Vitality Aura up to level 7. If he wishes to continue upgrading his Vitality Aura, he would have to acquire high-tier Aura Stones first. Therefore, this piece of middle-tier Aura Stone was given to Wei Yan'er. With that, her Strength Aura had been upgraded up to level 7. Now, she could increase the strength of all party members on her party by 14%. It was considered a good power-up. Upon completing the quest, the three of them hustled back to the village to turn in the quest. The moment they stepped into the village, they were greeted by the villagers with great gratitude. Hundreds of villagers took up their positions in 2 rows on either side of the road and to welcome Zhang Yang and the ladies with open hands. They swarmed up to them to express their gratitude for saving their village. Some of the villagers were not originally from this village. They were captured and forced to work for the goblins long ago. Now, they have been freed from the mines. Ding! You have completed a quest, saving the villagers that were taken away. You have received a reward, 20 million experience points. Ding! You have completed the linking quest for Secret Wonderland. You have received a reward, 2 lucky points. Ding! Because Alice has 3,198 HP remaining on her when you saved her, you can continue to stay in the Secret Wonderland for another 6 hours 23 minutes 48 seconds. A series of system notifications were heard again and again. However, they could not help but wonder, is staying here for a longer period of time considered as a reward as well? Heroes, you have annihilated the lunatics that have been causing trouble to the village. The food is clean again. So please, help yourselves. Enjoy all the food and gifts that the gods have given us. The villagers were busy getting the rocks and the leaves from trees. They also brought along the water from the river and placed everything in front of Zhang Yang and the ladies. These were edible food. There were desserts and meat all over the place. However, Wei Yan'er had suffered being poisoned after eating the food, and she did not dare to do it again. So she took a step back. Zhang Yang was tempted. He picked up a piece of tree leaf and chewed on it. Then he swallowed it down. Ding! You have received 10,000 experience points. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Eat Your Way to Level Up. Chapter 609, Eat Your Way to Level Up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha, noob tank. You're a greedy eater as well. How dare you point at me, saying that I'm a greedy eater? Wei Yan'er grabbed the opportunity to shoot Zhang Yang off with a few words. Of course, she was not going to let it slide. Zhang Yang smiled quietly as he continued to take as much leaves as possible into his hands and ate them. He also picked up rocks to eat and river water to drink. He kept eating as every second passed. By doing so, he would earn 10,000 experience points with each passing second. That was quite a substantial amount of experience points he could get, considering that he was getting the same amount of experience points for killing a normal tier monster every 2 seconds. His experience bar was shooting up. Han Ning-shui realized that there was something off about it. So she picked up the leaves as well and put one into her mouth. Right after her first chew, her eyes were widened up and she also took up as much stuff as she could and put it into her mouth like how Zhang Yang was doing. Both of they were basically gorging down everything that was placed right in front of them. Oi, what are you two doing? Are you possessed or what? Wei Yan'er could not fathom why would they go all berserk on eating. However, the little brat was not stupid as well. After seeing Zhang Yang and Han Ning-shui ignoring her and gobbling on, she knew that something was off as well. So she picked up one of the leaves and gave it a tentative chew. Wah! Stinky noob tank! Stinky cousin sis! Both of you are really mean. How can you hide such a good thing from me? I despise you too. Wei Yan'er immediately complained in her annoying voice. After that, she joined them both in the feast. No wonder one of the quest rewards was simply letting them stay a little longer in the secret wonderland. Everything made sense now. Zhang Yang had finally uncovered the amazing truth behind the reward. Any hesitation would have cost him more than a few fortunes. Wasting 1 second would mean losing 10,000 experience points. Wei Yan'er was naturally a greedy eater. At first, she acted all nice and gentle because she had experienced the poison after eating the poison food. Now that she knew that there was no longer any threat, the little brat began to shove everything down without any table manners. She looked like a little girl that was eating in joy. Zhang Yang intended to take away the food while he was eating. However, the food here would vanish upon being picked up. The food would only exist for 5 seconds. In other words, players could only eat here. They could not take anything away from here. He also attempted to summon the other 9 of his party members to enjoy the food. However, he received a system notification saying that he was forbidden to use the item at the moment. It seemed that the developer had left no loopholes for him to drill through. All he could do now was to focus on eating as much food as he can before the time ran out. Ha ha. Cousin Sis. Your stomach is so round already. Do you still want to eat? Noob Tank, why are you taking off your helmet? Are you pregnant? Ha ha. The little brat was indeed talented in eating. She could still talk while chewing on the food. More importantly, her words were crystal clear. Zhang Yang and Han Shui could not help but admire the gift that the little brat had. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 119. You received a reward, 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 115. You received a reward, 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 116. You received a reward, 5 attribute points. 2 hours later, Zhang Yang and the ladies managed to level up once. However, the 3 of them were even fatter than the world's fattest human alive on Earth. Even if Zhang Yang wanted to do a French kiss with Han Shui at that moment, the 2 of them would be having trouble locking each other's lips while having their big round stomachs in between them. 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. When they finally used up all the time allocated by the system, they were forcibly teleported to the entrance by the hole in the tree. It was the same hole that they had gone through when they first arrived at Secret Wonderland. The little girl Alice was also with them. By that time, Zhang Yang had reached level 122. On the other hand, Han Shui had reached level 118 and Wei Yan'er had reached level 119. The 3 of them suddenly became the world top 3 on the global level ranking list. The 4th in place was a player named Ghostly Buckingham, who was only at level 115. That was 3 levels behind the level of Han Shui. It seemed that Zhang Yang and the 2 ladies have struck the jackpot with this quest. Upon seeing the 3 of them rocket up their levels in such short period of time, many players began to make some noise on the forum about it. The Japan-Korea region players were sworn enemies to Zhang Yang and the Lone Desert Smoke. Many of the players began to question the officials about it. How could a player, 3 players manage to level up so fast in such a short period of time? Could the 3 of them be cheating? Although players could not use cheat engines in the game, they could still take advantages of bugs to grind their levels. Just like Zhang Yang back then. He used the spider boss to grind his level by letting the boss lay eggs repeatedly so that he could slay the baby spiders repeatedly to spam for experience points. If the official ever finds out anything like that, they would take back the levels that players stole by taking advantages of the bugs. However, the complaints were informed to be invalid by the officials. Everything was under the surveillance of the system. No unfair means had been used. So, the players from Japan-Korea region could only lower their banners and muffle their drums regarding that issue. There were also other players who were curious about how did they level up so rapidly. What method did they use to be able to grind so quickly within half a day? They did not suspect it was part of the system reward because if it was, their levels would have been elevated up instantly. However, Zhang Yang and the 2 ladies were leveling up over the past 6 hours. So, what was really going on there? If this continues to happen, a player could potentially reach level 300 within days. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and the 2 ladies were being very secretive about it. The other curious players could only feel the itch to know without being given an answer. Fortunately for them, Zhang Yang and the ladies did not level up any further after that. The anxiety and the tension among the servers was finally put to rest. If they could just simply level up like that, other players would definitely be frustrated over it. Many players have guessed that Zhang Yang and the two ladies had completed some sort of hidden quest that rewarded them with such means of leveling up. However, none of them could understand the details of it. No matter how smart they were, no one would have thought that the levels were earned by eating. Before this, Zhang Yang aimed to reach level 120 as soon as he could. Now that he had accomplished it, he could finally relax. So he was very focused on gathering herbs by sending out his herb foraging familiar. Upon gathering enough materials, Zhang Yang began to make more armor-piercing potions. Now that the potions were out of stock on the market, Zhang Yang could make more and sell more to earn another set of fortune. Sadly, his other party members had not reached level 120 other than himself. Powerful DPS players like 100 Shots and Lost Dream should grind their levels up to level 120 as soon as possible. By then, they would be able to remove the level gap suppression function of the game when they battle level 150 bosses. Although they might be a little short on numbers, everyone could simply activate their inheritance transformation skills when the level gap suppression function no longer affects. When another 2 players with Class S inheritances and 1 player with Class A inheritance joins in, then Lone Desert Smoke would be invincible in the World League Championships. Dream Technology announced that the first World League Championships would be held in Los Angeles, America. All parties that were qualified to enter the competition would get free tickets, back and forth. Their lodgings during the competition period would be covered by the organizing committees. The competition would be held on the 15th of January next year. The competition would go on for 4 days straight. As a safety measure, Zhang Yang and his party members would definitely travel over to the competition venue on the 14th. They would want to avoid any possible flight cancellation due to reasons such as a storm or other unforeseen circumstances. If that could happen, they might risk missing out the competition. Silky Soft Battle Team had won the first place in the China Region S-Class League Championship. However, the competition of acquiring the second place was extremely intense. The results would remain unknown until the very last second of the competition. Noob Tank. Come back here. Quickly. Zhang Yang was currently grinding his level in the Hidayat Wilderness, a level 120-150 map. It was not because the environment was suitable for ground level. Zhang Yang was there because he could allow his herb foraging familiar to gather high-tier materials for him. The materials that his herb foraging familiar could gather would allow Zhang Yang to earn even more. Just as he was grinding his level halfway, he suddenly received Wei Yan Air's call. A player can receive a call from the real world even as they are logged in the game. It was really convenient. Zhang Yang was shocked, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh my god. Oh my god. You've got to come back now, Noob Tank." "Woo woo woo." The voice of Wei Yan Air was trembling in fear. "Silly you, just come back quickly." Zhang Yang could also hear Han Yingshue's voice. Her voice was also trembling with fear as well. Could it be Lu Wei? Did he finally come to take his revenge? Zhang Yang jumped out of his chair and threw the game helmet aside. With a few heavy steps, he charged out of his office with a loud bang through his office door. His secretaries were shocked. "That bastard. Lu Wei, if you dare lay any of your fingers on any of my girls, I will not mind to die with you one more time." Zhang Yang's eyes were fueled with murderous intent. Han Yingxue was his beloved woman, while Wei Yan Air was his girl he loved dearly as well. If anything were to happen to any one of them, or worse, 2 of them, Zhang Yang would definitely go berserk and do something crazy. So why would Lu Wei make a move now? Even if he does not know Sun Xinu's background, but he had tasted the consequences of trying something funny with Zhang Yang. So he, of everyone, should know that things would not end well if he planned to mess with Zhang Yang. Everyone should just compete against each other in the light. If anyone would try something insidious and caustic under the table, the consequences should be unbearable for anyone. God damn it. Zhang Yang was on the verge of breaking. He sped his sports car up as he was on his way back to Han Yingshui and Wei Yan Air. He raced through several red lights to get there. It only took him about 12 minutes to get back to the house. Normally, it would take him about 20 minutes to do so. Which little brat. After getting into the house, Zhang Yang quickly shouted out their names. His voice was trembling with fear. He even felt that his own voice was unfamiliar to himself. Noob Tank, weak voice of Wei Yan Air came from a corner of the house. Zhang Yang immediately regained his conscience and reacted to the voice. He turned his head to the direction of Wei Yan Air's room. Her voice came from the room. Zhang Yang quickly took a few steps forward and kicked the door open with a powerful kick. Bang! What he saw before him was Han Yingshui and Wei Yan Air holding each other tightly as they were trembling with fear. The two ladies were pale. It was obvious that they were terrified and scared of something. Something must have happened. Fortunately, none of them were hurt. Zhang Yang let out a breath of relief. He could feel that his body had been drained of his energy the moment he knew that the two ladies were fine and safe. His legs were suddenly so weak that he fell and sat on the floor. "Noob Tank, quickly, help us change the disc." Wei Yan'er pointed at the TV right in front of their beds and said. Zhang Yang was stunned for one brief moment, then he said, "What disc?" "I rented a vintage horror movie from the university. Now that we've finished watching the A side of the disc, we are both terrified. Both of us dare not step off the bed. So we had to call you here to help us." Wei Yan'er was acting innocent all over again. Then she continued to say, "We're at a cliffhanger now. So quickly. Change the disc now." Zhang Yang could only frown intensely as he tried to get his anger back in place. "So, you called me back here just to ask me to change the disc, for you?" "That's right. What else could it be?" Wei Yan'er was still talking, unaware of the danger that she was about to face. "I'm going to teach you a good lesson today, or you're going to turn the sky upside down. You little brat." Zhang Yang walked up to the side of the bed swiftly and tugged the little brat out of her blanket. Then he pushed her down to the floor, face first. With his hand lifted high up, Zhang Yang smacked the palm of his hand straight on the little brat's buttocks. He did not hold his strength back at all. Wei Yan'er was afraid of pain. She immediately attempted to struggle and tried to get up from the floor. However, Zhang Yang was very strong. How would she beat Zhang Yang in terms of strength then? She could only wriggle like a fish out water. Piak. 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 Zhang Yang did not hold back at all as he continued to smack the little brat's buttocks. Wei Yan'er was smacked to the point that her pretty little face had turned pale. She began to sob and cry. "You bastard. I'll never forgive you. I hate you. Woo woo woo, ouch. Woo woo woo. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please. Stop hitting me." The little brat could no longer endure the pain and she began to beg for mercy from Zhang Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Level 120. Chapter 610, Level 120. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang continued to smack the little brat without any restraint whatsoever. Then, he stopped and said, "Now do you know what would happen if you ever do this again? I care about you. I came all the way back here like a crazy person just to find out that you were just fooling around with me? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. When you're really in great danger and you're in need of desperate help, would anyone still believe you and come for you? Yan'er, ever heard of the boy who cried wolf?" "Who?" Han Shui snickered. Wei Yan'er looked more like a panda more than anything now. Her eyes were teary, while her expression was pitiful and yet funny. Furthermore, she kept blinking her huge eyes as she said, "Woo woo woo, Noob Tank. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me anymore, my buttocks are going to be split into 4 if you keep hitting them." Look at her pitiful face. Zhang Yang almost lost his composure to start laughing. However, he did not laugh. He fought the urge, as he needed to show the little brat some seriousness in this. He was trying to get rid of those weird immature things that were kept in that little brain of hers all day long. On the other hand, Han Shui was giggling while watching the drama between Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er. She even reached out and pinched Wei Yan'er's cheek, saying, "Yan'er, you're so cute. Quickly, pass me my phone. I need to take a photo of you like this. Woo woo woo. Han Shui, you big milk cow. I hate you. I curse you to drop your boobies into the wok when you're cooking." Wei Yan'er tightened her teeth as she spoke. "You too. Have some self-reflection and carefully think about your own behavior." Zhang Yang also gave Han Shui a glare. This woman had actually allowed that little brat to act so recklessly. Zhang Yang thought of teaching her a lesson as well. Han Shui looked at Zhang Yang with her sexy eyes and giggled, "Silly you, do you intend to beat up the elder sister as well, but? You will not remember if I don't." Zhang Yang pulled the blanket away and he exposed Han Shui's body in the open. He was shocked. The little brat was wearing a body-warming type of pajamas which had long trousers and long sleeves, an appropriate set of standard sleeping attire. On the other hand, this witch was wearing some sort of 2-piece negligee. On her upper body, she was wearing something that barely passed as a laced bra. The bra was pushing up her round and massive peaks so tightly together that a long, deep line of cleavage was seen between the 2 boobies. Her lower portion was barely covered in a string. They had really saved the fabric materials on manufacturing this set of bikini-like network of strings. Right at her triangular zone, Zhang Yang's sharp and observant pair of eyes could make out the lovely mound. Some of her bush had even slipped out the skimpy sides. Holy moly! Zhang Yang was rendered totally speechless at the fair and smooth-skinned body of the witch. The parts that were supposed to be small would comfortably fit in the palm of a hand. Meanwhile, the parts that were supposed to be large threatened to spill out even if 2 hands were used. Her legs were long and slender, just the type of legs that a top-tier model would have. Her white legs were fair and alluring. Zhang Yang stared at it, frozen in wonder. Then, he pulled her onto himself, face first, so that he had access to her rear, and smacked that booty with all his might. Piak! His palm landed solidly on her buttocks as the sound of a loud slap was heard across the entire room. The surface of Han Yingshue's meaty buttocks took such great impact that ripples went across the surface. It was hypnotic. Therapeutic. A new religion, perhaps. What the hell? If her front was barely covered by a tiny piece of triangle, nothing covered her rear whatsoever. A string ran between her butt cheeks. Her round and fair buttocks were completely exposed to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang could feel a heat wave rushing to his chest as he stared long and hard at her buttocks. Meanwhile, Han Yingshue could not stand pain. She was letting out something between a moan and a cry. It triggered him, all right. She was still lying against him, her puffy marshmallows against his nether regions. Something hard started rising up, threatening to tear through his trousers, wanting nothing more than to nestle itself between the Grand Canyon. He raised his hand up once again. The sound was loud, but the slap was not. It was just like giving the buttocks a gentle tap. His palm slipped this time as he involuntarily gave a stroke on her soft and extremely elastic buttocks. Han Yingshue propped herself up and looked at Zhang Yang. She gave him a lewd, dreamy gaze as she licked her lips. Although they did not exchange words, they understood each other very well. Zhang Yang said, "You disobedient woman. Get back to your own room. Now. I must teach you a lesson today." That was for Wei Yin Er to hear. The little brat had no sympathy for the witch at all. She wanted the witch to suffer as quickly as possible. So she said, "That's right. It was Cousin Sis who persuaded me to call you, Noob Tank. I'm innocent. You little brat arg." Han Yingshue could only make a scream before she was pulled into Zhang Yang's arms. Then, the two of them attempted to stumble out of the room without tripping each other over. Noob Tank, right before Zhang Yang could set his foot out of the room, he heard the croaky voice of Wei Yin Er summoning him. He stopped, and the next thing he heard was Wei Yin Er saying, "Since you're back already, help me change the disc." Zhang Yang almost popped. This little brat had not reflected on her own actions at all. He had smacked her buttocks for nothing. You. Continue with your self-reflection. Now. With large, haphazard steps, the two of them found their way to Zhang Yang's room. The moment the door was shut, he lifted her up by her buttocks, sandwiching her between the door and himself. He kissed the red, seductive lips of Han Yingshue with passion and fire. When their lips parted and their tongues met, sparks coursed throughout their entire bodies. After kissing aggressively for 3 to 4 minutes, Han Yingshue was already in the mood. She tugged down Zhang Yang's zip and said, "It's time for the main course after the appetizers." Upon unleashing the Zhang Yang cannon, he no longer bothered to disarm Han Yingshue. He pulled off what little cloth that stood in the way and ventured straight into the flooded swamp. He did not hold back at all, offering no quarter as he began his conquest. It was a brutal, violent jackhammering. The witch's eyes rolled into her skull as she could only hold on to Zhang Yang's neck and shoulders for the ride that shifted the tectonic plates. She was worried that her heart would pound out from her chest as the sensations overwhelmed her body. Tens of minutes later, the storm came to an end. Zhang Yang now had his back against the door, using the contact point where his shoulders and the surface of the door met as a fulcrum for his shoveling, while Han Yingshue leaned on him, her feet not touching the ground once. Although the battle had only gone on for tens of minutes, the two of them had never had such an intense session. The two of them were extremely exhausted to the point that they stood in silence for a time, doing nothing but to pant together. It felt different today. Han Yingshue drew circles with her finger on Zhang Yang's chest. With the touch of her gentle and soft hand, Zhang Yang felt like he was being a little reignited even after he had already let his cannon loose. Zhang Yang did not say anything. He had many thoughts in his mind as he was rushing back to the house. He could not imagine how a day would go by without Han Yingshue and Wei Yin Er. His life would become empty and lifeless. Although it was just the little brat's false alarm, Zhang Yang had clearly seen how much the two of them meant to him. But, I like it. This time, I could really feel that thing they're really, really loving me. Han Yingshui directed her seductive gaze into Zhang Yang's eyes.
Her eyes narrowed with clear intent as she bent over so that her massive chest flooded over Zhang Yang's rock-hard pectorals. Her perfectly shaped torso came to rest upon his body. It was like how a female knight would lean on the back of her horse as she gallops through a battlefield, lance lowered and ready.
Such an aggressive stance. Zhang Yang frowned intensely.
Men and women were not the same at all when it came down to having sex. He was exhausted after having to feed 2 ladies last night. He had just fired another shot a moment ago. So it would take a miracle for his cannon to operate again anytime soon.
Io, you were so fierce just now you're making a pitiful face to get my sympathy? The witch began to toy with Zhang Yang's cannon again as she revealed a sensitive on her face, in the name of the moon. I'll punish you. Witchy Snow. Let's get married. Oh. You have finally become determined to take me as your lawful wife? Han Yingxia was feeling surprised. No. We can find a country that allows a man to have many wives. We can go there, get married and come back here.
The expression on Han Yingshui's face instantly changed from sunny to rainy. Her soft caress turned into a violent, twisting grip. Zhang Yang felt an excruciating pain and he jumped up to the air, but... You witch! Stop! Let go! Pooey! You're such a horny big bastard. Are you still thinking of having women on your left and right? Humph! There's no way for me to be on equal footing with that cold and ruthless B***tch. No way at all. Han Yingshui snarled as if the Ice Queen and her were sworn enemies. Arg, you're killing your husband. These 2 women were very odd creatures. They did not mind having a 3PSEC together. So why would they still fight over for a status like their lives depended on it? Zhang Yang did not go back to the company. He was persuaded by Han Yingshui to stay. After changing the disc for the 2 ladies, he accompanied them to watch the horror movie. He could not help but laugh at the 2 ladies' various reactions. After logging into the game, Zhang Yang only focused on 2 main tasks. The first was to make tons of potions for selling. The next task was to focus on aiding Fatty Han and the others in grinding their levels and help them achieve level 120. Although the special effect of the sort of purging devourer had been greatly nerfed, Zhang Yang could still deal deadly AoE attacks to all his targets. His Thunderstrike and Blast Wave had become even more powerful thanks to the boost that his attributes had. Meanwhile, his Horizontal Sweep was even more terrifying. He could activate his God of War transformation once every 3 days. It would let him slaughter with even more joy when he does so. Furthermore, his most powerful monster slaughtering skill was actually his Dragon Rising Strike, which he had no control over. It could allow Zhang Yang to deal a damage 10 times higher than his initial damage. His Horizontal Sweep could cover up to an area of 100-meter radius. If the effects of Dragon Rising Strike kicked during a horizontal strike, even elite-tier monsters would lose approximately 25% to 35% of their HP in one hit. Zhang Yang had spent all his energy and mind in aiding the others to level up. He would not party with anyone, simply tagging alone. He would allow the others to have the final strike on the monsters before they die. By doing so, the players who gave the last hit to the monsters would earn 50% of the total experience that the monsters would give. Under his strong support, Wei Yan'er was the first to reach level 120.
Han Yingshui, Sun Xinu, and Daffodil Daydream were the next to follow.
In just a short while, the rest of the party members had also reached level 120. By the end of December, all members of Zhang Yang's regular party, except for Endless Starlight, had reached level 120. Zhang Yang had only leveled up by 2 levels. It was slow progress, as he had spent more time helping his party members instead of focusing on his own levels. Upon reaching level 120, the most significant change was actually done to everyone's battle companions and their pets. The initial equipment on pets and battle companions would level up automatically as they level up. That alone had made them so much better than the players in terms of leveling up. Currently, Felice had over 267,480 HP, with Vitality Aura, while she is in her humanoid form. Her attack ranged from 31,397 to 41,397, while her defense was 5,200. When she transforms into her Dragonhawk form, her HP would reach up to 168,740 HP, with Vitality Aura. Her magic attack would range from 19,502 to 23,502, while her defense is merely 880. However, she had over 5,200 magic resistance. On the other hand, Thunderhawk's statistics were as below. HP, 219,310. Magic attack, 19,502 to 23,502. Defense, 880.
The attack power of magic-type battle companions and pets were the easiest ones to count.
Because they only had one single target skill which required only a 2-second chanting period of time. They would be able to deal 200% additional magic damage on their targets. So, their magic attack would just be equal to their DPS. Felice and Thunderhawk could deal approximately 21,000 damage in every second. As long as they do not encounter a boss with high magic resistance, they should be able to deal terrifying damage. Now, they were finally ready. They can finally go on to challenge the final bosses of the quests for Class A, Class S inheritances. After the gang prepared all sorts of potions, they hopped onto their flying mounts and departed towards the Candia grasslands.
The main purpose of this expedition would be to slay the final boss of Wei Yin Heir's Darkness Inheritance quest, Zamito.
As for Endless Starlight and the others, they were heartlessly left behind in the dungeon. They had to leave their brothers and sisters of Lone Desert Smoke to repeat the Dragon Throat Fortress again and again for equipment and items. The person that replaced him was Galileo. That boy with a pretty face had already acquired his Light and Shadow inheritance. Furthermore, he had recently reached level 120. He was now the big gun of the main party. Do not underestimate the small difference between level 120 and level 110 plus. The idea of difference is an understatement. Now that they had entered the Candia grasslands, they would not be simply attacked by monsters unless they deliberately went around hunting for them. Well, they were already extremely familiar with the whereabouts of Zamito after being wiped out by the boss for over dozens of times. They could even find the boss with their eyes closed. After flying through the sky for more than 3 hours, they arrived at a small valley enshrouded in dark mist all over the place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 611, The Dark Knight. Chapter 611, The Dark Knight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is the old lair of the Dark Knight Zamito, the Silent Death Valley. Large powerful bosses would have a marked advantage. They would usually have a large number of monsters around them. There would also be bosses that were located in vast, however, having no other monsters at all around them. Players could just engage in battle with the boss without the trouble of fighting other monsters. Of course, there were also some exemptions such as the Wraith King and the Demon Lord. There would be millions of monsters surrounding them. However, the Dark Knight Zamito was alone in the boss stage. He was the only one alive in the entire valley. Oh, his warhorse too. The Dark Knight Zamito, the Mouth of Death, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 150. HP, 450 million. Melee attack, 75,409 to 95,409. Defense, 9.950. Skills. Warhorse's Trample. Zamito commands his warhorse to shock the ground, causing 80,000 physical damage to all targets within the area of a 40-meter radius. Fatal Strike, strikes the hammer on a target, causing 100% melee attack. Darkness Aura, darkness will shroud up everyone within the effective area of the aura. Targets will be afflicted with 10% rate to become blind once in every 3 seconds. Last for 5 seconds. Aura range, with Dark Knight Zamito as the center point, by an area of 40-meter radius. Death Entanglement, causes 100,000 shadow damage to the target. At the same time, recovers Zamito's HP by 200,000 points. Immortality build, recover 2% HP once in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovery will not be affected by any other effects. Note, the Dark Knight Zamito was once a sacred knight that believed in the light. However, he was unable to resist the temptation of the darkness as he fell to the dark side. No one in the world would deny the talent and strength that he had. He once single-handedly destroyed the notorious Bayari bandits. The Dark Knight wore a set of armor that was completely pitch black. Even the metallic armors that his warhorse wore were all black in color. The only part that was not entirely black was the 2 ignited flames of Spectre. They were green in color. Zamito could be deemed to be much more powerful than Heshiels, even without his immortality build, which allowed him to recover 2% of his HP once every 30 seconds. That Heshiels could only recover 1% HP once every 30 seconds while Zamito could recover 2% HP. That made him worthy to be the final boss for the quest of a Class A inheritance. Zamito had over 450 million HP and he could recover 2% of that amount of HP once every 30 seconds. In other words, he could recover up to 9 million HP once every 30 seconds. That would mean that he could recover over 300,000 HP in 1 second. Hence, the party should deal more than 300,000 damage within 30 seconds in order to deal effective damage to Zamito. Furthermore, Zamito could also activate his Death Entanglement to deal damage to his enemies while healing himself.
If the boss can frequently activate his death entanglement, it would become extremely difficult for the party to bring down the boss's HP. Zhang Yang took a deep breath in and said, "We shall activate our inheritance transformation skills together and settle this within 2 hours. If we can't, the boss will settle us instead." Alright. Casting aside the issue about the total damage that they could deal to the boss, Zhang Yang and his party would still be facing a great chance of failing again if they did not have inheritance transformation skills with them. Even if the level gap suppression function could no longer affect them, the healing capability of Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart still had not caught up to the damage that the boss could deal on the party. Therefore, they must kill the boss within 2 hours in order to solve that problem. Take your potions and move out. Zhang Yang took a bottle of level 4 power potion. At the same time, he activated his God of War transformation, and his radiating wings sprouted out of his back, illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Yang fluttered his wings and flew straight into the sky. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the boss. He swung his Sword of Purging Devourer straight at the neck of the boss and triggered the boss battle. 125-922. It felt great, without the limitation that the level gap suppression function. Zhang Yang could finally strike with the power that is rightfully his. The damage that he could deal to this boss no longer sucked. 100 shots, Lost Dreams and the rest activated their inheritance transformations as well. Then, the party began to launch their assaults on the boss as aggressively as they could. Who dares interrupt me while I was in deep thought? Zamito let out a screeching voice. His voice was like a supersonic, literally. The rocks and stones in the surroundings were trembling as the voice of the boss echoed through the entire area. Some of the rocks even cracked, as fragments of rocks crumbled down. The spectral flames that were burning dimly in within the 2 eye sockets of the boss suddenly burst to life as they locked on Zhang Yang. He reached out and grabbed hold of a large hammer with runes all over it. The next thing the boss did was to swing the hammer straight towards Zhang Yang. Just before the hammer could land on Zhang Yang raised his shield up and protected himself from the powerful strike of the boss. A loud sound when the hammer and the surface of the shield clashed against each other echoed across the surroundings. The hammer clashed solidly into the shield and Zhang Yang was sent flying back by the powerful impact of the strike. In terms of strength, players would never be able to match with the high-tier bosses. Ha ha ha. I shall make drinking cups out of your skulls. Zamito let out a sharp voice once again. It was extremely unpleasant to the ears of others. The description forgot to mention the boss has another skill called brain-piercing demonic voice. It's so annoying. Lost Dream could not help but ridicule the boss. That's right. It's like using a sharp stone to scratch the surface of glass. That screeching sound is deafening. Fantasy Sweetheart nodded to express her agreement. Open up your settings menu and lower down the FX. Zhang Yang said. At the same time, he threw his Glare of the Death God onto the boss. Resisted. Well, everyone was getting used to it already. The rate of being resisted was much higher than the rate of success, after all. However, it would not matter much anymore, as the level gap suppression function of the game had finally been nullified. Everyone could finally perform at their regular standard. The players who had activated their inheritance transformation skills were performing even better than expected as their firepower combined into something amazing. 262-289. Horizontal Strike. 369-332. God of War Devastation. 62-932. Cripple Defense Add-on. The attack power of Zhang Yang could shame 99% of the players in the game. Furthermore, the special effect of the Cripple Defense, which could provide an additional 50% damage to the weapon, was triggered. It caused approximately 60,000 damage to the boss. Well, the Cripple Defense of 90% tankers in the game could only reduce the defense of bosses. Without any reduction in the boss's defense, the attacks from other players would only be able to forcefully cause 1 point of damage. They would not be able to penetrate through the high defense of the boss. In Zhang Yang's case, he was able to equip a 2-handed weapon. Furthermore, he could increase his attack by 5 times upon activating his God of War transformation. Therefore, Zhang Yang could manage to amplify the damage dealt on the boss by up to 60,000 damage. Darkness shall devour you all. Zamito let out a thunderous roar as the warhorse reared on its hind legs all of a sudden. Then, the horse began to stomp the ground repeatedly. A rumbling sound began to echo across the surroundings and the surface of the ground began to crack. Fragments of broken rocks began to shoot out randomly and caused approximately 80,000 basic damage to everyone in the surroundings. Players who activated their inheritance transformation skills, like 100 Shots and Lost Dream, now had 20 times their HP. Therefore, that amount of damage was still bearable for them. On the other hand, although the ladies had not acquired their inheritances yet, they had powerful mythical tier equipment. The total amount of HP on each of them had exceeded 100,000 HP. Furthermore, their mounts provided them with even more HP. That total amount exceeded 150,000 HP. After receiving a hit from the boss, they would still have almost half of their HP left. So the attack did not pose any lethal threat to any of them. This is the advantage of having an elite party. If it was the Crimson Rage Division that had been sent to fight Hashil's going up against this boss, that wave of damage from the boss's Warhorse's Trample would have killed a few dozen players back there. However, the large-scale AoE skills of big bosses would usually have a much shorter cooldown period. In just approximate 10 seconds, the boss had activated his Warhorse's Trample, once again as he commanded his warhorse to stomp on the ground as heavily as possible. With the skill being activated once again so soon, Han Shui and the other ladies were forced to retreat. Although Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart were healing the others at their very best, it would not be possible for them to heal everyone up within approximately 10 seconds. Upon receiving another wave of damage from Warhorse's Trample, they quickly withdrew from the front line and got out of the effective range of the Warhorse's Trample. They could not afford to get another hit from the same attack again. It was wiser to retreat first. Players who already had their own inheritances had no reason to fear. Normally, inheritances that are Class C and above would provide a life-saving skill. Even without any support from the healers, they could still activate their life-saving skills and survive for another few minutes provided that they are not the main targets of the boss. Upon reaching beyond level 120, the special effective, Titan Chestplate, that could allow players to recover HP had dropped even further. Zhang could only recover 1% of his HP every second when the special effect is triggered. Therefore, he could only recover 10% HP with each activation of his shield wall. However, Zhang had over 211,580 HP at the moment. His HP could reach up to 8,500,000 HP when he activates his God of War transformation. That being said, he could still recover 850,000 HP by activating his shield wall, furthermore, he would be able to activate his shield wall once every 150 seconds. He would be recovering more than 5,000 HP each second. It was a significant amount. Other than that, Zhang had over 26,600 defense and 4,612 damage absorption effect. Each normal attack of the boss could averagely cause about 40,000 damage to him. He could also activate his block once every 6 seconds, reducing the amount of damage that he would receive each second down to 14,000 damage. The skills of the boss that annoyed him the most were the Death Entanglement, the Warhorse's Trample, and the Fatal Strike. Warhorse's Trample would be activated once every 12 seconds. Death Entanglement would be activated once every 30 seconds. Fatal Strike would be activated once every 20 seconds. With these attacks accounted for, the boss should be able to increase his DPS up to 30,000 damage. The boss would cause AoE attacks to all targets with his Warhorse's Trample, while he could recover some HP with his Death Entanglement. Meanwhile, the boss could also slightly reduce the healing efficiency of Zhang with his Fatal Strike. Every single skill that the boss made the fight all the more challenging. Well, only Lone Desert Smoke has the capability of sending in 1 player with Class S inheritance and 4 players with Class B inheritance. That was how they managed to create a possibility for themselves to take down a level 150 ethereal tier boss with a small party. The battle companions seemed to be much weaker in such battles. Only healing-type battle companions could contribute to the battle by supporting the players with their healing abilities. The assault-type battle companions were not able to reach their full potential in dealing damage to the boss, as they could not find much of a chance to touch the boss, to begin with. Since the party members were in desperate need of healing, the healers did not heal the battle companions at all. Fortunate for them, the rate of activation for Warhorse's Trample was constant and thus predictable. The battle companions could run up to the boss and launch their attacks for 3 seconds before they would have to withdraw. By doing so, they could at least support the party by dealing some damage to the boss without adding pressure to the healers. In contrast to the battle companions, the pet mounts greatly aided the players. When the players were mounted on their pet mounts, the pet mounts would not receive any damage at all. As long as the players are still alive, the pet mounts would be able to dish out all their damage to the enemy. However, Zhang could no longer mount his pet mount upon activating his God of War transformation. So Thunderhawk could only join the battle companions as they supported the players from the rear. Let the darkness devour you. Zamito continued to screech in a sharp voice that pierced through everyone's ears. His voice could also be considered as an effect that affected the battle a little. It was extremely annoying even though it could not cause any damage to everyone.
As the party was struggling through the battle under the influence of the boss's voice, the boss activated his darkness aura. This skill was the only skill that would not cause any damage to the players. However, the skill was as annoying as the other skills that the boss would use. It caused the players to lose sight of the battle every once in a while. They would not be able to attack or to do anything at all, whenever that happens. It could almost halt the DPS of the party completely. 90%, 80%, 70%. The inheritance transformation skills were really packing a punch on the boss. Without the effective level gap suppression function, the HP bar of the boss was decreasing rapidly. In just 40 minutes, the HP bar of Zamido had entered below 20%. That was the time when the party had finally entered the killing cleave stage. Zhang activated his shadow clones to increase the rate of his attacks. Upon reaching beyond level 120, he had acquired an additional skill point. So he added the skill point to his shadow clone skill, upgrading it up to level 3. Now, he could summon 3 shadow clones at the same time. Although each of his shadow clones could only deal 10% of the damage that he could deal to the enemy, 3 shadow clones would mean that he has acquired 30% additional damage. Upon activating Indiscriminate and gulping down a bottle of Power Potion, Grade 10 Transmutation, Zhang struck the boss with his Killing Cleave. 2,937,948. 293,794. 293,795. 293,794. Thanks to Indiscriminate, everything was a guaranteed critical hit. Furthermore, the Lucky Strike was triggered at the same time, causing an extremely high damage value that reached up to 3 million damage. Furthermore, the 3 shadow clones provided additional toppings to the cream. So Zhang and the shadow clones had managed to cause approximately 4 million damage to the boss in that instant. They had struck away almost 1% of the boss's HP in one go. What the F***CK? That strike was insane. Zhang Yu. Lost Dream was breathless after seeing Zhang taking out about 1% HP of the boss with only one strike. Even though the boss had a long HP bar, that 1% reduction was significant. Everyone was shocked by that. Wei Yan'er felt envious, then she said, "Ha! Just wait till I get my hands on my darkness inheritance. Then, I shall be able to do that as well." You bastards! You're merely puny mortals. It's impossible for your power to match mine. I'm the god of darkness. I'm invincible. I'm undefeated. Zamido let out a roar. Well, it was more of a screech than a roar. The warhorse was stomping the ground more frequently than ever, and the effect of Warhorse's Trample spread across the ground endlessly. Under such a heavy onslaught, any player without an inheritance would not be able to withstand the waves of damage at all. Han Shui and the other ladies had to flee altogether. 100 Shots and the other DPS players had to withdraw as well, after hitting the boss for a little while. They had to withdraw from the front line to the rear to get healed up by Han Shui and the other healers. The healer-type battle companions also aided in healing up the rest of the party members. 15%, 12%, 9%. Zhang courage was mounting as the battle continued to progress. On the other side of things, the boss was backed against the ropes. He was on the brink of his death. However, Zhang was forced to use all his life-saving skills as well, while holding out against the waves of bombardments from the boss. In just a brief moment, Zhang had already burned up all of his life-saving skills and attack skills. If they still could not kill the boss as soon as possible, Zhang would have to give in and die as well. 100 Shots and the others were aware of the situation. After getting healed up a little, they charged back into the battle to ease Zhang stress. The skills of hunters and thieves had cooldown periods as well. They also required focus points and energy points to activate their skills. By withdrawing and getting back to the front line, they managed to wait out for the cooldown period, and their FP and EP had enough time to recover, just enough for them to activate their skills again. Although they might have lost a little DPS efficiency by doing so, the effects were not fatal. 8%, 5%, 2%. You damned pests. There's no way that you can defeat me. No way. Zamido became hysterical as he began to make his final attempt to struggle against the inevitable. We're almost there. I smell victory. Wei Yan'er was overwhelmed by joy as she began to jump around in excitement. Previously, they had failed to kill the boss so many times. Now that the boss was on the brink of his own demise, the little brat was super happy. She finally let go of her grudge that she had left brewing for a very long time. No! 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 Zamido screamed in misery as his last drop by HP was emptied out.
The Dark Knight fell from the back of his warhorse and collapsed heavily on the ground. The warhorse neighed violently as it stomped its hoofs on the ground repeatedly. Then, the horse ran off into the wild and disappeared from everyone's view. Hey! Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. But when disaster strikes, they fly off in different directions for safety. So now that the husband is no longer reliable, the horse ran away. Ha ha! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, The First Step to Acquiring Phoenix Pet. Chapter 612, The First Step to Acquiring Phoenix Pet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment when the boss was dead, Wei Yan'er rushed up to the boss and picked up all of the loot on the ground. She was giggling with joy after seeing the amount of coins she got. Wei Yan'er is going to get her Class A inheritance. Lost Dream and the others were envious. They were not patient enough to wait for the appearance of other Class A inheritance previously. They had made a fatal decision to take a Class B inheritance for themselves. Now, they could only look at other with regret. Ha ha. From now on, you guys should just call me Wonder Girl Little Yan'er. Everyone laughed. Zhang Yang bent down and picked up all the loot from the ground. The boss was not generous at all. He had only dropped 4 pieces of equipment upon his death. However, items and equipment dropped by open-world bosses were usually unique. Unique items and equipment were usually impossible to be found among loot that had been dropped by bosses from common dungeons. Among the 4, there were 2 ethereal tier equipment. These 2 were the best equipment at the current stage of the game. Theoretically speaking, players would need to clear level 170 dungeons in order to acquire ethereal tier equipment. Furthermore, the ethereal tier equipment would not have the special that could reduce the required level by 20 levels. It made sense after all. Players could repeat a dungeon as many times as they like. The refresh rate of a dungeon would usually be short as well. If the items and equipment that drop upon clearing a dungeon are not adjusted appropriately, many players would be able to acquire unique equipment just by farming in dungeons. By then, would those so-called unique items and equipment still be unique? The 2 pieces of mythical tier equipment were ignored by the gang. Everyone had their eyes on the 2 pieces of ethereal tier equipment. It's so much better for us to kill a boss on our own. Everything dropped would be ours to take. Fatty Han sighed as he recalled back to the memory where they were aiding Crimson Rage and slaying Hashiels. By the end of it, they had only acquired a piece of alchemist recipe, although that piece of recipe did bring endless fortune upon them. Zhang Yang laughed and pasted the link to the attributes of the first ethereal tier equipment on the party chat. It was a dark blue amulet that could cover one's entire neck just by wearing it. Amasa's Nose Hoop, Ethereal, Necklace. Vitality, plus 1167. Strength, plus 396. Agility, plus 396. Equip, increase maximum HP by 2,330 points. Equip, increase both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, increase 340 damage absorption when being hit. Equip, your normal attack will have 7% rate to increase 20% additional damage to your next skill attack. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduce 20 levels of the required level. Note, Amos was a Minotaur warrior. His legendary tales were so abundant that they could be compiled into a thick book. A nose hoop. Everyone was disgusted upon hearing the name of it. However, the attributes of the nose hoop were very appealing. Everyone was tempted to take it. After all, this was an authentic ethereal tier equipment. Furthermore, they could already equip it the moment they get to level 130. It would not be long before they would reach level 130 anyway. Roll for it then. Zhang Yang nodded. Without wasting any more breath over it, everyone rolled to see where their luck would lead them. The nose hoop was a unique physical type equipment. Any other equipment of the same type with the same level would never match this unique equipment. Warriors, thieves, hunters or knights, all of them did not wait for the opportunity to slip away as they rolled and let the system decide on who should have it. By the end of it, Zhang Yang triumphed over Wei Yan'er. He got 97 points while Wei Yan'er only got 96 points. There he went, shoving the necklace into his inventory with joy. Humph. I don't feel like having a stinky nose hoop that was worn by a Minotaur anyway. Pooey. Wei Yan'er lost only by 1 point, so she could only comfort herself with that little mouth of hers. The party chuckled lightly at that statement. Then, they turned their attention towards the second ethereal tier equipment. It was a refined leather armor made with master craftsmanship. The leather armor had all sorts of runes that formed multiple mysterious magic circles all over the surface of the equipment.
The equipment was glittering with the radiance of morning light. It was mesmerizing to look upon it.
Hell Lord rune chest plate, ethereal, leather armor.
Defense, plus 192. Magic defense, plus 192. Vitality, plus 4,668. Strength, plus 680. Agility, plus 1,586. Equip, increases maximum HP by 9,330 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, increases 679 damage absorption when being hit. Use, forms a magic reflector shield. Can reflect all magic type attacks, including healing spells. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 4 hours. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduces 20 levels of the required level. Wow! This is an item that could turn a player into the public nemesis of all spellcasters in the entire game. Daffodil Daydream screamed. Players who equip it would not only have magic resistance, but also the ability to form a magic reflector. It was obvious that the purpose of designing such equipment would be to put down spellcasters and witch doctors. That's right. Once the magic reflector is on, spell-type players will only be able to stare at their opponent. Unfortunately, as the equipment could disrupt the balance of a 1vs1 match, this equipment would not be allowed to be equipped during any league championship. It was an adjustment made by the system. You seldom see players fighting one-on-one in open-world player versus player matches. Players would usually battle in numbers. Although this equipment would be powerful, others would still be able to work around the specialized defense. 100 shots, Sun Xinu and the others that required leather armor participated in rolling for the equipment, and even Wei Yenair felt like joining into the bet as well. Although the equipment was just a piece of leather armor, the defense attributes of it were much higher than the defense attributes of a mythical tier heavy armor. It was more of a metallic hide than a piece of leather. Furthermore, it would also greatly boost the vitality, the agility of the players who wear it. The only thing that was lacking was the strength attribute boost. Finally, the equipment was claimed by Lost Dream. He could not help but smile in joy. Other than the 4 equipment, the boss also dropped other additional loot, a skill book, a piece of skill point crystal, and 3 middle-tier chaos gems. 1 middle-tier chaos gem could expand the inventory of a player by 20 slots. No one would ever complain about having additional slots in the inventory. Therefore, everyone began to roll for the 3 middle-tier chaos gem. Zhang was lucky enough to get one of the 3. With that, his inventory was expanded to 210 slots. Naturally, the skill point crystal was even more precious than the 3 chaos gems. After rolling for it, Sun Xinu won the bet and kept the item in her inventory. The last item was a skill book, named after the name Angel's Compassion. The classes were limited to priests and holy knights only. Obviously, it had to be some sort of healing or buffing ability. Since that there was no holy knights among their party members, only Han Yingxue and Fantasy Sweetheart qualified for it. So the two of them began to roll for it. By the end of the contest, Witch Snow was the one who rolled out her best luck and claimed the skill book. Upon learning the skill, she posted the description of the skill on the party chat. Angel's Compassion, level 1, casts a shield to everyone in the same party, maximum 10 players. Lasts for 30 seconds or after absorbing damage equivalent to 500% of the amount of your magic attack value. When the shield is effective, the targets can recover 1% HP every second. On every additional level up, you can cast the shields on 2 additional targets. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The gang was amazed by the description of the skill. It was very impressive. That was right. This could be one of the best healing skills at the current stage of the game. The skill did not just allow the players with the shield to absorb a substantial amount of damage but also allowed the players to recover 1% HP in each second. Although 1% HP seemed a little low, it would really add up if players activated their inheritance transformation skills. Furthermore, the shield would support multiple party members at the same time, 10 players to be exact. When the skill is upgraded up to level 10, the user could support up to 28 players in the same party with this skill. The possibilities are mind-boggling. The party almost broke into a cheer. With Han Yingxue learning the skill, the survival capability of the entire party would definitely increase by a lot. There should be nothing better than this, for now. After killing the boss, the party dispersed, as everyone had something of their own to settle at the moment. Wei Yenair went on to complete the final steps of getting her inheritance. It would only take a day or 2 for her.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang brought Fatty Han along and headed over to the Aomori Mossland. That would be the location where hunters could trigger the hidden quest for the Phoenix Pet. Because there were only 10 of them in the party, without the support of their inheritance transformation skills, Zhang Yang and his party would stand no chance at all in bringing down the final boss of a Class S inheritance quest. Therefore, they were forced to wait for 3 days until the cooldown period for their inheritance transformation skills were all over. By then, the party should be able to take down the final bosses of Han Ing-Shui and Sun Xian's Class S inheritance quests. Lone Desert Smoke would have 3 players with Class S inheritances by then, but... Little Yang, why are you being so secretive while dragging me across half the planet over here? Fatty Han could not stand being dragged around by Zhang Yang anymore. So he began to ask Zhang Yang for some explanations. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I've seen the information on the official website. There should be an NPC who will give a hunter's only hidden quest. The rewards should be extremely good. Since we're both waiting for our inheritance transformation skills to cool off, why not make use of our time and earn some good stuff? You could have simply said so earlier. Ha ha. Fatty Han nudged Zhang Yang with his elbow, gently, of course. The two of them walked into a small village together. It was an ancient village that seemed to have existed since the time of the ancients. The villagers were all human. There was a big difference between the way the villagers dressed the way people from other places dressed. It was most probably because they had been isolated from the outside world for far too long. Hey! When can I taste the barbecued meat of a mellow ram again? There was an old man standing by a little cottage not far from where they stood. The old man was mumbling audibly. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han could catch on to every word he said, if they paid attention. Old man! Stop dreaming about it already. Mellow rams can only be located in the deepest parts of the forest. Even the best hunters do not dare to step foot into that part of the forest. Just eat what you have now. An old lady came out of the little cottage and shoved 2 white buns into the old man's mouth. Then she went back into the cottage. Old hunter Karnas, normal, humanoid. Level, 130. HP, 36,400. Note, Karnas was an outstanding hunter when he was young. Although he is old now, his knowledge and experience would always remain with him. Zhang Yang smiled politely, and said, Old man, we're on our way to hunt. So where's the mellow ram that you mentioned a moment ago? If we get to hunt it down, we shall cut you a deal and give you some of the rewards. Ha ha. Mellow ram is so much more than you've heard. It's not just a simple and tamed ram. Although they don't eat meat, they are far more ferocious than any beast I've ever known. Even tigers tend to stay away from them. Young man, please do me a favor and stop thinking about dying for nothing. Karnas told Zhang Yang and Fatty Han with a serious face. If we succeed, what's in for us then? Zhang Yang smiled. Hee, then I shall give my previous bow that I've kept for tens of years. Karnas replied. Ding. Karnas has given you a quest, hunt for the mellow ram. Do you accept? Of course. That was the first step to activating the hidden quest that both of them had been looking for. Hunt for the mellow ram, difficulty, rank B. Description, you've made a bet with Karnas. You bet that you can hunt down one of the most notorious beasts in the mountains, the mellow ram. Warrior, you better be prepared. Not everyone is capable of handling the mellow ram. Don't get yourself killed just because you thought you could one-up an old hunter. Completion, kill mellow ram 0 to 1. Quest reward, Karnas's Ancient Bow. Karnas's Ancient Bow, Violet Platinum, Bow. Attack, 3618 to 4618. Attack interval, 3.3 seconds. DPS, 1248. Level 4 Socket 1. Level 4 Socket 2. Equip, increases your damage by 5%. Required level, 130. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Hunt for the Mellow Ram. Chapter 613, Hunt for the Mellow Ram. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wow. This quest is giving me a violet platinum bow. Wow. Woohoo. Fatty Han immediately shouted out with sarcasm like an ungrateful son of a *tch. He tried to act as if he had never seen a good equipment before. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Fatty, we are now capable of taking on ethereal tier bosses like a normal routine. Why can't you just be better than this? You should wet your pants over holy tier equipment, not this. Ha ha. Fatty Han did not feel any shame as he laughed it off, this equipment is not bound upon pickup. I shall sell it when I get it.
Zhang Yang frowned. When did this wretched fatty learn how to act like Han Shui and Wei Yin Air? All he could think about was money? Why would he need so much money then?
Zhang Yang did not pry further as he knew that the fatty would say that he would use the money to get married and to get the financial support for the baby powder to be used by his future son.
He would crap tons of endless sh*t from his mouth all day long. Zhang Yang wanted to avoid that.
So he urged the fatty to move his *ss. After leaving the village, both of them summoned their pets and headed towards the deep part of the jungle.
At first, they encountered quite a number of normal tier monsters such as wolves and leopards.
It only took one hit from Felice to kill them all. Fatty Han could not help but feel envious of her. After all, his big booby battle companion Napolita had initially started off as yellow gold tier. Although he had given a number of violet platinum equipment to Napolita, it would still be much weaker than Felice, who already has an entire set of mythical tier equipment on her. However, the main reason why Fatty Han chose Napolita as his battle companion was not based on her capability in dealing a large amount of damage.
It was simply because of one boring reason. The wretched fatty said, "Little Yang, take a good look at that." Every time Napolita swung her weapon, that pair of juicy boobies would shake and jiggle violently. Isn't it marvelous? The wretched fatty began to reveal a perverted smile on his face. Zhang Yang cupped his hands upon his own forehead, then he said, "If I did not know better that you already have a girlfriend, I would have thought that you would even drool upon seeing a female pig. You look like you just came out of jail after decades without seeing a woman. Ha ha. This is called discover the sexy stuff. How was it? Are you contented to see that?" The fatty was beyond redemption. Zhang Yang did not want to waste his breath at Fatty Han, so he patted Thunderhawk and charged forward. The jungle was thick. They would not be able to see what was on the ground clearly if they were to fly too high up. Therefore, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han commanded their flying mounts to go on foot. It seemed that it was part of the system's purpose. Players could simply fly across the jungle if they were only passing through in a hurry. On the contrary, if the players are here to complete a quest, they would have to be obedient and stay on the ground. Players should follow the intended design of the system and clear out monsters that were designed to become the obstacles while completing the quests. Unless the players already know the exact location of the Mellow Ram, players would need to clear out the monsters in their path in order to locate the boss. It would be silly to think that they could escape battles with the monsters if they had flying mounts. With both of their strength combined, Fatty Han and Zhang Yang were unstoppable, in this jungle at least. They basically killed the monsters that came in their way in almost an instant. They did not slow down their pace at all while searching for the Mellow Ram. In just half an hour, they were in the thick of the mountains. The monsters that came out of hiding to attack them were all elite tier monsters. Unfortunately, they could not even locate a single goat or ram after slaying a few dozens of monsters. Both of them proceeded deeper into the jungle. Tens of minutes passed, and they finally located their target. It was a gigantic ram with a pair of large and sharp horns on top of its head. The size of this ram was as large as the size of an elephant. Violet fur grew all over its body. The ram looked intimidating, even though it was just standing there, tugging at the grass on the ground. Mellow Ram, Violet Platinum, Beast. Level, 135. HP, 6 million. Defense, 3,540. Melee attack, 19,298 to 23,298. Skills. Angular Thrust, uses its sharp horns to attack a target, causing 150% melee attack in the form of physical damage to the target. Trample of War, stomps on the ground and causes 5,000 physical damage to all targets within the area of 10 by 10 meters. Reduces the movement speed of the targets. Lasts for 5 seconds. Speed of a ram, immune to all damage, lasts for 5 seconds. Movement speed will increase by 100%. Lasts for 5 minutes. Note, Mellow Ram is one of the best materials to make the finest meals in the entire world. Unfortunately, the number of this species is extremely low. Secondly, the species is extremely powerful. Therefore, only so few have had the pleasure of tasting the meat of a Mellow Ram. Ha ha. So let me bring back enough meat to serve everyone with the meat of Mellow Ram. Fatty Han immediately smacked the rump of his Spitfire piglet and went up to a spot where he was approximately 30 meters from the Mellow Ram. Then he began to let his arrows fly. His Spitfire piglet was also spitting arrows of fire at the target. This Spitfire piglet was one of the Violet Platinum tier pets that was acquired while they were on the 12 Zodiac Mountains right before Baroque Island. As Fatty Han only had a yellow gold flying mount, so of course he would choose a Violet Platinum tier pet to engage in battle rather than a yellow gold tier pet.
At the same time, Fatty Han's turtle pet also charged at the boss. The speed of his turtle was so much swifter than the movement speed of Zhang Yang's mythical turtle. That was the advantage that a hunter had over the other classes. They could have a pet mount and a pet at the same time. Zhang Yang patted his Thunderhawk and joined the battle as well. He swung his sword of Purging Devourer as he began to accumulate rage points for later use. Upon accumulating enough rage points, Zhang Yang struck out with his God of War Devastation and caused massive damage to the boss. With that hit, he managed to get the aggro of the boss over to him. The boss stopped charging towards Fatty Han as it turned around and charged towards Zhang Yang with its sharp and deadly horns. Although there were no healers in the vicinity to aid them, the boss could only deal so much damage to Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang had activated his God of War shield, its normal attacks would only deal about 5,000 damage. Furthermore, Zhang Yang could also activate his block to reduce 1/3 of the total damage taken. The total DPS of the boss had been reduced down to merely 1,600 damage. On the contrary, both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had inheritances to boost their stats up. Other than that, Felice was a mythical tier battle companion at the moment. Thunderhawk was a mythical tier flying mount as well. Only the pet mount of Fatty Han was a little below grade. The only shortage here was that both Fatty Han's battle companion and pet mount were not up to standard. However, that did not affect their performance at all. Besides, they were here to fix that. After just half a minute, the HP bar of the boss had dropped below 10%. The gigantic ram suddenly stomped the ground heavily and caused the ground to tremble. Zhang Yang and Napolita's movement speed were reduced. With their movement speed reduced, the mellow ram took the opportunity to escape. Upon activating its speed of a ram, the boss disappeared into the jungle without a trace. Although the flying speed of Thunderhawk was extremely swift, no thanks to the movement speed reduction and the dense environment of the jungle, it could not glide freely through the air. Meanwhile, if they went too high above the ground, they would have lost the trail that the boss left for them to follow. Zhang Yang could only command Thunderhawk to crawl forward on foot as they witnessed the mellow ram running into the wild and disappearing without a trace. Felice attempted to follow the boss as well. However, she kept running into trees and bushes. So she had also lost track of the boss. As for Fatty Han, he did not even react to the situation. After the boss had disappeared for quite some time, he opened his big mouth and asked, "Huh? Did the boss run away?" Zhang Yang finally understood why the quest was ranked as a rank B quest. Normally, a quest with only a Violet Platinum tier boss would only be ranked as a rank C quest. This boss could attempt to escape whenever its life is in jeopardy. Furthermore, the boss was F*King Fast. It made sense that the quest was deemed as a rank B quest. The two of them had to search for the boss. About 2 hours later, they finally found a mellow ram. Was it the same one as the one they attacked? They had no freaking idea at all. However, although Violet Platinum tier bosses were no longer valuable, it would be illogical for the entire zone of a level 120-150 map to be filled with numerous Violet Platinum tier bosses. It had to be the same boss. As the boss could recover its HP swiftly after it has disengaged from battle, of course, the mellow ram would have a full HP bar. It was more than 2 hours ago since they had last engaged with the ram. Zhang Yang immediately charged up to the boss with Thunderhawk. Fatty Han began to launch his assaults on the boss as aggressively as possible. After just a brief moment, they managed to reduce the HP of the boss down to 10%. History repeated itself, as the boss did the same thing again. It activated Trample of War to reduce the movement speed of all enemies around it before it began to run on its speed of a ram. Zhang Yang quickly activated his Warrior's Will in an attempt to remove the movement speed reduction on him. However, he had never thought this to be possible. The movement speed reduction effect on him could not be lifted. Although Fatty Han was prepared for the situation this time, he did not have enough firepower to take out the boss before it could escape. The boss still had over 10% of HP. Furthermore, the boss was in a 5-second invincibility mode as it was running away. The two of them could only stare at the boss's *SS while letting it slip through their fingers again. I finally understand why the fastest runners on Earth are rams. Hey! Pity those leopards. They would have to run so fast just to get some food. Fatty Han sighed. Zhang Yang could only smile bitterly. This ram was so precise in its calculation. Once its HP bar got below 10%, the boss would begin to run. Furthermore, it would have 5 seconds of invincibility while it was running. That had just made it very hard to kill. To kill the boss, there were only 2 options. One was to kill the boss in one hit when the HP bar of the boss was at 11%. By doing so, the boss should not have the chance to activate its speed of a ram and get away again. Another option was to mobilize a troop of players to surround the boss. After all, the boss could only be invincible for 5 seconds. If they had enough players in the vicinity, they could surround the boss and empty out the remaining 600,000 HP of the boss. However, the reward for this quest was only 1 Violet Platinum tier bow. Furthermore, only hunters could use bows. Which party would be so free to aid them in such a meaningless quest? Therefore, no one had ever managed to complete this hidden quest up to this point. In Zhang Yang's previous life, 2 Korean players who seemed to be too bored at that moment came back to complete this quest when they reached level 150. They came all the way back to kill this running champion with higher tier equipment. Then they also completed a dozen of quests that were given by Karnas. Fortunately for them, one of them was a hunter. They managed to trigger the hidden quest for hunter. That was how the 2 players managed to acquire a phoenix pet. So, luck was also a part of one's strength. It was a headache for Zhang Yang. If he forcefully summoned Sun Xinu and the others over, they would definitely be willing to help. However, the problem would be, how much ground could the 10 of them cover? Once the boss activates its speed of a ram, it would run faster than a thief. How could 10 players possibly keep the boss around when that happens? If he were to summon the forces of Line Desert Smoke over, this was a level 120-150 map after all. They would be very far from home. Other than that, the level of the guild members would be too low to handle themselves on this map. Many would perish upon reaching this map. By the end of it, it would only be an act of exhausting his own guild members while he hoarded the benefits of the outcome. Zhang Yang had gotten used to solving problems all by his own. He would not risk others just to get what he wants, unless the situation forces his hands. Now that both of them could not use their inheritance transformation skills, they could not possibly wait until the cooldowns to be over. Furthermore, they should prioritize on clearing out the final bosses for Han Yingxue and Sun Xinu's Class S inheritance quests. So they should not waste it on such a weak boss. Without the support of their inheritance transformation skills, it seemed to be impossible for them to kill the boss instantly when the HP of the boss is below 10%. The 2 of them made some adjustments to their strategy of taking down the boss. On their 3rd attempt when the boss's HP was below 10%, the 2 of them took a bottle of Power Potion, Grade 10 Transmutation. Then, they activated their Dance of the Heaven and Earth at the same time. Unfortunately, although one Dance of the Heaven and Earth could cause a total of 100,000 damage, it would have to channel for 10 seconds to reach that amount. Upon encountering a target with the ability to become immune to attacks, they could not do any damage to the Mellow Ram for 5 seconds. Although they could still cause damage to the boss with their Dance of the Heaven and Earth, after the 5 seconds of invincibility of the Mellow Ram has passed, they only managed to cause about 140,000 damage to the boss. That was far from enough if they want to kill the boss. Why don't we just let this go, Little Young? It's just a crappy bow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 614, Metamorphosis. Chapter 614, Metamorphosis. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han was turning into a miser like Han Yingxue and Wei Yin Air. He had started to love money more than ever since he was getting married. Despite that, he had wasted enough time for Zhang Yang to craft tens of thousands of armor-piercing potion. If he had realized that, he could have already skipped the quest and begged Zhang Yang to keep on crafting. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "That bow is only a preliminary reward. Just you wait until the end of the quest. I'm sure there's something far precious for you." "What precious item? Is it even worth the time we're spending here?" Fatty Han roared. Zhang Yang shook his head, well, I'm not too sure. But one thing I do know is it will definitely be worth it. Come on, why are you even asking me that? You don't believe your bro? Zhang Yang knew the reward, but he wanted to avoid revealing too much information, even though a great deal of players knew that Zhang Yang was a beta player. It was only natural for him to know few things about the game before others would. Hey. Right back at you, bro. Who would believe you if not I? Fine. Let's just get on with the search for the boss. Remember to reserve all your skills until the last 11% HP, yeah? Although the Mellow Ram was extremely hard to kill, the system had not made any other efforts to further trouble the players in searching for it. Therefore, in about 30 minutes or so, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had managed to find the ram. The ram had a shining, violet coat of fur. Unexpectedly, instead of grazing the grass like any other herbivore would, the ram was copulating intensely with a female sheep. Ha. The ram sure does know how to live its life to its fullest. I for one am greatly impressed at its courage to mate even while it's on the run. Fatty Han laughed.
It's a shame that the female sheep was just an elite tier monster. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han jumped out of hiding and interrupted the intimate session of the two sheep. The poor horny ram was greatly disgruntled and charged at Zhang Yang with its horns.
Ha ha. Little Yang, be careful there. Don't let the ram actually ram you from behind. Not even I can accept bestiality acts. Fatty Han laughed again. Zhang Yang dodged the initial boss attack and focused first on killing the female sheep. After that, Zhang Yang took the lead and stood guard while Fatty Han stood behind him to attack. Even though neither of them used their special skills to kill the female sheep, they still managed to kill it in a matter of minutes. Perhaps, due to the death of its mate, the ram was greatly infuriated. Hence, as Zhang Yang was attacking the female, the ram was charging in and out, trying to kill Zhang Yang for attacking its mate. Its attack grew even stronger after the female sheep was killed. However, try as it might, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han did not need to put much effort into killing the boss. Before either of them knew it, the boss had already dropped below 30% HP. Fatty Han. Pay attention. I got it. 20%, 15%, 11%, 10%, dot.
Zhang Yang swiftly activated, indiscriminate, and struck out with Killing Cleave, with full rage points. At the same time, he had laid down a normal attack. He had saved up all his rage for this one big hit. The sword of Purging Devourer glowed for a brief moment and Zhang Yang could feel an intense heat from his right palm. The sensation of the heat was so mysterious that it sends a chill through his spine. Without a doubt, it was Rising Dragon Strike. A dragon burst out of the sword and roared valiantly as it charged and smashed against the tiny little ram. 264, 393. Killing Cleave Critical Strike. 70322. Normal Attack Critical Strike. 703, 220. Rising Dragon Strike. Mech, the ram wailed out a deafening cry before falling to the ground. Good job, that said Fatty Han while panting for breath. Little Yang, I must say that your Rising Dragon Strike was triggered at the right moment. Though I wish it could proc more often now and then. Zhang Yang nodded. He had originally hoped to trigger a lucky strike since he had a 100% chance to proc a critical strike with Indiscriminate. If his calculations were correct, his attack could have reached up to 800,000 in total. Out of his expectation, even though he had not triggered a lucky strike, he was able to proc a Rising Dragon Strike, dealing 1000% normal attack damage which had killed the boss instantly. The two of them went ahead and looted the drops. Since the boss was merely a Violet Platinum boss, its item drop value was not worth being kept and used. Zhang Yang did not need to examine the item value and stored them all in his inventory. The only valuable item found was the quest item. Mellow Ram's Rear Shank, quest item. Description: the most succulent and tender meat of a mellow ram. Its taste and texture is something out of this world. No words could describe the taste of it. You must try it yourself. Recommended cooking style: roast at 270 degrees Celsius for 45 minutes. Where's the lamb sauce? Both of them flew away from the highlands and made their way back to the old hunter Karnas' place. Karnas was busying skinning a deer when Fatty Han barged into his house and slammed the slab of meat on the table that he was working on. Check it out. Is this the meat that you have been craving for? Fatty Han sneered. This is it. Karnas widened his eyes astonished. Young hunter, I must confess that I have underestimated you. You have opened my eyes. I must say, you will definitely be a strong hunter. Ding. You have completed a quest, Hunt for the Mellow Ram. Obtain 20 million experience points. Ding. You have obtained an item, Karnas' Ancient Bow. Ha ha. That's a lot of experience points. Duh. We have spent more than 6 hours on this quest. The amount of experience points is barely justifiable. Ugh, you're right. D*MN. We're at a loss here. Dear. Take this meat and roast it to perfection. Tonight. We feast like kings. Karnas casually took the meat and passed it to his wife in the kitchen. He then turned back to Zhang Yang and Fatty Han and said, I might add that you're rather clever to hunt the ram. It takes more than courage and bravery to do so. A hunter must have other traits. You need patience as well. You think you have what it takes to be a vigilant hunter? All the while Karnas was talking, he had not even glanced at Zhang Yang. It's not like Zhang Yang had a choice. The quest was a class-specific hidden quest for hunters only. It was lucky enough for him to tag along for the ride when the main character for the quest was Fatty Han. Of course. Without a doubt. Fatty Han pounded his chest proudly. It was the same type of reaction that would have occurred if the NPC was asking Fatty Han's little tool's ability in bed. In that case, I'll have you hunt the golden vermilion burning python as your test.
Ding.
Karnas has a quest for you, the hunt for the golden vermilion burning python.
Will you accept it?
Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han received the system notification and accepted it. The hunt for the golden vermilion burning python, difficulty level, B. Description: the old hunter Karnas has entrusted you the task to hunt and kill a golden vermilion burning python as a test to prove yourself. Be advised, the golden vermilion burning python is a powerful entity in the Madalers Mountains.
You cannot be too reckless.
You can find the powerful beast in the Sinlagar Valley.
Completion: kill the golden vermilion burning python. Participation limit: 5 players. Hey! Little Young!
The quest will reward us with a skill, cried Fatty Han happily.
Oh really?
Zhang Yang humored him. It was extremely normal for a hidden quest to reward a player with a skill. The best reward was still none other than the phoenix pet itself.
Fatty Han shared the quest reward to Zhang Yang.
Bursting Courage, passive: when you or your pet deals a critical strike, you or your pet will gain a 10% increase in attack for 10 seconds.
Effects cannot be stacked.
For new players like Fatty Han, the best skills for him were not active skills, but passive skills that do not require Fatty Han manually activating them.
The 10% attack boost was as similar a 10% permanent attack boost.
It will only activate by chance. Unlike the other skills that require manual activations, that skill will provide a 20% increase in attack power. However, it still depends on the player's own activation timing. Some would get 20% increase, while the others may get 15%, and there even a chance of only 10%.
Not bad. I like.
Let's go, said Zhang Yang as he felt it was a good skill to anyone.
Sadly, it was a skill that only a hunter could obtain.
Zhang Yang sighed heavily when he thought of Hidden Quest. He knew about the Hidden Quest was all because of 2 Koreans that had obtained the Phoenix pets. In his previous life, those 2 players had revealed all about the method to obtain the Phoenix through an interview. Sadly, even if there were other class-specific hidden quests that might have the same reward, no news were leaked out. Otherwise, players would have known about it and share it with the whole world. As such, Zhang Yang had no other means but to rely on luck alone to trigger another hidden quest. The 2 returned to the mountain and flew towards Sinlagar Valley. However, the monsters that were in the valley had the ability to attack airborne targets. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had no choice but to lower their altitude to almost ground level to venture through the valley. The valley had extremely few fauna and flora due to the lack of sunlight. The lack of living being in the valley had rendered the entire place devoid of sound. The weird part was that when Zhang Yang and Fatty Han was in the sky, there were attacks that were coming from the valley. However, now that they were almost ground level, there was not a single monster. However, they were able to venture into the valley quickly and found the target. The golden vermilion burning python was curled up around a large rock. Since it was all coiled up, they could not really judge its length. However, just by examining the thickness of its body, they knew that the python will be huge and heavy. As the name of the beast implied, the python was covered in golden scale with red linings that swirled around the body. There was even 2 bun-shaped budges on its head. However, according to the lives of ancient China mythical beings, the 2 budges that appears on a python is an indication of it becoming a dragon.
Golden vermilion burning python, mythical, beast. Level, 135. HP, 40,500,000. Defense, 5,560. Melee attack, 36,323 to 42,323. Skills, Coils around a chosen targets and deal 30,000 physical damage every second for 5 seconds. Tail Whip, sweeps the ground with its massive tail, deals 150% physical attack to all targets within its melee attack range. Metamorphosis, unleashes the power of the python and evolves into a golden vermilion burning dragon. Gains 50% attack boost. Note, this python is evolving into a dragon.
If you're smart, you will not even try to disturb the grumpy beast.
Little Young.
I don't think we could handle a mythical tier boss on our own, said Fatty Han after he examined the python stats.
Zhang Yang nodded his head.
If both him and Fatty Han had transformation skills that were ready to use, then the boss would not be too much of a problem. Right then, it would be impossible for them to fight the boss.
They did not even have a healer with them.
Unless, if the Berserker's heal, and the Titan's chestplate health restoration was at 10% HP per seconds, he might stand a chance to whack the bastard. Now, the only HP recovery skill he had was the 30 minutes long cooldown, God of War Radiance, and the 10% HP heal of Shield Wall.
He should be able to put on a fight with a Violet Platinum boss. However, it would impossible on so many levels with a mythical tier boss. Zhang Yang recruited Hanning Shui, Sun Xinu, and Daffodil Daydream to participate the quest. Wei Yan'er was busy with her Darkness Inheritance quest. There was no way she would have missed her chance to cause a ruckus if she was not busy. Nevertheless, the quest had only limited to 5 players to participate in the quest. Still, with Hanning Shui alone, Zhang Yang could defeat the boss with no problem. Now that he had gained 3 extra DPS with him, everything else would be a cakewalk. Zhang Yang took the lead with Felice behind him and charged towards the boss. Zira! The python roared benevolently as if it was a godlike beast. As expected of a beast from the legends. The beast that would become a dragon. Even though the python was still a python or even a dragon, its tier would still be mythical tier. There was not much worry about the damage it could deal. There was no fate of it surviving with Zhang Yang and his party coming at it. The poor python wriggled in pain as Zhang Yang, Felice, and his party unleashed a barrage of attacks. The rock, which the python was coiling on, broke into tiny bits when the python tensed up from receiving a powerful blow from Zhang Yang. The party continued on with the attacks and smoothly drained away the boss HP till he had less than 10% HP. After the 10% HP threshold, the python finally showed its true colors as it started to shed away its snake scales and reveal golden, large scales of a dragon. For dragon claw pierced out of its belly and a pair of magnificent horns burst out of the bun-shaped budges on its head. As such, the dragon had gained the ability to hover without the need of wings. It rose to the sky and displayed a grand entrance of a mythical dragon. Zeroak! The dragon roared. Its eyes glowed with an intense radiant. Before Zhang Yang could look away from the blinding light, the dragon had rushed towards him and clawed Zhang Yang heavily and strongly. Zhang Yang took the hit. Just as he planned to land a counterattack, he felt a strong burning sensation on his right arm. He knew what was happening and finished the attack, blasting out a larger dragon than the boss, attacking it by slamming into the enemy. 7440. Minus 704,440. The dragon which Zhang Yang had blasted out was not a half-baked dragon like the boss. On the contrary, the rising dragon strike was far larger and far benevolent than the enemy itself. With the attack, Zhang Yang's 700,000 and more damage had dealt equivalent to 2% of the boss HP. Zhang Yang thrust his hands out and cast Glare of the Death God. Success! In just a few seconds, the overall DPS dealt by the entire party had multiplied intensely. Zhang Yang felt extremely lucky that he was able to proc a Rising Dragon Strike and a successful Glare of the Death God consecutively. He could just buy a scratch card and strike the jackpot. 350,000. 350,000. Even after the boss had used Metamorphosis to become a real dragon, its HP remained the same, albeit having increased attack. With less than 8,100,000 HP or 7% HP left, the boss was literally at knocking on death's door. Zeroak! The dragon roared painfully. Although the skill had given it the appearance of a dragon, it was just a temporary state. If it does mature with time, it would become a full-fledged dragon. By then, its tier would be at least an ethereal tier or even higher. Sadly, its current form was just borrowing the skill to give it the attack power of an ethereal tier. Perhaps, if it does evolve into a real dragon in its current state, it might become a holy tier or an ascended tier. However, that was nothing but speculation. Right then, the dragon, or rather the enraged python, was nothing but scrap for Zhang Yang and his party. After a good deal of attacks, the boss fell from the sky and crashed in front of the party. The horns and claws had retracted back into its body. The golden scale of the dragon was quickly hidden away as the snake scales reformed. Humph, fake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Darkness Inheritance. Chapter 615, Darkness Inheritance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Violet Platinum boss drops were nothing but scraps to sell. However, drops of a mythical tier boss were very different. The Golden Vermilion Burning Python was level 135, hence, the equipment dropped by the boss should be level 130. Even though the equipment drops do not have the special lowered level requirement, it was worth keeping since level 130 was just above the horizon. If they could not get their hands on an ethereal tier equipment, a mythical tier would be the second choice. The boss had only dropped a sad number of loots. There were only 2 mythical tier equipment and 3 Violet Platinum equipment. There were no skill books. Only an open world boss of a map would drop luxurious items such as skill books or skill points. Mythical tier bosses were nothing but side bosses that would never drop anything precious. The obtained loot was a heavy armor helmet and a leather armor chestplate. Since Zhang Yang was only wearing a violet platinum tier helmet, he took the mythical tier helmet. If he is unable to get his hands on an ethereal tier equipment, the helmet would be his backup. Python helmet, mythical, heavy armor. Defense, plus 160. Vitality, plus 1926. Strength, plus 905. Dexterity, plus 393. Equip, increases 3850 maximum HP. Equip, increases 3.5% damage and healing rate. Equip, absorbs 384 damage on attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 130. Starting from mythical tier onwards, equipment tended to prioritize on attack and defense value. Hence, the helmet was extremely ambiguous in a way that it could be of offensive and defensive at the same time. Normally, defensive type equipment will be prioritized for tanks. Only with a strong tank present in a party, the party could move forward without any problem. Since the little girl was not around, Zhang Yang took the item, since he was the only person there could equip heavy armor. The leather armor was given to Fatty Han, Sun Xianyu had given it up for him. Perhaps, it was a favor for Zhang Yang. Fatty Han was so touched that he had groveled at her feet whilst crying about brotherhood or sisterhood. Sun Xianyu was agitated that she had even threatened to have the item back if he does not stop his nonsense. After the boss was killed, the three women went back to town. Fatty Han took the quest item, Gold Vermilion Burning Python's Gall. You're something I have never seen before. Kronos took the gall that was almost the size of a human brain. He turned to the kitchen and yelled, "Dearest, get me the mead flask, we can make some snake gall mead." Ding! You have completed a quest, the hunt for the Golden Vermilion Burning Python. Obtain 20 million experience points. Compared with Fatty Han, Zhang Yang had obtained much more experience points as compensation for Fatty Han obtaining a skill. The quest had awarded Zhang Yang with 50 million experience points. Hunter, you have proven your bravery and intelligence. Now, to further prove yourself as a true hunter. Kronos held his hand up and sank his teeth into a large piece of meat. After taking his slow sweet time enjoying the piece of the shank, Kronos spoke with his mouth still chewing. A hunter munch, you must have munch swallow. You must have patience. Patience comes first above all else. For a true hunter would wait for days to hunt their prey. Kronos looked into the distance and said, I was wild back then. I remembered a few days ago, I was hunting for a fox snow spirit. I had covered myself in the snow for 7 days and 7 nights, surviving only on dried food and melted snow water to keep myself going. It was painful. The frostbites, however, my effort paid off when the fox had lowered his guard and came out of its nest to hunt for good. Right then, I waited until the last moment and captured the critter with my bare hands. Look at this. The coat I'm wearing right now is made from the fur of the fox snowspit. This is something not even the king could buy. 7 days and 7 nights? Fatty Han cocked his head and raised a suspicious eyebrow at the man. Frostbite? The man should have been frozen solid. Hunter. You will do as I do and hunt a fox snow spirit. You must capture it alive and well. Not a single wound on the critter. Do that and I'll tell you a big secret, said Kronos as he whispered. Ding. Kronos has a quest for you, hunt the fox snow spirit. Will you accept it? Zhang Yang and Fatty Han took the quest without hesitation. Hunt the fox snow spirit, difficulty level, nil. Description: Kronos had entrusted the task of hunting a fox snow spirit to you. Complete the challenge to prove that you have the quality of patience of a true hunter. Be advised, the fox snow spirit you are asked to hunt for must be at full health. A single bit of damage on it will cause the quest to fail. You can try your luck at the Snow Spirit Canyon. Remember, hunter, the key to success is patience. Hint: fox snow spirits loves to eat pale strikeweed. Completion: capture a fox snow spirit, 0/1. The reason for the quest not being graded with a difficulty level was due to the fact that it was not going to be a contest of power. A battle was not necessary, however, the process of capturing an unharmed fox snow spirit could be difficult. For players such as Sun Xianyu, who would go as far as starving for days to kill a certain target, the quest would be a piece of cake. However, for players as rash as Wei Yen Air, the quest would be close to SSS difficulty, if such a level exists in the first place. The two of them went on with their journey and arrived towards the Snow Spirit Canyon. The trip was extremely fast and quick since the quest had given them a specific location. The place was extremely cold. Aside from the monotone color of the place, there was nothing else but snow in the sky.
Based on the quest guide, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han split up and found 3 places that spawned the pale stripeweeds. Based on Zhang Yang's understanding of the quest, a hunter could plant a trap around the weeds and capture the fox snow spirit, alive and unharmed.
All Fatty Han needed to do then was to set a trap, let the fox spring the trap, and the quest will be completed. There was a huge problem with his plan. A hunter's trap skill could only last for 1 minute, while the spawn points of the pale stripeweeds were at least 5 minutes apart from each other. Hence, they would have to choose one out of the 3 and plant their trap there. If they are unlucky, and the fox chooses to pick a different spot to feed, Fatty Han would be waiting for a very long time. As such, like the quest had indicated, patience is the key to victory. Both of them draw lots and headed to their own designated weed spawning location to set up a trap. After that, there was nothing much to do but wait. Patiently. 1 hour had passed painfully, and comes the 2 hours. By then, the two had waited for more than 3 hours, continuously placing traps here and there. Since Zhang Yang was only assigned to watch, as he did not own any trap skills, he decided to not waste his time there and left. Before he did, he gave Fatty Han the party summon order. When Fatty Han finally captures a fox snow spirit, he can call him over. Zhang Yang went back to White Jade Castle and did his usual business, from grinding levels to crafting potions and etc. The poor Fatty Han was left alone in the Snow Spirit Canyon for God knows how long. Zhang Yang did not care about the number of hours he had spent over there and laid down the ultimatum order, never to leave the place until he captures a fox snow spirit. Cronus had mentioned something about camping for 7 days and 7 nights, perhaps the challenge would be far longer for Fatty Han. After working hard for 2 whole days, Wei Yan'er had finally managed to obtain the Darkness Inheritance. The little girl then shared with everyone the skill she had obtained, and had caused several players like 100 Shots who had only managed to obtain AB class inheritance to feel extremely envious. Shadow Wound, passive, permanently increases your damage by 45% and decreases incoming physical attack by 10%. Darkness Transformation, be one with the darkness, increases 400% damage dealt, 3000% HP increment, and gains a 30% chance to nullify incoming magic attacks. During the transformation skill, you will gain 1 darkness energy point. There will be skills that require the use of darkness energy point to activate. Darkness Transformation will last for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. Shadow Orb, creates a shadow orb to follow you or a target ally player. Under the protection of the shadow orb, the target will receive 50% less physical attack damage and will gain immunity to all shadow damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 10 darkness energy points. Every additional 1 energy point consumed to cast this skill will increase the duration of the shadow orb by 1 second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Vengeance, strikes a target with the power of darkness. Deals 250% melee shadow damage and corrupts the target with the power of shadow. Decreases all damage and healing rate by 10%. Cost, 50 rage. Cooldown, 1 minute. Darkness Corruption, temporarily controls a target as your pawn. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 3 darkness energy points. Each additional energy points consumed will increase the duration of the control by 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Shadow Curtain, creates a 50 meters x 50 meters field of shadow, dealing shadow damage, 8x the value of your strength value. Cost, 3 darkness energy points. Enemy of the Light, passive, during the Darkness Transformation skill, deals 50% extra damage to a holy attribute target. Receive 50% extra damage from holy attribute damage. The little girl had acquired her inheritance when she was level 120, hence she had lots of skills to claim from her benefactor. Indirectly, Zhang Yang had just remembered to visit Ares the god of war to claim his level 120 skill. Naya ha ha ha. The little girl was so proud of herself and praised the A-class Darkness Inheritance as the best inheritance there was. Even though the damage boost was 5% lower than the God of War inheritance, the skills it had were truly devastating. For example, the skill, Shadow Orb, could be used to reduce all physical attacks by 50%. Not only that it could be used on oneself, it could also be used to save others. Sadly, the skill was flawed in 2 ways. It had too long a cooldown time and also a maximum of 100 seconds of active duration. It was nothing more than a last measure to defend someone in need. Ha ha. Good job, little brat. You're actually growing now. Stronger but not any higher. Ha ha ha. Everyone praised whilst teasing her at the same time and enjoyed her comical reaction of defending her height. Truly, an A-class inheritance was much stronger than a B-class inheritance. As Wei Yan'er was celebrating with everyone else happily, the poor Fatty Han was left alone in a pile of snow. Perhaps, he might come back to the guild in a year or 2. Zhang Yang took his leave and visited Ares for his level 120 skills. It was crucial, since he was about to fight Han Ingshue's inheritance quest boss. God of War Heavy Axe instantly cleaves a target.
Deals 100% melee physical damage if the target has higher HP percent than you.
Deals 300% melee physical damage if the target has lower HP percent than you. Required, melee weapon. Cost, 50 rage. Cooldown, 30 seconds.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 616, High Priestess Shafani. Chapter 616, High Priestess Shafani. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As expected of an S-class inheritance skill.
As the level grows higher, the stronger the skills will be. Luckily that skill effect had taken percentage into account, or else the skill could be extremely useless against highly leveled bosses with more than millions of HP. Zhang would have to grind his way slowly and only use the skill when the boss drops below his own HP. By then, the boss would already be dead. As a tank, especially during a boss fight, Zhang Yang's HP will fluctuate up and down between 50% to 80% depending on the healer present. It will be a rare case where he would be at full health. As such, the skill, God of War Heavy Axe, would need to be timed precisely in order to deliver 300% damage. A careless miss and he would be dealing normal damage to the boss. After Zhang Yang picked up the skill from area, he left the place and proceeded to grind his level. Right then, he had 2 level 130 equipment that were just sitting in his personal storage, waiting to be equipped. With determination and the temptation of the potential reward, Zhang Yang fought hard and fast to push his level higher. Also, he was still wearing a level 80 Titan's necklace, which was in need of being replaced as soon as possible. Zhang Yang was alone when he searched for the perfect spot to grind his level. Alone, his efficiency was far greater than when he was with anyone else. The map he found had a high spawn rate of normal tier monsters. As such, the monsters were unable to deal any speck of damage to him. Hence, he was able to kite a large number of monsters and kill them with a few blows. Sometimes, when he was extremely lucky, the Rising Dragon Strike would proc and kill all monsters in a single blow. In one day, he had gained no less than 6% experience points. If he could maintain such speed, he would take at least in-game 17 days to gain a level, which was equivalent to 6 real-time days. He was only able to achieve such a high grinding speed due to his powerful equipment and overwhelming skills.
Zhang Yang continued his grinding until everyone's transformation skill had finished their cooldown.
Zhang Yang then recruited everyone and briefly explained about the boss that they were about to kill.
Han Ingshue's S-class inheritance quest boss, the High Priestess Shafani, was located at the Zixaluka Sea. Unfortunately, Fatty Han was not invited as he was still camping in the Snow Spirit Canyon, trying to catch a fox. Even though Zhang Yang's kill squad was short of one inheritance DPS player, the little girl with her newly acquired darkness inheritance was good enough to replace his spot. In fact, the little girl might be a better replacement and bring a higher DPS rate to the party. The little girl was a battle maniac. All the while she had better battle prowess than Fatty Han. Now, she would be extremely powerful in battle, since her inheritance was one tier higher than Fatty Han's. Additionally, Zhang Yang had also recruited guild players with D-class and E-class inheritance. Even though they do not possess the transformation skill, their attacks were still boosted since they were, after all, inheritance holders. At the very least, their attacks were higher than normal players. Even if they died in battle, they could just revive on the spot and fight the boss again. The entire squad traveled high and low and ventured through thousands of kilometers before reaching their destination, the Zixaluka Sea of the Holy Island. The Holy Islands were completely different from the other palaces that Zhang Yang had traveled to before. It was like Eden itself. There was flora that he had never seen before. The animals spotted the squad and showed no sign of aggression nor fear of humans. They had only raised their heads to look at the party and went back to do what they loved to do, feeding on grass and fruits. The little girl was greatly excited and tried to capture the rabbits and doe as pets. Naturally, her barbaric behavior had sent all the little critters running away. Zhang Yang teased Wei Yan and coaxed the girl by lying about getting her a pet at home. Only then would she obediently rejoin the group and venture deeper into the island. The party arrived at the center of the island and found a building which was as large as a basketball court. It was an open-air altar, prepped with chairs and ceremonials tables that resembled a church. At the center of the altar stood a woman in a white priestess gown who was fully focused on praying to the sky. Her back faced them, so the party could not fully examine her appearance. However, judging by the soft fabric of her uniform, she was, undoubtedly, a woman with an hourglass body figure. Her golden hair was long and soft that even though it grew to her hips, the hair could sway with the wind. High Priestess Shafani, Ethereal, Humanoid. Level, 150. HP, 500 million. Defense, 9,950. Magic attack, 45,314 to 55,314. Skills.
Blazing Holy Light casts a powerful light that would burn everyone who was within 40 meters from the caster.
Deals 40,000 holy damage to all targets every 2 seconds for 30 seconds. Higher healing, heals oneself, restoring HP equivalent to 200% magic attack. Channel, 2 seconds. Endurance, restores 3% HP every 30 seconds. Healing rate would not be affected by any status effects. Note, Shifani holds the title of the High Priestess. She believes that the god will only descend to the mortal realms by purifying all negative humans. Her beliefs had led her to be excommunicated by the creed since her views of the gods were too extreme. However, no one would deny that her power and affiliation with the holy element is strong. Zhang Yang had tried to fight the boss once before but was completely wiped out. The boss skill, Blazing Radiant Light, was her one and only skill. It possessed little to no threat to the party. However, since it was her only skill, she would cast Higher Healing after Blazing Radiant Light. Coupled with her own passive regeneration skill, the priestess was as tough as Zhang Yang, being incredibly hard to kill. It was the reason why Zhang Yang had failed the boss fight even though he had brought many players. The main reason being, not enough DPS to counter her healing rate. Could we really do this, said Han Ying-shui, as she doubted the DPS power of the party then? Everyone was traumatized before and was scared, even now. Yes. We can. I'm sure of it, said Zhang Yang with forceful confidence. Previously, their DPS was greatly affected by the annoying level suppression system. However, things had changed now, since the main attack force had reached level 120. Even though many were still underleveled, they were mainly the healing squad and would not be affected by the level suppression system. Alright. Get your transformation skills ready now. We're attacking now. Zhang Yang activated his transformation skill and consumed a bottle of strength potion before charging to the boss. Impure beings. You will be cleansed. Shifani turned around to face them. She had crystal clear eyes that sparkled with an aquamarine blue. Her face and skin were as fair as snow, a little soft and silky at the same time. However, looks do not matter. In the game, if a boss is extremely beautiful, she would be extremely powerful. The boss created a magic staff in her hand and struck the ground hard, creating a golden hue blast wave that spread it out in all directions. Blazing Radiant Light. Right after the skill was unleashed, Shifani started to heal herself. Destructive Smash. Zhang Yang leaped towards the boss and vertically slammed his sword to hack at her. Although Zhang Yang could feel his sword attack connecting with her body, the priestess cloths remained intact as if it was made of the greatest Kevlar armor. Still, it was just aesthetics purposes, the damage had still landed without any reduction. 24,932. Shifani finished her channeling and healed only a quarter of her original amount of 100,000 HP. Even though the destructive smash could not affect the healing rate of her passive skill, Zhang Yang had still prioritized attacking her with destructive smash to disrupt her higher healing. The rest of the party were not far behind. Right after Zhang Yang had landed destructive smash, the rest of the party member had activated their transformation skill and attacked. Amongst the party members, the most excited one was Wei Yin Er. The little girl had always been a curious cat. After obtaining the darkness inheritance, she had been itching to test out its prowess. Since Zhang Yang had told her about the High Priestess long before anyone else, she had kept her skills and only wanted to unleash it on the boss. Hence, when it comes to attacking, no one could be as excited as her. Darkness transformation. Shoo! Clouds as black as calligraphy ink formed around her feet and engulfed her entire character. The clouds formed an opaque layer which grew darker and blacker. Eventually, her entire character was completely dyed in black. Her eyes, however, remained the same with white sclera and dark pupils. The little girl jumped vertically and could fly without the use of mounts. Flight ability was granted only to S-Class and a class inheritance. However, as a compensation or rather, a limitation, S-Class and a class inheritance transformation were forbidden to mount anything. However, it did not matter since the inheritance transformation skill had increased the player HP and attack by several folds, overtaking the HP and attack bonuses provided by the mount. On the contrary, while B-class inheritances or lower could mount a battle mount, the HP and attack bonus provided would not be included in the attack multiplication. For example, if a B-class inheritance player activates their transformation skill, provided that their original HP was 150,000 and their battle mount has 100,000, the end result would be as such: 150,000 x 20 plus 100,000 is equal to 3,100,000 HP.
It would not be 150,000 plus 100,000 x 20 is equal to 5 million HP. The little girl laughed manically as she rushed behind the boss and swung her huge battle axe at her target. However, before she could land an attack, she had taken the blazing radiant light damage and took more than 60,000 damage. Due to her passive skill, Enemy of the Light, Wei Yan'er would receive an additional 50% damage from holy damage in her transformed form. At the same time, she would deal 50% extra damage to a target that has holy elemental attribute. The little girl grunted a little and continued her attempt at striking the boss. Wham! 312-187. The first attack Wei Yan'er landed was a maximum charged, Shadow Vengeance. With 250% melee damage, adding with 50% additional shadow amplification, her attack had dealt more than 300,000 damage. Holy crap! Little Yan'er's a true berserker now. Lost Dream gasped at her power. Before that, Lost Dream was able to stand closely behind Zhang as the second highest DPS dealer, being above Sun Xanu, Daffodil Daydream, and Wei Yan'er herself before she had acquired an inheritance. However, it was merely temporary since Wei Yan'er had demonstrated a destructive power that had clearly exceeded his. 300,000 damage in a single hit was something Lost Dream could never achieve. Impure being shall be cleansed. Only then the gods shall descend to the earth. Shifani bellowed as she struck the ground again with her staff, releasing a massive shockwave that had sent her own hairs swaying with the impact. TCH. Stupid boss. You're the one that needs to be cleansed. Such big breasts, stinky boss, humph. Wei Yan'er struck the boss again and was greatly disgruntled when she noticed the boss breasts jiggling about. The girl herself had a chest as flat as an ironing board. Hence, her ire was for those who had bigger breasts than her. Aside from men, her enemy was practically all other women. Zhang casually cast a glare of the death god, and by chance, the boss did not resist it. The black cloud formed into a grinning skull. Evil. Impure. Sinful humans. You must be cleansed, cried the boss. Even though she did not possess a single attack skill, between her castings of higher healing, she would occasionally strike Zhang with her magic staff. However, the physical attack was easily negated with block, which only provided Zhang with an additional attack and a free shield bash. Upon the successful casting of Glare of the Death God, everyone attacked as fast as they could. One by one, the increased attacks proceeded continuously and quickly hacked away 10% of the boss HP. The battle had taken off with a good, smooth start. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Possession. Chapter 617, Possession. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In reality, Shifani's attacks were not that strong. However, that depends on who she's striking. Players like Han Shui and Sun Xanu who had not acquired their inheritance could not cope with the boss attack even when they have increased their maximum HP with their battle mount. The skill, Blazing Radiant Light, could deal 40,000 holy damage to all players every 2 seconds over a wide area. The damage dealt was rapid and strong, perhaps only a healer with a suitable inheritance and equipped with an array of strong equipment could heal. As of now, the world's greatest healer would not even cope with the powerful damage. Thankfully, the party consisted of many players with inheritance transformation skill that had increased their maximum HP by a large jump. Even players like 100 Shots and Galileo who had only obtained a B-class inheritance had reached a maximum HP of over 2,500,000 HP. The HP boost provided by their mounts was only under 100,000 HP, as good as adding salt to the sea. Additionally, transformed players had also gained a chance to nullify magic attacks. S-class inheritance players such as Zhang had 40% chance of negating magic attacks, hence, increasing their survivability and providing breathing space for Han Shui and other healers to buffer their heals. Everyone attacked and did what they could until their HP was drained down to a dangerous level. When their HP had dropped down, they would only need to escape the boss range distance, allowing more than 10 healers in the party to heal them without taking further damage. At most, they would only need 20 seconds to heal over 2 million HP, allowing them to return to the battle just as quickly. Even though Zhang had come up with a good strategy, Shifani was not as easy as she seemed to be. On average, the boss would heal over 500,000 HP every second. The number was so high that most players would just give up trying to kill it. Additionally, with the skill, Blazing Radiant Light, no players besides inheritance holders could properly deal damage. The battle itself was extremely draggy. If the combined DPS of the party was any lower than 500,000 damage, the boss would not die. With the skill, Blazing Radiant Light, alone, she could play a slow game of chess with the players and still win in the end in a battle of attrition. While others were struggling with their DPS, Wei Yan'er was able to deal powerful blast of attacks, thanks to her passive skills.
She was almost as strong as Zhang Yang. An S-class inheritance and a class inheritance only had a 5% difference in their attack boosts. However, that was only one skill.
Their transformation skills, however, differed by 500% and 400%.
There would be a 25% attack difference between the two classes.
However, Wei Yan'er was able to compensate the difference of strength with the skill, Enemy of the Light, which had granted her an additional 50% attack against holy attribute enemies, allowing her to deal devastating damage to that particular enemy.
Han Ningxue's skill, the Angel's Compassion, was brought to light.
Since the skill heals players' HP by percentages, Zhang Yang HP was healed by a massive 85,000 HP. That was 1% of his total HP, which had exceeded 8,500,000. Sadly, as the skill, Blazing Radiant Light, was an AoE skill, unless everyone runs out of the attack range, the skill's protection would be drained away quickly.
At most, the shield that is cast on them would only last 3 attacks, healing players by 6% HP before it is destroyed.
As such, with all the problems around, the HP of Shifani was dropping extremely slowly.
There were no perfect strategies for fighting Shifani besides having higher DPS than the boss healing rate. In fact, that was the only way to defeat the boss.
After struggling for 1 hour, the boss was left with only 33% HP. Sadly, the second, Glare of the Death God, had failed. Zhang Yang was greatly disgruntled. However, since they had already dealt 57% HP worth of damage in 1 hour, Zhang Yang would not have to cast a third, Glare of the Death God.
Oof. Perhaps, this could be the easiest boss we have ever encountered, said 100 Shots.
Hey. We do have many inheritance players here, said Lost Dreams.
Normal players' disadvantage was their low HP limit.
If they were to fight the boss, they might have to run in and out of the attack range to heal themselves repeatedly until the boss is killed. If they were unluckily enough to be killed, they could just get their souls back to the body, temporarily letting other teammates cover their mistake.
Any method they used to fight the boss would be time-consuming.
On the other hand, while players with inheritance transformation skill had greater HP limits, the time taken to heal that player would be extremely long. However, the time they could last in a fight was far longer than normal players since inheritance players had many other passives to support them in battle. Hence, the time wasted for normal players was 3 to 4 times more than players with inheritances. Additionally, players with inheritance transformation skill could deal much higher damage that they alone could compensate for 4 to 5 normal players. A player with inheritance transformation skills fighting a special boss such as Shifani could provide as much as 15 to 20 times the normal attack. Zhang Yang, 100 Shots, and Wei Yan'er possessed special equipment and skills that had provided them with attacks that could surpass normal player by 5 to 6 times. Putting everything into account, each of them could replace 100 normal players. All in all, even with the lack of members of their party, they still have the capabilities to fight an ethereal tier boss. If any of them, especially Wei Yan'er, was absent from the party, Zhang Yang might have to rely on numbers alone to keep on dying and reviving to fight the boss.
With all the annoying troubles of the boss, Zhang Yang particularly loved this boss fight.
The reason was that Shifani had few skills to attack her enemies with. Close to 99% of the time, Shifani was only healing herself. The other 1% of the time was her casting, Blazing Radiant Light. Basically, as a tank, Zhang Yang had no other duty other than to make sure that the aggro was firmly locked on him.
He had no need of babysitting the entire party. 28%, 17%, 9%. Half an hour later, the boss HP had dropped below 10%. With skills that required specific HP percent, the entire party had gained a boost in attack and was able to drain the boss HP down to the last 1%. However, something happened. When Zhang Yang had struck a killing cleave, dealing more than 260,000 damage, the boss had only taken 234,983 damage and was left with only 1 HP. A shield had formed around the boss and negated all other damage that the party had landed. All defilers shall be cleansed. I will sacrifice my life to summon the gods. Let them cleanse the world for my sake. Shifani's character suddenly caught fire. In pain, she screamed at the top of her lungs. A large tornado formed around her which soared to the sky, which pushed away most of the cloud. The sky was completely illuminated by the lack of shade. Mortal, I hear thy call and thy prayer shall be answered. The gods shall grant thou wish and cleanse the world of all impurities. A husky voice echoed from the high heavens. A bright column of light blasted down the sky and onto Shifani. The boss' almost emptied HP gauge was being healed. 2%, 4%, 10%. Luckily, the healing had stopped exactly at 10%, which was as high as 50 million HP. Slowly, the fire extinguished from Shifani's body and she opened her eyes. She was different.
Her eyes were no longer focused on anyone.
Possessed Shifani. Blood Angel's Requiem, mythical, unidentified being. Level, 150. HP, 50 million/500 million. Defense, 9,950. Ranged attack, 75,409 to 85,409. Skills. Cleansing, strikes a target with godly power, kills a target after 60 seconds. Range, 100 meters. Note, the gods have answered Shifani's prayers and have granted her the ability to cleanse everything in the world. Repent mortal, in the face of a god. Shifani's voice was greatly distorted as if someone had badly auto-tuned her voice. She pointed her index finger at Zhang and blasted a red light which seeped into his body instantly. A debuff icon, Spirit Cleansing, appeared on Zhang Yang's character and a 60-second countdown started ticking. Crap! Kill the boss. Fast!
Zhang Yang screamed at the top of his lungs. The boss was behaving back then, but now, she had decided that she had enough. No matter what you do to stop the skill, death would be certain in 60 seconds. There's no room for any negotiations. You, and you. You shall be cleansed. With unfocused eyes, the possessed Shifani raised her hands and points her index finger to her targets. In just a few seconds, flashes of red light blast off and seeped into her targets. 60 seconds, deal 50 million damage, that was asking the entire party's DPS to be at least 830,000. It was an impossible feat, because the real DPS that Zhang Yang and the party could deal was only over 600,000. There was one opening. That was the current boss had no attacking skills at all. With no reason to run around anymore, all the party member could focus on doing one thing only. Attack. Before the boss was possessed, Zhang Yang had missed out many chances to deal his skills. Right now, after Zhang Yang had recollected his thoughts, he consumed a bottle of Power Potion, activated, Shadow Clone, and attacked the boss. Likewise, others had done the same and cast all their skill to maximize their attack. Han Shui had even stopped healing and joined in the attacking fest. Zhang Yang's HP right then was at 100%. Taking a few magic staff thwacks was not a problem, since he would die anyway after 60 seconds. There was no need to heal anymore. 9%, 8%, 7%. The boss HP starts to drop rapidly, however, time was running out as well. Not long after, Zhang Yang was the first to be cleansed. Arg! Zhang Yang grunted with pain. However, with a quick flash of light around Zhang Yang's body, he miraculously came back to life. Han Shui had cast Rise anew before Zhang Yang had perished. Arg! Outh! Sun Xinu Wei Yin Air and Lost Dream fell. The skill, Cleanse, was just too OP and unreasonable. No matter how high your HP was, death was certain after 60 seconds. There's literally nothing you can do to stop death from knocking on your door. Luckily, besides Zhang Yang, everyone else who had died come back to life again with the help of the zombie potion. However, even though the inheritance transformation duration had not ended before they died, death for a player would purge all active buffs and debuffs on them. Although the inheritance transformation was not considered a buff, it was a change of their original status. Similar to a full reset, after death, the effect will be gone. Hence, when the player comes back from death, they were reverted to their original statuses and attacked normally. As a conclusion, the overall DPS of the party dropped drastically. The boss still had 2% HP left, while the zombie potion effect would only last for 30 seconds. With transformation skills active, it was an easy task to deal enough damage to kill the boss in 30 seconds. However, with the sudden change of events, it had become an extremely difficult feat. You can do it, boss. Fight harder. Everyone cheered with powerful vigor. Time waits for no men. Be it the boss or Zhang Yang's party, either one had to win. 1%. 4 million. 3 million. 2 million. Thud, thud, thud. More players fell to the skill's instant death effect. They quickly released their soul and ran as fast as they could from the nearby graveyard. If they are quick enough, they could still rejoin the fight as long as someone is still in the battle. All healers, including Han Shui, had died. Even though Zhang Yang still had over 210,000 HP, he could not endure the constant attack of the boss. He would be killed even before the second cleanse strikes him. Pack. Zhang Yang was killed. However, he rose back up instantly. At the very last minute, he had swiftly consumed a bottle of zombie potion. 1,500,000. 1 million. Zhang Yang had only 3 seconds left to attack, and the boss still has over 480,000 HP left. The players that were running back to their body in their soul form were only halfway through the map. Zhang Yang was panicking. The face of failure drew closer as each microsecond passed. Could it be that they were destined to lose this match? When Zhang Yang was almost giving up, he felt a hot, gushing sensation growing in his right hand. This is Rising Dragon Strike. F***CK yeah. Invigorated. Zhang Yang slammed his sword into the boss shoulder. 34,872. 347,720. After the dragon crashed onto the boss, she still had over 98,000 HP left. Zhang Yang sucked in a deep breath quickly and struck, killing Cleave. 139,872. Arg. Mortals, you have defiled even the gods. We shall return. We shall cleanse the world. With a golden radiant, Shifani's character glowed brightly and released a bright pillar of light into the sky. After the light pillar faded and the unidentified being that was possessing Shifani had returned to whence they came from, Shifani closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Zhang Yang's zombie potion effect had ended at the same time. He too fell to the ground. Instead of reviving, he waited at the spot, for Han Yingxue was already on her way back to the battlefield. Zhang Yang snickered. Who said that this was the easiest boss fight? Everyone guffawed. It was their victory and they were extremely glad that they could kill the boss. Who could have expected the boss to power up and gain such a broken skill? However, they would not have faced such a problem if they had more players in their kill squad. They could let one batch attack, and if the first batch of players dies, the second batch would fill in their spot and hold the boss back until the first batch of player returns. Like an endless cycle, the loop will continue until the boss dies, since the boss did not have any recovery skills. It was a good strategy, but it was not recommended since their individual skill will be neglected. Still, even though the strategy was good, who could guarantee that the boss would not evolve into something greater? Han Yingxue returned to the battlefield and revived Zhang Yang. They chatted and laughed as they healed themselves with snacks and items. Naturally, the little Wei Yan was the first on scene to pick the loots. Shifani had dropped a total of 5 equipment, a skill book, and a skill point crystal. Although it was not much, it was still a good haul. 2 of the 5 equipment were ethereal tier and 3 others were mythical tier. Unlike the mythical tier, the ethereal tier equipment gave off a glowing and swirly light. One of them was a long, golden silk robe. The other was a heavy armor, golden metallic chestplate. Which one do you want to see first? Wei Yan snickered. The dress. Zhang Yang said casually. Radiant priestess robe, ethereal, cloth armor. Defense, plus 64. Vitality, plus 4,668. Intelligence, plus 1,586. Spirit, plus 680. Equip, increases maximum MP by 3,100. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 679 damage upon attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 150. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Note, only the purest of hearts could garb the holy robe. Since the number of players that had participated in this boss fight was far larger than before, Zhang Yang could not rely on rolling dice to distribute the loot. Hence, based on the usual dungeon distribution method, they would rely on using the guild contribution points to buy the loot. However, that was just for show. Who else could pit their guild contribution points against Han Yingxue, Daffodil Daydream, and Fantasy Sweetheart? Han Yingxue had promised Daffodil Daydream and Fantasy Sweetheart that she would let them have the next equipment. Hence, she did not participate in the draw. Her own equipment, the Queen's Attire, was a level 130 mythical tier equipment. Even though the tier was lower than the Radiant Priestess robe, she chose to keep the equipment since it had the word Queen on it. The powerful robe ended up in Daffodil Daydream's hands. By level 130, she would equip the robe and gain a large boost in power. After the Radiant Priestess robe was given away, Wei Yan posted the next item. Cuirass of the Knight's Glory, ethereal, heavy armor. Defense, plus 3,209. Vitality, plus 1,672. Dexterity, plus 612. Equip, increases 9,990 maximum HP. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 679 damage upon attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 150. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Milkmaid Deity.
Chapter 618, Milkmaid Deity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Although the equipment contained the word knight, its properties did not seem to share the similar implications.
It did not even have a single intelligence point. Zhang Yang's Titan chestplate would be nerfed considerably when he reaches level 130.
He decided to swap it out and threw a large sum of guild contribution points on the table to claim the heavy armor.
Dear brothers and sister, Mr. and Mrs., could I have this please?
The little brat carried the skill point crystal in her palms and pleaded to the entire party, complete with puppy eyes and a cute smile.
Zhang Yang frowned immediately. He knew the little brat wanted the best thing for herself.
Zhang Yang would not have minded giving Wei Yan Air the item if they were in their own regular party.
He would even tease the little girl until he is satisfied.
However, things were different now, since the party then was filled with other guild members who mostly knew her in passing or by name.
He might even call it a guild activity. There should not be any favoritism, or in this case, nepotism.
Zhang Yang tugged on the little girl's earlobes and made her apologize for her selfishness and resumed the regular bidding for the item via contribution points. However, since Wei Yan Air had voiced out her childish wants, 100 shots and the other core members had already intended to give it to her. Hence, with only 400 guild contribution points, the little girl had managed to haul the item for herself. Zhang Yang and his core party members were the ones in the guild who possessed the highest contribution points. It was something that Zhang Yang had no power over. The contribution points of Lone Desert Smoke followed a proper in-game system which gives points to those players who contributed to the guild. Zhang Yang had even established a point exchange system to allow players to obtain items, equipment, etc. items via collecting guild contribution points. The system would generate contribution points depending on the activity the player is involved in, such as group dungeon raiding, defending a territory, guild versus guild PvP, and other activities that Zhang Yang organizes. Points will be given depending on the difficulty of the task from 1 point in dungeon raid, to 2 points in winning a PvP match. Everyone in the guild will receive the same amount of point and would not be amplified or reduced by ranks of the player in the guild.
Zhang Yang will still earn 1 point from raiding a dungeon as would a random player in the guild.
Naturally, ranking officers such as 100 Shots or Zhang Yang had the authority to deduct and reward points to members. If someone were to violate the guild rules, 100 Shots would deduct their points. If someone had joined the raid in saving Princess Serena back then, Zhang Yang would have rewarded them with a massive sum of contribution points.
Everything was done with the highest transparency.
Hence everyone could find out from where and how the contribution points are earned. Cases where players are rewarded with contribution points were as rare as events in the game. The method of distribution was even and fair, hence no one had any objection to Wei Yan Air placing a large sum of contribution points to obtain the skill point crystal. The points were earned, fair and square, by the little brat's own hands. After Zhang Yang distributed the crystal to the little girl, he messaged her privately and said, "Why are you hoarding up so many points? They were meant to be used. Don't use your cheap tactics to get items. PFF, points are like money. Saving is key to spending in the future." Wei Yan Air sulked as she blew raspberries at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled. As expected of the family, the little girl was exactly like Han Ying-Xue in terms of hoarding. Zhang Yang knew the reason behind it. When they were much younger, the amount of pocket money they received was extremely limited. While the two sisters might leech from Zhang Yang for the simplest things like toilet paper, they would splurge their money when it comes to cosmetic products. Wei Yan Air then posted a skill book. All skill books will only display the name of the skill and not its description. However, when everyone saw the name of the skill, everyone immediately knew the properties of it. It was soul cleansing. The exact same skill that Shifani had gained when she was possessed by the unidentified being. When the boss was using the skill, she could just kill someone off literally by pointing her finger at them. If players could own the skill, they would definitely be a PvP king. As such, everyone unloaded their contribution points on the table to bid for the skill. Zhang Yang had a feeling that the skill would not be as strong as it was when the boss was using it. If the skill works just like it did for the boss, where one could point and kill anyone at will, there would be no reason to hunt for equipment anymore. Even so, the boss had strict conditions for activating the skill, for she must die once and could only use the skill with less than 10% HP. However, since the skill was dropped by an S-class inheritance quest boss, so it had to be a game changer. It should be weaker than the boss but stronger than normal skill. Zhang Yang purposefully dropped out of the bidding session since he already had an array of powerful unique skills. Sun Xinu placed almost all her contribution points to get the skill book. Her points were almost the same as Zhang Yang. After learning the skill, she posted the skill description for everyone to see. Soul cleansing, attempts to cleanse the target's soul. If your target is a player character or a non-boss monster, the skill will kill the target after 3 minutes, as long as the caster remains alive during the skill effect duration.
Skill cannot be used on boss monsters. Cooldown, 10 minutes.
As compared to Zhang Yang's S-Class Inheritance quest boss drop, the Glare of the Death God, Soul Cleansing, can be cast and left be until the time ticks away. All Sun Xanu has to go is to stay alive for 3 minutes, unlike Glare of the Death God, where Zhang Yang would have to constantly attack his target to proc the skill's effect. On the other hand, the skill had only a short 10-minute cooldown time.
It was extremely useful in a PvP battle arena.
The only shortcoming of the skill was the caster would have to stay alive until the target dies. Considering the fact the skill could not be used against bosses, it had a 100% kill rate of any other target. While killing an elite tier monster would not require 3 minutes, the skill is probably only useful in PvP. The skill would be particularly useful since the owner is Sun Xinu. In a 1v1 PvP battle, she could use the skill and run away with stealth. She would only need to stay low for 3 minutes to win the battle. Everyone walked away, satisfied with the distribution of the haul. Han Yngshui came in and picked up her quest item. While everyone else returned to town to do their own thing, Zhang Yang stayed behind to grind his levels. He had 3 equipment that were waiting for him to reach level 130. As such, the motivation of equipping the equipment, as well as trying to achieve level 130 before the World Professional League competition pushed him to another level. If he succeeds in achieving level 130 before the match begins, he would be the only one in the battle arena wearing strong ethereal equipment. When everything was over, the poor Fatty Han was left alone, still camping in the Snow Spirit Canyon. He had been camping there for no less than 24 hours. Fatty Han had revealed that since he could not log out of the game, his girlfriend, Xiaowei, had to feed him his meals. He might have exaggerated the part where he could not even do it with her. All the romantic feeling would be lost if he could not give her the daily dose of the D. The poor woman who was left with a long dry spell had called Zhang Yang a few times to complain about the quest. Even a prisoner would have occasional conjugation visitation. Somehow, Zhang Yang had a premonition that the cucumber stalls around Fatty Han's house would have some good business. 2 days after the fight with Shifani, Han Yngshui had completed all her quests and obtained the S-Class Inheritance, the Milkmaid Deity. As an S-Class Inheritance that was sighted towards Priest, the skills and effect of the inheritance had granted Han Yngshui a massive power boost to her heals. Some of them were better than Wei Yan'er's Darkness Inheritance. Milkmaid Deity's Purity permanently increases the damage and healing rate by 50%. Milkmaid Deity Transformation transforms into the appearance of the deity herself. 4000% increase in HP, 500% defense increase. Gains 40% chance to nullify magical attacks. Further increases your damage and healing rate by 500%. You will gain 1 Milkmaid Deity energy point per second in this form. Milkmaid Deity energy points can be used to cast a few skills. Last for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. Milkmaid Deity's Ripple heals all allies within a 100 meters x 100 meters area. Heals 10% HP every second. Costs 10 Milkmaid Deity energy points to cast. Lasts for 1 second. Every additional 10 energy points will extend the active duration by 1 second. Requires channeling. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Milkmaid Deity's Protection casts a protective barrier on a target, increasing the target's healing rate by 20%. You may only cast 1 barrier at a time. Last for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 5000 MP range, 30 meters. Emergency Portal creates a pathway to escape. The portal should be no further away by 40 meters from each other. Players can enter through any side of the portal. Each usage of the portal will prevent the player from reusing the portal for 30 seconds. Portal will last for 5 minutes or until it is destroyed. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Chain Healing heals multiple targets. The first target will restore 300% magic attack as HP. The skill will jump onto a nearby target which will restore 200% magic attack as HP. The skill will jump onto the third and last target which will restore 100% magic attack as HP. Cooldown, 1 minute. Casting time, 2 seconds. Han Yngshui was already a super healer since the beginning of the game. After acquiring so many skills, she had practically become the embodiment of healing itself. The skill, Emergency Portal, is very useful for evading a boss skill. A few of the guild members had beginning to formulate a battle plan using all of Han Yingshui's skill and offered their insights to Zhang Yang. I still think that the Milkmaid Deity's Ripple was the strongest skill. With 100 EP, she could heal all players within 100 meters square to full HP. The AoE is just too big. How many players would fit in a 100 by 100 area?
Zhang Yang agreed. The skill was indeed powerful. First, its healing amount. Second, the AoE size was so large, it could be compared with a forbidden scroll. Naturally, the skill had restrictions for being so strong. The skill can only be used during the transformation skill. With such a powerful healer in hand, the later inheritance quest boss for Sun Xinu would be extremely easy. In truth, even if the boss has a massive AoE attack skill, Han Ningxue could counter the skill by activating her inheritance transformation. With an array of skills to preserve the life of the players, all they had to do was to attack. Even though it was slightly troublesome, the party gathered again and managed to take down the inheritance quest boss within 2 hours. Sun Xinu's inheritance quest boss was defeated within 2 hours. Not long after that, Sun Xinu acquired her own S-class inheritance. Zhang Yang was extremely pleased. So happy that he had been smiling all day. How could he not be? There were only 6 S-class inheritance in the entire game, and Lone Desert Smoke alone had 3 of them. Furthermore, all 3 of them shared the same bed, bathing in each other's sweat, entwined with each other intimately and intensely. As Zhang Yang was celebrating, the poor fatty Han was still shivering in the pile of snow in the Snow Spirit Canyon, still waiting for the wretched Fox Snowspurt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, The Secret. Chapter 619, The Secret. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han was still camping under a pile of snow even after Sun Xinu obtained her inheritance. Since no one really knows when the Fox Snowspurt will appear, Fatty Han could end up camping for weeks. Luckily, Fatty Han was commanded by Zhang Yang himself. If someone else were to instruct Fatty Han to camp that long, Fatty Han would have stuffed that person into an oven and had him camp inside there for as long as Fatty Han liked. Someone in the cold, lonely and dark forest, Fatty Han screamed into the snow, muffling his voice as he was yelled, F*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Back to Sun Xinu, her shadow dancer inheritance was particularly famous in her past life and had earned its fame by one skill, the dance and slash. Dance and slash, master the arts of the true stealth. Attacks will not forcefully displace the caster's invisibility, enabling the caster to use all skills that could only be used during stealth. The skills require 10 Shadow Dancer energy points to activate. Lasts for 10 seconds. Every additional 1 energy point will increase the duration of the skill by 1 second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The skill does provide an almost permanent invisibility. Even players like Zhang, who could track and trace invisible players, would not properly land a hit against players who have such a skill. The best part of it all was that the player could use skills like ambush, which are restricted to stealth-only states. Ambush attacks the target with the primary weapon, deals 300% physical damage. Ignores all defense and has a 60% chance of landing a critical hit. Skill can only be activated in stealth mode. Required, dagger. Cost, 60 stamina. Ambush is a thief's strongest skill in terms of damage. Sadly, it could only be used during invisibility. Under normal circumstances, that is. For Sun Xinu's case, Dance and Slash allows Sun Xinu to use ambush unconditionally. Now, the only constraint Sun Xinu would face is the cost of the skill. Since the skill had no cooldown period, Thief class players were limited to their stamina count. Since each skill will consume 60 stamina, it was equivalent to 6 seconds of cooldown. By then, most of the players who found their initial inheritance fragments had already completed their quests and acquired their inheritance. Among Zhang Yang's core party members, only Daffodil Daydream and Fantasy Sweetheart had not yet acquired inheritances. Essentially, it was not that hard to acquire an inheritance. It's just that higher class inheritance will indefinitely be difficult to acquire. The lowest class inheritance in Zhang Yang core party was AB class. Hence, Daffodil Daydream and Fantasy Sweetheart had set their goals higher. C class was never good, but A class was too hard for them to undergo the entire quest ordeal. By the very least, they wanted to obtain AB class. Of course, A class would be their first choice. After waiting for a painful 11 days, Fatty Han finally called Zhang Yang. With tears rolling down his cheeks, the man cried out loud as if he has found his long-lost wife. "I've finally captured the bloody fox." However, right after he had captured the fox and informed Zhang Yang of the good news, the man logged out immediately and went to the toilet to settle, in real time, 4 days' worth of bath debt. Within the 4 days, even when going to answer nature's call, Fatty Han had refused to take off his gaming helmet and would have Xiao Wei led him to the toilet. Xiao Wei had even complained that since the man had not taken a proper bath for 4F** King days, the man stank like a rotten fish. The in-game time was tweaked to be 300% faster than real time. Even though Zhang Yang had spent a great deal of time in the game, grinding was still extremely time-consuming.
4 days' worth of real time had only earned Zhang Yang 2% experience points. Fatty Han took a great, relaxing bath and came back to the game.
When Zhang Yang appeared beside Fatty Han after using the party summon order, Zhang Yang grinned and teased, "Hoo!
I see that you're still alive and well. I expected you to lose some weight. Ha ha ha. Right, you are my friend. Right, you are.
Just so you know, it's been 4 days since I ate that meat. Just now, when Xiaowei and I was taking a bath together, I gave her my fishing rod for her and she took like a champ. After one session of tug and pull, I gave her another sea cucumber."
Ah yes. Enough.
I don't need to hear about your adventures in the bathroom.
Let's move on with the quest, said Zhang Yang quickly as he interjected Fatty Han.
Along the way, Fatty Han showed the little fox snow spirit to Zhang Yang and complained.
What a troublesome quest. Fatty Han had never been a man of patience.
In fact, he was the opposite of that, just like the little girl. 11 days of camping in the snow was just too long. "Little Yang, I swear to God, if the quest reward is not as promising as you said it is, I'm going to take Xiaowei to your house and bang her with my room door open. I'll see how patient you'll be. I'll make sure Xiaowei gets the best orgasm there. Her moans will pierce all your walls. Even at night, when you're asleep, I'll be *king her till kingdom come.
I'll. Please." Zhang Yang chuckled. "Relax, my friend. The quest reward will definitely be awesome. You'll kneel down to thank me later. Poppycock. Are you only saying that to scare me off? What? Suit yourself. Just don't come over to my house."
The two of them tracked through the snow and flew across lands, arriving at Krona's house fairly quickly. Fatty Han handed over a small cage with the snow-white fox. I would never have thought that a person as barbaric as you could actually capture a fox snowspurt.
Kronos could barely contain his surprise.
"Hunter, I must say, you may not have the proper appearance of a hunter, but you have the ability and capability of one.
Now, I have truly seen the world."
Fatty Han rolled his eyes as he could not believe the man had just commented on his body size.
It was, after all, a taboo. Ding! You have completed a quest, Hunt the Fox Snow Spirit. Obtained 500 million experience points. Shring.
With the 500 million experience points, Zhang Yang had immediately shot up by a level. Zhang Yang had accumulated to 78%, and so, with the system award, Zhang Yang gained a level instantly. On the other hand, Fatty Han had only just reached level 120.
His experience point gauge was practically at 0%.
The amount of experience points reward had only pushed it up to 34%. That amount of experience points was worth 10 days of continuous grinding. As such, the number of days he had spent camping had awarded him rather fairly.
F***CK. Little Young. You F***King Leecher.
You've done nothing at all and you got the same quest reward.
I'm so jealous. Fatty Han could have cried then.
Zhang Yang laughed and patted his back.
Don't you know that guidance requires some fees? Oh really now? Kronos was not too smart of an AI.
Hence, even when Zhang Yang and Fatty Han was talking, he had started his own conversation with Fatty Han. "Hunter, I had promised you that I will reveal a secret in exchange for the capture of the fox snow spirit."
Kronos sat down and poured himself a cup of wine.
"Back then, when I was much younger, I was hunting for a white grizzly bear in the mountains. Incidentally, when I got lost, I stumbled upon a cave which led me to the discovery of a huge secret."
"What secret?" Fatty Han asked.
His curiosity was the same as a 5-year-old girl.
Kronos laughed at his reaction.
He did not directly answer Fatty Han but started a new question instead.
"Do you know about the 10 legendary beasts?" Fatty Han widened his eyes but ended up squinting them as he had no clue about the man was talking.
He was another meat-headed fighter. He had little to no care about the game's lore. To him, all of the lore and setting were just works of fiction. However, the bloody bugger did not even know when and where the First and Second World War had taken place.
How would someone as ignorant and oblivious as him dive into the details of the game?
Zhang Yang himself was not too sure, however, he tried his luck.
"Are you talking about dragons and phoenixes?" Kronos nodded his head. "Correct. Dragon and phoenix are considered to be among the 10 legendary beasts.
There are others such as the Sky Devourer, the Golden Beast, 10-tailed Fox, the 100-headed Being, and many more. Those legendary beasts possess powers that rival the god. Since there were only 10 of them in the world, only a few fortunate people have seen their appearance. It has been a few thousands of years since their last appearance, hence, their presence in the world had turned into myth and folklore.
As such, Zhang Yang understood that Cronus had indeed laid eyes on one.
It should be the last quest reward.
The Phoenix.
Fatty Han was proactive in a way and quickly asked the old man the real question.
Old fart. You're saying, when you were younger, the secret that you had stumbled upon was related to the 10 legendary beasts?
That's right. You're sharp there, young hunter.
Cronus snapped his fingers.
You'd bet I am. I am the kind of person who does not show off his knowledge. I'm a genius who acts like an idiot, said Fatty Han with a proud face.
Zhang Yang dropped cold sweat.
He could have just punched the fatso in his face.
Cronus would not have praised Fatty Han if he was not a hunter.
No matter how well did Fatty Han perform, Cronus would not overly praise him. It was only done so because of the quest dictated it.
Like the battle companion's damage, everything will be counted as the owner's DPS. Cronus returned to the main topic and said, back then, what I saw was a burning phoenix. Based on the ancient legend, when a phoenix burns itself, it will be reborn again.
Although the phoenix could emerge back to life, the poor beast will lose all its memories, like a newborn baby. If the phoenix has taken a fatal blow, it will still undergo the rebirth process since dying and killing oneself makes no difference to it.
However, after being reborn, the phoenix will be exposed to great danger. Since the newborn baby phoenix must learn from its environment, it could be picked up by a human to train as a pet.
How shameful would that be for the other legendary beast?
Fatty Han smiled from ear to ear and asked, Old fart, did you or did you not capture the phoenix?
Ah.
I wanted to.
But the phoenix had made preparations. The phoenix had set the entire place on fire. It was too hot then, I could not enter the cave.
Cronus shook his head.
After 30 years, I have been thinking of a way to capture the legendary beast. However, no matter how many devices I have crafted, there was no way for me to enter the fiery pit.
Cronus took a sip and sighed heavily. I'm old.
My bones are cracking and I can no longer draw a bow like before. Rather than throwing away my life to hunt the phoenix and soar to the sky on its back, I'd rather enjoy my life here, sipping wine and smoking cigars.
Fatty Han was holding in his frustration. It has been 30 years?
In that case, the phoenix should have finished its rebirthing process.
Nah.
The old man shook his hands. Based on the lore, when a phoenix rebirths, it will take a very long time. In fact, when the rebirthing was complete, the baby phoenix will consume the fire around it as nourishment. I had only just been there a few days ago, the fire was still burning strong.
The phoenix had not yet completed its rebirthing phase. Old man. Where is it?
Zhang Yang could not take it any longer. Fatty Han had been asking irrelevant questions.
Cronus grinned.
He took out a long cigar and lit it up.
After he took a deep puff, the old man raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Intrigued?
Of course. As a hunter, there's no way I would let such a beast to roam free.
Fatty Han was excited, yet he knew the exact words to say to Cronus.
Well said. Well said.
Cronus placed his cigar down.
He held out his old wrinkled hands and took hold of Fatty Han's flabby shoulders.
I've given you the secret. However, there's nothing more I can do to help. It depends on your luck now. Old fart. Leave it to me. It's in a cave, located at the western side of the Londor Hill. The cave is extremely small and the entrance is nothing but a tiny creek. You would have to keep both eyes open at all time, but...
Cronus gave Fatty Han a good slap on his shoulders and said, Young man, may Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, be with you.
I will give it my best. Zhang Yang was excited.
Now that he had the location of the phoenix, he hoped that the system would not design any more F***king troublesome quests for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 620, Blazing Fire Phoenix. Chapter 620, Blazing Fire Phoenix. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang was excited, but he was not as excited as Fatty Han. In fact, when the two of them left the straw house, Fatty Han was practically dragging Zhang Yang out. The two flew towards Longor Hills with their flying mount. With the exact location marked on the world map, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had taken roughly 20 minutes to land.
The hill was completely devoid of trees.
There was a good reason for it as well. Before Zhang Yang had landed, he could feel that the air around him was hot. It was a complete opposite of where he had come from. The air was so hot it felt like Zhang Yang was hovering over hot steam. Before landing, Zhang Yang had advised Fatty Han to lower his sensitivity setting to the minimum. The two circled around the hill and could not find any creeks or caves. Kronos had mentioned that it was going to be hard to locate the entrance to the cave. Hence, with great reluctance, the both of them got off their mount and traveled on foot.
The hill was not small.
Additionally, their search was narrowed down to the west side of the hill.
However, in less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yang found the narrow entrance in between two suspiciously placed, large rocks. Fatty Han came over and laughed when he noticed the entrance was about his size. Please, don't tell me that the phoenix is the size of a chicken.
I mean, how else could it enter that cave in the first place?
Please. If you can walk through the entrance, so can the phoenix. What are you trying to say? Am I as cool as the phoenix? Please, bro. You're not cool. You're hot. Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed and chat as they proceed into the cave.
However, before the darkness engulfed them, both of them had started taking damage. It was an attack that could not be blocked nor reduced. Initially, the damage were dropping -1 and -1. However, they stepped further into the cave, the numbers shot up higher and higher. Eventually, in just 40 meters into the cave, the damage they received per second had jumped as high as 500. Neither of them knew how deep does the cave goes. If they were to recklessly walk deeper inside, the damage may reach as high as 10,000 damage per second.
What do we do, little Yang? Fatty Han started to be nervous. Zhang Yang's body started to sweat. He wiped away the dripping sweat on his face and tried consuming a bottle of fire resistance potion. However, after taking a bottle, the damage remained the same. As time was of the essence, Zhang Yang had no other choice but to rely on his inheritance transformation. Go back. Out of the cave now.
After we heal ourselves back to 100%, we will use our transformation skills to rush in. Zhang Yang felt that if the two Korean players could do it, so can they.
He could not believe that they had more HP than Zhang Yang and Fatty Han after activating their inheritance transformations.
Back then, the two Koreans had acquired the Phoenix Pet when they were level 150. At most, they should have 800,000 HP with a full set of holy tier equipment. Naturally, they would have higher maximum HP if they had a strong inheritance classes. Zhang Yang remembered that the two of them were just normal players with C or D class inheritances. Or else, they would already be strong without the Phoenix Pet.
Fatty Han was stunned at his sudden outrageous proposal. Are you sure you want to use the transformation here? Who knows, we might run into a boss later.
We'll cross that bridge if we come to it.
For now, do you want a legendary beast as your pet? TCH. Who knows whether the old fart was telling the truth? We are only level 120. How is it possible to obtain the Phoenix Celestial tier pet? At most, I think the Phoenix would be an ethereal tier.
Zhang Yang blinked repeatedly. He could not believe that the man had said something that made sense. Still, his prediction and assumption was true to a certain extent. Even though the old man Kronos sounded as if he was exaggerating the prowess of the Phoenix, the system would never just release a celestial tier pet at the current stage of the game.
It would break the game's balance. Having a powerful inheritance transformation comes with a price. It has 72 hours long cooldown.
However, a celestial pet will always be a celestial pet.
Zhang Yang snickered awkwardly. It's fine. At the most, the cooldown is 3 days. There aren't really any bosses to fight these days, anyway. Might as well use it now. Fatty Han crossed his arms as his mount was gnawing on recovery snacks. He nodded eventually after Zhang Yang had explained the risk of not activating transformations.
Although he agreed, Fatty Han felt that it was a wasted usage of transformations. They were still in the cave, since Zhang Yang had realized that they were able to consume recovery snacks despite taking damage. As the HP reached the high point, both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han activated their transformation skills and flew deeper into the cave. While Zhang Yang's wings were white and radiant, Fatty Han's were dull, dark and spiky. Zhang Yang's character was glowing brightly like the sun while Fatty Han's character had turned pale white. He had even fangs growing in his mouth. Side by side, Zhang Yang was more on the cool side, while Fatty Han was more towards evil. Fatty Han sulked and said, "Next time, don't transform next to me. You'll complete overshadow me with your handsomeness." Aha. Right. Don't waste time. 2 hours is not much time to waste. Zhang Yang did not fly. Instead, he accompanied Fatty Han on the ground. The useless Fatty Han does not have flight ability even after activating his transformation skill. He could gain a temporary flight ability by using bat form. However, the EP required to activate what it meant it would last for only 30 seconds and have 30 minutes long cooldown. It was a skill to restore HP instead of flying. The two of them sprinted. As they did, the temperature in the cave started to grow higher. The damage they received from the burn had increased drastically from 500 to 700, and even reached as high as 5,000. By then, the cave walls were glowing red-hot. Even the ground felt soft and squishy. The rocks below the ground that had melted. Holy percent at dollar hashtag percent carat at dollar at. This is at hashtag percent carat and at $% hot. F asterisk CK me, cried Fatty Han. I'm almost out of HP. Zhang Yang frowned. Use bat form to suck my HP. Zhang Yang smiled. Genius. At that moment, both Fatty Han and Zhang Yang had reached their maximum EP. He then split apart into 10 individual bats and latched themselves onto Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang spread out his wings and shot like a missile as quickly as possible. Fatty! Don't revert back to your human form even when your HP is fully recovered. I can still take us further. Okay. The bats that had latched onto Zhang Yang were immune to the fire damage around, allowing Fatty Han to gain a temporary form of invincibility. After 30 seconds, Fatty Han had reverted back to his normal form and had regained full HP. The damage around had reached a staggering 10,000 damage. Fatty Han could last for 5 minutes with his 3 million HP. Shush. Zhang Yang managed to zoom out a tiny hole and came to a large chamber. Fatty Han's bat form ended just in time and he landed on the floor. The chamber was well lit and it was as large as a basketball stadium. The walls, ground, and even the ceiling were glowing ominously. There were sparks of fire that burst out of the walls. Sitting quietly in the deepest corner of the cave were 2 red eggs. The eggs were as large as an American football. Since it was large and possessed a deeper red hue, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were able to spot it immediately. Little young. Fatty Han widened his eyes in delight. There are 2 eggs. In the beginning, Fatty Han was extremely frustrated. He had thought that there would only be 1 phoenix and had kept on debating with himself. Being a brother, he should let Zhang Yang take it since he was the superstar. However, deep down, he too wanted the phoenix. When Fatty Han saw that there was 1 for each of them, he was extremely grateful, but... Was this the bug in the game that the 2 Koreans had mentioned about? There should be only 1 phoenix but now, there are 2 eggs. So be it, take the egg first. Go! Zhang Yang yelled. Fatty Han sprinted with all his might. Zhang Yang flew closely behind him and the 2 of them swiped 1 egg each. Blazing Fire Phoenix, Incubation Phase, Hunter's Pet. Use drip blood over the shell to form a pact and obtain a Blazing Fire Phoenix as your pet. Binds upon pickup. Bound. It was expected. The 2 of them quickly tore a piece of teleportation scroll, but was quickly interrupted by the damage tick. Teleporting requires uninterrupted channeling. Zhang Yang quickly equipped the lover's charm, Yang, and had quickly asked Han Ningxue to put on hers. After a few seconds, Zhang Yang disappeared with a quick blink. As he arrived at Han Ningxue's side, Zhang Yang put on the party summon order and pulled Fatty Han out of the sea of fire. FUAH cool air. I'm alive. I'm alive. Fatty Han dropped to the ground and sighed heavily. He spread his legs and hands all over the floor, not realizing Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue had left him alone. Hey! Wait! Fatty Han got up and chased after Zhang Yang. Let's crack the eggs. Eggs? Han Ningxue turned around quicker than Zhang Yang. She was practicing cookery at that moment. She had learned that through food and cooking, a woman could reach a man's heart. She had learned it through women's magazines and other female friends like Daffodil Daydream. If she were to ask Fatty Han, the open closet pervert would say something like, to earn a man's love, the woman must be able to pleasure his ding-dong at all times. After that, she would hold on to it and never let go. Little Yang and I had just obtained a phoenix's egg, cried Fatty Han. I see. Well, hand it over. I can try and make phoenix's egg omelette. Zhang Yang laughed and took out his egg and gave it to Han Ningxue. You can try. Han Ningxue cocked her head and raised her eyebrow. When she took the egg, it immediately disappeared from her hands. It reappeared inside Zhang Yang inventory. It was the bound effect. Once an item is bound to a player, it cannot be taken away forcefully. With shaky hands, Fatty Han took out his egg. With another hand, he used one of his arrowheads and pricked the tip of his finger and dripped the flowing blood onto the phoenix egg. Once the blood touched the surface of the shell, the egg made a cracking sound, followed by the appearance of a big crack on the shell. The cracking continued and eventually, the small fiery bird was nestled on his palm.
There was still a tiny hat-like shell that was stuck on its fluffy little head, which Fatty Han helped to remove. The chick was completely dyed in a deep red color. The newly formed feathers on its body had a flowing, swirly effect which made it extremely beautiful. Whoa! Han Yingshui cried. It's so beautiful. She turned to Zhang Yang swiftly and said, "Get me one." Zhang Yang shrunk away from her and sulked. It was a unique beast. One of a kind. Or rather, two of a kind. Why? What's mine is yours. What's yours is mine. Zhang Yang laughed awkwardly. He too took out his egg and dripped his blood on it. Blazing Fire Phoenix, Black Steel Flying Battle Mount. Level 0. HP 50. Defense 0. Attack 3 to 5, melee attack, fire damage, attack interval 2 seconds. Skills. Evolve, can evolve to gain a tier. Next tier, Green Copper. Level requirement 10. Since Zhang Yang was not a hunter and the Phoenix Pet was a battle pet specifically made for hunter, the Phoenix Pet had become a mount in his hands. The difference between the norm was normal mounts will be in the state of a pet before it reached level 30. On the other hand, the Phoenix Pet was already summoned out as a battle mount. However, at level 0, the Phoenix could not be mounted. How could he? One single step and the pretty bird will be squashed. Hence, the Phoenix Pet then could not be mounted. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't tell me I've wasted 11 days camping in the snow just to get a Black Steel tier pet. WTF. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Fatty Han screamed to the high heavens, which immediately drew the attention of a few players around for a brief second. Stupid fool. Zhang Yang slapped Fatty Han in the face. Look at the skill. Don't you see that it could evolve to gain tier? So what? The next tier is only going to be a green copper. Fatty Han retaliated and cried like a kid that had lost his toy. Oh my god. May the great Buddha have mercy on your soul. Stupid F***CK. Who told you that the highest tier it can reach is green copper? There's still gray silver, yellow gold, and many more tiers. Zhang Yang snarled. Oh. Fatty Han stopped sulking and smiled innocently. How come I never thought about it? Ha ha. My bad. F***CK off, you. Go and train or something. Zhang Yang slapped Fatty Han in the back. Owie. Fatty Han grunted and left. Thanks for everything, little Young. I'll go and grind the little chicken's level for now. Han Yingshui insisted on continuing to practice her cooking profession, so Zhang Yang was left alone to do his own thing. Zhang Yang bade Han Yingshui farewell and went off to a field packed with monsters. Right there, Zhang Yang summoned the little fiery bird and let it roam around for a while. The little feather ball had imprinted Zhang Yang as its mother and stayed around Zhang Yang. Every time Zhang Yang moved a step, the little chick would have chirped a little and followed Zhang Yang closely. The little chick would occasionally burn a few grass around it with its tiny flamethrower. If Wei Yan'er was there, she would definitely be pestering Zhang Yang to hold on to the chick. He could not deny that he too was dazzled by its cuteness. Its big eyes were almost half of its head. Big brother. Felice could feel a tremendous amount of energy from within the little bird, said Felice after Zhang Yang summoned her to start killing monsters. Previously, when Zhang Yang and Fatty Han was in the oven, he could not have summoned her, for she might be burnt to death. G. G. The little phoenix chirped happily as it saw the big sister standing next to Zhang Yang. Little Felice, this bird is a legendary beast. Probably the last of its kind, said Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang kite a few hundred of monsters with a single trail and walloped them all with a single, God of War crushing strike. The counter for the God of What transformation skill had not yet ended ever since they obtained the egg from the cave. 370, 777. 362, 023. More than 100 damage texts jumped out, covering and overlapping each other after Zhang Yang struck the ground. The monsters around were elite tiers. The strike dealt more than 30% of their HP in an instant. Felice morphed into her dragonhawk form and shot out to the field to finish them off. Even though the little phoenix was still in its juvenile stage, it did not stand helplessly. Instead, the chick ran up to several monsters and spat some fire. Although the little chick could not deal much damage, Zhang Yang was extremely surprised to see that its flamethrower attack could hit 3 targets at the same time. Was that its normal attack? It was the same when Zhang Yang had fought the dragon. Its dragon breath skill could deal AoE attack damage even though it was not an active skill. In fact, it was also a magic attack which could ignore defense.
Whoa, as expected of a celestial tier pet. Even though it was still a baby, it was already frighteningly powerful. With a few more attacks from Zhang Yang and his transformation skill, all the monsters that he had kite around were killed in a matter of minutes. As such, the little chick gained so many levels that the pillar of light did not seem to dissipate, like it was permanently there. Blazing Fire Phoenix, Green Copper Flying Battle Mount. Level 10. HP 1200. Defense 100. Attack 183 to 243, melee attack, fire damage, attack interval 2 seconds. Skills. Fire build, passive, gains immunity against fire attack. Able to consume fire-based attacks and restore the same amount of HP based on the attack. Receives 50% increased frost damage. Evolve, can evolve to gain a tier. Next tier, Gray Silver. Level requirement, 20. A short while later, Zhang Yang train killed more monsters. Blazing Fire Phoenix, Gray Silver Flying Battle Mount. Level 20. HP 4000. Defense 300. Attack 1017 to 1217, melee attack, fire damage, attack interval 2 seconds. Skills. Fire build, passive, gains immunity against fire attack. Able to consume fire-based attacks and restore the same amount of HP based on the attack. Receives 50% increase frost damage. Reborn from the ashes, passive, revives from the flames upon death. Restores 100% HP and resets all skills that has less than a 24 hours cooldown. Cooldown, 24 hours. Evolve, can evolve to gain a tier. Next tier, Yellow Gold. Level requirement, 50. After a whole day of grinding, Zhang Yang was able to push the Phoenix's level to level 124, which was the current limit since Zhang Yang was also level 124. As such, the final result for the Phoenix was simply horrifying. Blazing Fire Phoenix, Mythical Flying Battle Mount. Level 124. HP 267,720, Vitality Aura. Defense 5,200. Attack 31,436 to 41,436, melee attack, fire damage, attack interval 2 seconds. Skills. Fire build, passive, gains immunity against fire attacks. Able to consume fire-based attack and restore the same amount of HP based on the attack. Receives 50% increased frost damage. Reborn from the ashes, passive, revived from the flames upon death. Restores 100% HP and resets all skills that has less than 24 hours cooldown. Cooldown, 24 hours. Phoenix Transformation, gains 2000% HP, 300% attack, 300% defense. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. Forbidden Firefall, summons a rain of fire, deals damage equivalent to the current melee fire attack every second to all targets within 100 meters x 100 meters area. Lasts for 30 seconds. Can only be used in Phoenix Transformation. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Adaptability, can shrink itself to fit in smaller environments. Evolve, can evolve to gain a tier. Next tier, Ethereal. Level requirement, 140. Shared Life, passive, combines the HP of both the pet and the master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Death Arbiter. Chapter 621, Death Arbiter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It keeps getting stronger. Every time Fatty Han's Phoenix pet evolved into the next tier, Fatty Han would never fail to report it to Zhang Yang until the pet reached level 120. By then, Fatty Han's voice was already cracking with joy. Zhang Yang could understand why Fatty Han was so excited about the Phoenix, as well as why 100 shots would be able to stand over a class inheritance players despite only having a C-class inheritance, or was it B-class? Zhang Yang could not remember it clearly. The reason was due to the skill, Phoenix Transformation. If Zhang Yang's Phoenix had such a skill, the Red Dragon pet that 100 shot would definitely possess a similar skill. The skill had to have similar effects as well. When a player activates the inheritance transformation, the mount would not obtain the transformation boost effect. Even though B-class inheritance and lower could be mounted after transforming, the added bonus of the battle mount would be too small. However, the Phoenix pet's transformation skill was like a pet's version of an inheritance transformation skill. The power when the master and the beast unleashes their transformation skills would be ridiculous. The pet Phoenix will become stronger as time goes, which allows growth, just like a player gaining more power via equipment. Let's do a mental comparison between the strength of a regular battle mount and the Phoenix pet. Player X is an A-class inheritance player with 150,000 HP, the highest non-tank player, with an average attack damage of 35,000, based on Zhang Yang's attack, and owns a Violet Platinum pet, normal, with 35,000 attack damage. Player Z is a B-class inheritance player that has all the same stats and equipment of Player X. Player Z's pet will be the Phoenix pet with 150,000 HP and 35,000 attack damage.
The only difference between Player X and Z would be their inheritances.
After activating their inheritance transformation skill, Player X would have 4,500,000 HP and 175,000 attack damage, along with the damage of the pet. Player Z would have over 6 million HP, shared life plus transformation bonus of both pet and the player.
Attack damage of 210,000.
Hence, the player with the Phoenix pet will overwhelm the other player despite having lower class inheritance. It was better and more flexible since the pet and the player would activate their transformation skills at different times. The strongest skill of the Phoenix pet was the skill, Forbidden Firefall, that can only be used in the transformation form. It was a full-screen tornado cleave.
A super enhanced AoE attack skill.
Plus, it was also 30 seconds of dot. A miniature version of a Forbidden Scroll.
No wonder the skill could have the name tag Forbidden.
Thought the Phoenix pet does not have many attacking skills in its normal form, its attack would already be enough to cause havoc. When the Blazing Fire Phoenix reaches level 100, its normal attack, the Flamethrower attack, would reach as far as 10 meters.
Even though it was not very wide, it was similar to an AoE attack. All targets in the line of attack will receive damage.
Furthermore, it had only a 2-second attack interval.
The damage was either equivalent or stronger than the Thunderhawk.
The only drawback of the Phoenix pet was that it could not learn additional skills from skill books. Instead, it will gain skills as it evolves. As a conclusion, the pet truly deserved to be called a legendary beast.
Guild Master, I have urgent news for you. The myth is issuing us a challenge to duel.
Just when Zhang Yang was about to test out the Phoenix's attack capability in further maps, he received a message from a random guild member.
Zhang Yang was surprised, but he remained calm. The myth?
Oof. What does Lu Wei want now?
Does he not know when to stop?
The guild The Myth was a rejected customer of Morningtown. Like the poor, unfortunate players of Japan and Korea, they would have to travel a long distance through the Ten Barren Sea to reach the Chaos Realm. As such, it was extremely inconvenient, not to mention the time wasted. Hence, the trouble that was self-imposed on them had made them rather grumpy. They have a berserker.
He is very strong. Right now, he is waiting in Morningtown.
He has challenged only Lone Desert Smoke and had already defeated most of us.
Zhang Yang snickered. All right. Sent Galileo in. Let the two berserkers have a go.
Zhang Yang had not cared about the menial dispute and continued on to the outskirts of Morningtown to kill. Compared to Zhang Yang himself, the Blazing Fire Phoenix's AoE attack were much stronger. One single blast of fire could cover an area so long that it could rival Blast Wave. Though the Phoenix's fire attacks were extremely potent and fatal. At such rate of killing, Zhang Yang had the confidence to gain a level in just 5 days. That is, if they had enough monsters to kill in the first place. He wanted to reach level 130 before he departs for Los Angeles for the World Championship. If he could, he would be able to equip a few new equipment. Felice and Phoenix would also gain a new tier upgrade.
Guild Master, I've lost.
Roughly half an hour later, the little boy had reported his loss with a solemn voice.
Zhang Yang was thrown. How could it be?
The little boy was a skilled player who learned at an extremely fast pace. His PvP skills were also above average. He also had the B-class light and shadow inheritance and an array of strong equipment.
Yet, he lost the fight?
Zhang Yang was greatly intrigued.
Who is the enemy?
A player named Death Arbiter.
Level 120. His equipment was better than mine. He too had a B-class inheritance. I was completely outmatched by his skill. I lost the match badly, said Galileo. Death Arbiter.
For someone to defeat Galileo in a fair fight, the player must be someone strong and not some random player who had come out of nowhere.
Death Arbiter was a famous player in Zhang Yang's previous lifetime.
In fact, the person could be one of the top 3 berserkers in the whole world. The problem was, he had recalled that Death Arbiter was a core member of Rolling Rock's guild. Perhaps, due to Zhang Yang interference, something had changed the outcome, causing Death Arbiter to move to the myth instead. There's no shame in losing.
Just don't give up. Improve. Overcome. Improvise. Train harder so you could fight back next time. Zhang Yang sighed. He knew it was going to be messy if he goes to the scene. However, as a guild master, he had the obligation to retaliate. Zhang Yang unsummoned both Felice and Phoenix before teleporting back to Morningtown. In town, Felice would not draw much attention other than regular perverts.
On the other way, it's the Phoenix that he was worried about. The bird was huge and not to mention, fiery. If he had flown in with the bird, its wide 10 meters long wings and 30 meters long fiery tail would surely be the center of attention. Unlike other people, Zhang Yang does not like to attract random eyeballs to glare at him. Zhang Yang walked casually towards the center plaza and saw Death Arbiter standing at the center of it taking all the limelight. There were buildings around the plaza which was filled with players. Players were completely jammed-packed together like sardines in a can. Zhang Yang could not even move closer to the makeshift arena and could only stand behind the massive crowd. Zhang Yang wished he could join the players that were in the sky, riding on their flying mounts, rather than standing among the noisy crowd on the ground. However, thanks to the noise, Zhang Yang could pick up a few chatters regarding about the fight. That dude is strong. He had defeated Galileo. Why? Was Galileo strong to begin with? Yeah. He is the main attacker for Lone Desert Smoke's secondary raid team. Death Arbiter, the guy is indeed strong. Why haven't we heard of his name before? You're the only one that had never heard of his name. The guy is famous. Before he joined the myth, Death Arbiter was the main attacker for the guild Goldilocks. However, since the guild was only a small guild, the equipment that the guild could provide was not on par. Even the guild's own battle team were not as strong as they could only fight in the C-class professional league. Hence, the man decided to leave the guild to join the myth. I heard that the guild master had a high expectation of him and spent a fortune to buy him the equipment he needed. The guild master had also used all his members just to help the man to level up. Holy cow! If only someone treated me the same way. I'd sell my soul to him. Probably no one would. What does that mean? I don't have to explain. Gore. While everyone was busy chatting, Zhang Yang tried to recall the past history of Death Arbiter. He was an orc warrior and had a set of armor that gave off a particular metallic luster. Based on the appearance, Zhang Yang deduced that the man was wearing a full set of mythical tier equipment. Perhaps, only the ring and necklace were violet platinum tier. That's a lot of money spent. By then, mythical tier equipment were extremely expensive and rare. Some of them even could not be bought with money alone. If Lu Wei had sorted out the equipment for Death Arbiter, he must have done something else than just throw out cash. Good job. Lu Wei clapped his hands when Death Arbiter had taken down 2 to 3 more Lone Desert Smoke members that had confronted the man. With his arms crossed, the man looked down to all the spectators and bellowed, "Is there no more strong players in Lone Desert Smoke? Is that what you have to offer? How dare you call yourself China's #1 guild? You cannot even defeat a nameless player of a small guild. It's a shame that the world is looking up at a disgraceful guild. Did he just insult us? WTF did he just say, a dot? You wanna fight? I'll fight you here and now." Many players were stupid enough to fall for Lu Wei's petty provocations and started to push forward into the plaza. Lu Wei stood still and glared at the players with condescending eyes. Look at you all. None of you could stand alone and fight and have to rely on numbers to defeat a single person. Such a shame. So be it. Come at me with all your wrath. I shall stream this live, for the entire nation to see. See what their representative guild had fallen. Put. Well said, Guild Master. Lone Desert Smoke might have the numbers, but where are the strong ones? Humph. None could defeat our death bro here. The players of the myth had naturally stood with Lu Wei. In fact, there were a few other guilds members had voiced out their disdain towards Lone Desert Smoke. As such, there was nothing Lone Desert Smoke could do at the moment. All they could do was to clench their fist and swallow their pride. Streaming? There's no need to do that. The crowd around them was enough to put shame on the guild since they could not put up a solo 1v1 fight with Death Arbiter. Death Arbiter laughed. I do not mind a group fight. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, all 13 of you, come at me. None of you could even put a dent on me. King prick. Even fuming with rage, all the Lone Desert Smoke had not rushed in. Come on. Why are you not attacking? Death Arbiter struck his axe to the ground and said, Do you want me to replace my axe with a level 10 whitewood tier axe? Guild Master, have someone deliver a whitewood axe here, please. I'm afraid they would not dare to attack me if I am not using a noob axe. Ha 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 ha. Laughter blasted in the town as players from the myth laughed with disdain. Even players that had no business in the fight had laughed as well. Naturally, the spectators were there to watch the fight. They had no inclination to support either side. However, even though most of them had a negative perception toward Lu Wei, Death Arbiter, however, was able to win the support of the crowd fair and square. In the end, a strong player will always win the support of mass. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, One Sword Stroke vs Death Arbiter. Chapter 622, One Sword Stroke vs Death Arbiter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You wanna go? Let's have a go. Unable to resist the provocation of Death Arbiter, all 13 members of Lone Desert Smoke present there had jumped at him all together. Wah! 1v13? Death by a player's hands would result in all experience points lost. That man is bold. He could lose any one of his equipment. That is what I call balls of steel. The spectating players started to chat. The cheers and claps were directed towards the brave. Naturally, in that sort of situation, the audience was cheering for Death Arbiter. Lu Wei and his guild members enjoyed the show. Zhang Yang laughed bitterly. Even though it was 13 players fighting against Death Arbiter, all 13 players were at a huge disadvantage. The highest leveled player then was only level 110, the lowest being level 102. At most, the strongest player there would be wearing violet platinum armor and some yellow gold. A guild can be strong, but only the strongest player in a guild would have the strongest armor. Take Zhang Yang for example. Even if he was the strongest player in all of China, and perhaps even the world, he had a mixture of mythical tier equipment, 3 violet platinum, and 2 level 80 equipment that was in dire need of being swapped out. However, the most important aspect of an equipment was the tier. Not the level but the tier. A normal player with a full set of level 110 violet platinum equipment would have over 70,000 HP and around 18,000 weapon attack. Two-handed weapon with 3.8 seconds attack interval. On the other hand, a player with a full set of level 110 mythical tier equipment would have HP as high as 150,000 to 160,000, and an average weapon attack of 36,000. Two-handed weapon with 3.8 seconds attack interval. Furthermore, Death Arbiter had a B-class inheritance in hand. Even if he does not use his transformation skill, he would have a higher advantage over normal players. By then, even though inheritance players were sprouting out like mushrooms after the rain, the number was still extremely scarce. In reality, out of 10 players who were mingling in the Chaos Realm, only one of them would have an inheritance. In other news, players with high-class inheritance such as Wei Yin-er or Zhang Yang would be like searching for a 4-leaf clover in a football field. Still, Zhang Yang silently praised Death Arbiter for challenging 13 players at one go. The man showed potential, there was no doubt about it. The battle started when Zhang Yang was still in his sea of thoughts. It was not a battle. It was an ambush. If this was a battle, the system would have set up a 5-minute timer to allow some preparatory time. In reality, it was like a random sudden encounter in the field. You would not expect a player to pop out suddenly and say, "Hey, I'm going to attack. Have you made adequate preparations?" However, Death Arbiter was not the everyday Jack you see in the streets. Zhang Yang judged from the sidelines. With a strong swing of his axe, Death Arbiter's attack was strong enough to kill a player off with 3 simple swings. However, just raw power alone would not do you much in a fight. When 13 players jumped at him, he would have to take at least 50% HP as damage. However, the man was powerful. With coordinated supporting attacks, he had managed to avoid many attacks that could not be evaded. He had performed many moves which required one to be as quick and agile as Zhang Yang. Haymakers, uppercuts, low kicks, clotheslines, knees, left, right hooks, the man was practically a powerful MMA fighter. More than 10 of the players who were attacking him could not connect their attacks. Death Arbiter had even used the enemy as a human shield to nullify damage. How strong? He had killed 3 players in just 30 seconds. D*MN. Not even Zhan Yu could be that strong. Please. Didn't you hear about Zhan Yu taking on 30,000 Japan-Korea region players at the same time? He had also dealt with a bunch of Japanese and Korean players in Anjur Castle. It wasn't the same. Both attempts, he had help from NPC bosses. In fact, Zhan Yu used his inheritance transformation skill. Death Arbiter did not use anything. Nonsense. If Zhan Yu had used his transformation skill, don't you think that the Japanese and Korean players would not do the same? I think Death Arbiter is stronger. No. Zhan Yu is the best. As the heated discussion went on among random players, Zhang Yang paid attention to the fight instead of the random useless chattering.
Amongst the audiences, there were in fact more players supporting Zhang Yang.
However, after the first few moments, Death Arbiter's popularity had risen up. As such, his name would definitely be jotted down in the list of professional players in China. 8, 6, 3 left. As the number of players started to reduce, Death Arbiter started adopting a more fleet-footed style. In the end, he had only casually used cripple defense to kill the remaining 3 players. Even though it was rather bold, the audience around cheered for him, for that was the kind of battle they preferred, a one-sided massacre. Even though PvP does not dictate a 100% chance of dropping equipment, out of the 13 players, 5 of them had unfortunately dropped their equipment. Lu Wei had his crooks to pick them all up and arrange them nicely in a row. There were a total of 27 equipment. They were placed blatantly in public as a public humiliation to Lone Desert Smoke. Zhang Yang's sight turned cold. His killing aura grew stronger. Just as he took the first step towards the plaza, a shadow flashed by. A large, golden-winged condor flew over the crowd and towards the plaza. Riding on the condor was a player equipped in heavy armor. There was a one-handed axe hanging from his waist and a large shield slung over his back. The name tag that was hanging on top of his character was none other than China's second strongest tank, one sword stroke. Lu Wei. The man dropped from the air and landed with a powerful slam to the ground, creating a small crater as he did. His glare locked on Lu Wei. He pulled out his axe and pointed it boldly at Lu Wei. It's time to settle our grudges. Put. Lu Wei cracked a smile which immediately burst into a laughter. Ha 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 ha. Look who's here. It's the eunuch. Lu Wei did not spare any second to humiliate him. I heard that someone chopped off your manhood. If you felt no shame of it, I could understand that, you didn't lose much anyway. But I also heard that your wife was raped over 100 times. It's weird seeing you still alive. I wonder where did you get the courage to look at your wife without imagining 100 CKs inside her? How does it feel being a husband to a whore? One sword stroke snapped. Zhang Yang had even noticed when Lu Wei was talking, one sword stroke's grip on his axe was so strong, it had bent the metal handle of the axe. Just when he raised his head back to eye level, one sword stroke had jumped towards Lu Wei with his axe, ready to cleave Lu Wei in half, Dang! A large two-handed axe appeared in between the 2 players with Death Arbiter standing on his left, holding the axe with just one hand. With quick reflexes, Death Arbiter shoved one sword stroke's axe upwards and pushed him backward with his palm. Please, if you want to kill me, do it properly. Lu Wei snickered. Ah! I've forgotten to tell you. When your wife was in bed, she was practically as horny as a bitch in heat. Every time I stuck it inside, she would squeeze me dry. My advice to you? Please pleasure her like how the 100 men did. Or else she might just run into the streets and whore herself out for more cocks. Oh, perhaps, it is already too late for you. Ha 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 ha. One sword stroke had enough. However, he was not alone. Lu Wei's poisonous words had angered so many spectators around, resulting in a change from cheering to massive disdain. One sword stroke drew in a deep breath and changed his target towards Death Arbiter. One sword stroke had just arrived at the scene. He had no idea on how Death Arbiter fought. However, from the man's masterful defense of his strike, one sword stroke had already concluded that the man was not to be underestimated. In fact, he might as well be as strong as Zhang Yang. There was no room for him to make a single mistake. I heard that you're only second to Zhang Yu, the second strongest warrior in China. To tell you the truth, I'm not interested in your tank ranking, but I will take away the title as warrior. Now that Zhang Yu is hiding like a coward, I shall be taking your position for now. When the time comes, I shall destroy Zhang Yu and stand tall as the strongest warrior. Death Arbiter laughed proudly, filled with confidence. One sword stroke scoffed and chuckled. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just, for a second there, I had actually thought that you might be stronger than Zhang Yu. But now I see, you're nowhere close to him. He might be an asterisk shoal. But even I would recognize the man as the strongest tank and warrior in China. No. The whole world. Death Arbiter gritted his teeth and snarled. I will defeat the both of you and claim the title. You can try. And I will. When I do, I will dance on your corpse. One sword stroke was not an ordinary man. He was, after all, the guild master of Imperial Sky. Even though his wrath was so strong that it could poison a man, he was still able to control his rage and focus on the real threat. A guild's strength is decided by the strength of all the members in it. However, it requires guidance.
Guidance that would never falter in the face of despair.
Lone Desert Smoke was under the care of Zhang Yang. Crimson Rage had Snow Seeker.
Radiance had Sword of Light. Imperial Sky?
One sword stroke, of course. The man with the entire guild on his shoulder shan't be shaken by mere provocations. For he holds the pillar that supports the entire guild. If he falls, so does the guild. One sword stroke equipped his shield and his axe.
Let me give you an advice. There is a fine line between courage and recklessness. Know the difference now before you ending up on the wrong side. Ha ha ha. Who you think you are? Trying to lecture me when you should take a good look at yourself. I don't need to. I know where I stand. Do you?
Death Arbiter summoned his mount, a mechanical quad-winged tiger.
Enough. Time to end this. Zhang Yang could not hear their conversation.
When he saw Death Arbiter summoning his mount, he could not help but feel a little jealous.
The mechanical quad-winged tiger was a product of the engineering profession. The recipe to craft the item was extremely rare.
Furthermore, when the mount is crafted, it will be bound to the crafter. Hence, only a player with the engineering profession could craft and use it for themselves. It was a flying mount, a mythical tier at that. At the stage where only a handful of players had reached level 120, that mount was strong. On the other side, One Sword Stroke's mount, the Golden Wing Condor, was just a violet platinum tier. One tier lower than Death Arbiter's.
That was not an issue.
The main problem was that One Sword Stroke was level 118.
Even though the gap between them were only 2 levels, the power that Death Arbiter held was stronger by 10 levels. Death Arbiter could equip level 120 equipment while One Sword Stroke could only equip level 110 equipment. Death Arbiter also had one extra inheritance skill, and his mount would be on another level. To put things in comparison, One Sword Stroke was outclassed in terms of attributes. One Sword Stroke. This is a fight of honor.
Come at me with everything you got, said Death Arbiter as he zoomed towards One Sword Stroke with his axe, ready to cleave.
Humph.
One Sword Stroke raised his shield and blocked the attack. A blast of spark was unleashed and One Sword Stroke staggered back. He was clearly overpowered in terms of strength value.
Humph. You're nothing but words.
Death Arbiter rushed onwards and cleaved One Sword Stroke.
Don't be too sure of yourself.
One Sword Stroke scoffed. With a quick leap, One Sword Stroke dodged the attack and flew behind Death Arbiter, throwing out a counterattack. After the attack landed, Death Arbiter turned around and punched the Condor with his full might. The punch packed so much power that the Condor was sent flying, pushing One Sword Stroke away with ease.
Ha 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 ha. I'm invincible. This game was designed especially for me to conquer. Death Arbiter laughed manically. I am China's national wushu champion many times over the course of several years. Even though my attacks could not cause any damage, it was strong enough to be a great support in battle. One-on-one fight? No one can defeat me.
As he taunted One Sword Stroke, the man flew towards him and landed a barrage of attacks. Even though One Sword Stroke had no talents in martial arts, there was a reason why the man was publicly recognized as China's second strongest tank.
His capabilities were not just for show. In fact, in terms of class prowess, a Guardian was designed to specially counter a Berserker. At the rate of their fight, the two of them might not share the same stats, the two of them were indeed standing on the same level. Use your transformation skill. Or else, you're not my opponent. Death Arbiter grinned evilly. I'm not going to pull my punches. You don't deserve to fight me in my transformation mode.
One Sword Stroke had collected his composure and replied coldly with no emotion. Both fighters were pressuring each other to use their trump card, despite silently feeling out the other's strengths. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 623, Fight with everything you have. Chapter 623, Fight with everything you have. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Despite One Sword Stroke's demeaning words, his true intention to not use his transformation skill was because it was his trump card.
In fact, transformation skill is every player's trump card.
Only a few players would release information regarding about their inheritance. The smart ones would not tell everyone about your strengths, giving everyone a chance to exploit your weaknesses.
A good example was Wei Yan'er's Darkness inheritance.
Her transformation skill may be strong, but she was extremely vulnerable to holy elemental damage during the activation duration. If her weakness was discovered by outsiders, anyone could counter her with a bunch of priests and knights. On the other hand, if the fire immunity of the Phoenix is kept a secret, all dispatched pyromancer will be completely wasted. It couldn't be helped, class skills were exposed completely to everyone in the world. However, inheritances, especially higher class inheritances, are being guarded like a national treasure. It was rather simple, since the number of high-class inheritances like Class A and Class S were extremely scarce. Hence, in normal circumstances, some even had refused to use their transformation skills to prevent anyone from researching their weakness. However, S-class inheritances were different from the norm. Even if the information about the inheritances leaked out, no one could really craft out a proper countermeasure. Neither One Sword Stroke nor Death Arbiter would want to leak their own inheritance transformations to the world. Hence, the best scenario was for none of them to use their transformation skills to fight. If either one of them used it, the other would be forced to use his as well to balance the power difference. However, the two enemies were constantly provoking the other to use their own transformations. Sounds of heavy metal clashing with each other continued on. The two players' movements and attack patterns had enthralled the audience. God's Miracle had been online for more than 1 year and a half. The professional league had been going on for half a year. There would be more and more talented players emerging out of the crowd of greenhorns. Zhang felt like everyone's PvP skill had increased greatly. It was time for him to train, or else he might be left out as well. One Sword Stroke and Death Arbiter were the best among the best. Just by watching the two titans clash with each other was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Just like a sports player who enjoys watching other players fight, it was a way of improving oneself. Taking the best from their performance and applying to oneself. Like the display of supporting attacks by the two players. Death Arbiter was a fighter in real life. He was trained to look for the opponent's opening to strike and attack. His martial art skills were extremely useful in the battle. On the other hand, One Sword Stroke might not have been trained in martial arts, he had the reflexes that could rival Zhang. His responses were lightning quick and fast that he could compensate his sluggish movement by dodging attacks and even counterattacks. To put it mildly, the two of them were almost at the same level. Even their HP drop rate was the same. Amongst the audience, there were many Imperial Sky and the Myth members. Healers were standing out, but everyone had kept their hands in their pocket. If any side supports the battle, they would be forfeiting the match. There were eyes and ears watching from all corners. Any mistakes could not be forgiven. It was a matter of guild honor where only One Sword Stroke and Death Arbiter could settle the core. Since Berserker's heal was removed from the game, warriors had been nerfed in long combat. However, that would not mean that the fight between the two would end quickly. Both players had been finding the chance to land a stun skill in order to provide time to use, bandage, or healing potion, whenever they can. Additionally, supporting attacks were used to break the combo of the opponent attacks, causing the entire battle to last as long as 7 minutes. At that moment, both sides only had 20% HP left. 2 players, 2 sides, 2 cheers. All sort of skills and moves were unleashed to kill, but neither of them were actually landing a solid blow. Clearly, both of them were professionals, that even skills that were supposed to be used normally had been twisted and bent in a way that no one would believe without actually seeing with their own 2 eyes. Both sides were far from each other. The atmosphere between the two was as tense as a steel thread holding a building together. Both of them were at the HP threshold where both of them could use Killing Cleave. One single mistake would spell doom for either party. Killing Cleave ignores defense, cannot be blocked, nor evaded. Hence, if the opponent mistakenly enters the range, it would be a sure hit. The two of them roughly had the same HP percent. However, One Sword Stroke was a tank, therefore, even by percentages, this HP was much higher than Death Arbiter's. However, Death Arbiter had the advantage of attack, for he wields a 2-handed weapon. Even if the two of them launched Killing Cleave at each other, the damage dealt would be different, but the HP percent deducted would be the same. As such, if neither of them did something out of the norm, both of them would die together. Lu Wei snickered. Without making a move, he nodded lightly to a person who was standing in the opposite crowd where he stood. The players nodded back to acknowledge the command and quietly sneaked into the crowd whilst hiding his profile information. The player sneaked amongst the player of Imperial Sky and healed One Sword Stroke. Shring. +8, 821. A large green colored text floated up on One Sword Stroke character and everyone at present gasped. It was a clash of titans, yet someone had purposefully sabotaged the fight. The entire match was suddenly brought down to a screaming match. One Sword Stroke stopped attacking immediately and threw away his axe, refusing to continue. Who did it? He screamed at the top of his lungs. Players of Imperial Sky turned to each other. Not us. Death Arbiter lifted his axe and placed it on his shoulder. With a smug look on his face, he scoffed. So, this is the way Imperial Sky fights. You can't rely on your own strength and had your healer sneak in a heal for you in the middle of battle.
Did you think that the thousands of pairs of eyes around would miss such a cheat?
The audience around, who had nothing to do with Lone Desert Smoke, Imperial Sky, and the myth, booed loudly.
Insults and demeaning words were thrown all around.
Any healing skills would have a direction pointer, and everyone had spotted the green stream of magic coming from the crowd of Imperial Sky. One Sword Stroke opened his battle log to find the culprit. However, the name of the player who had healed him was concealed.
Immediately, he knew that the culprit was sent by Lu Wei.
He had been working with Lu Wei for quite some time before he had separated with him. He knew clearly that such a deceitful method was Lu Wei's doing. However, no matter how One Sword Stroke tried to explain himself, the power of ignorant players had laid down the final judgment. Everyone had already marked Imperial Sky as a guild of cowards and cheaters. As such, One Sword Stroke picked up his axe and roared at Lu Wei for a final time before leaving the arena.
Lu Wei was disappointed at his reaction.
He had thought that One Sword Stroke might still stick around a little longer to fall into more of his traps.
Zhang Yang kept his mouth shut. Unlike the other players, Zhang Yang's eyes were as sharp as an eagle.
He had spotted the sneaky players walking from the myth and towards Imperial Sky.
However, he had not done anything to defend One Sword Stroke.
He was close enough to One Sword Stroke to defend the man in trouble. Secondly, if he had tried to clear his name, it might cause him to be dragged into the mud pit. Even though Zhang Yang was someone who could reason with the crowd, he was dealing with players of the myth as well. Who knows what kind of trickery that man might pull off to cause him to be labeled as another cheater.
One Sword Stroke, just the name, and no honor. Death Arbiter turned away from the arena and stood beside Lu Wei.
The man had demonstrated his prowess to the crowd. Hence, his popularity had reached a point where he now stood on the same stage with Zhang Yang himself. No one, including Zhang Yang, had thought that the man was a man of his words. He might occasionally be boastful of himself, but he played his game right.
Lu Wei was delighted. He had even thought of uploading the recording of the battle to the internet.
It might increase the influx of strong players into his guild.
The amount of money spent on Death Arbiter was worthwhile, after all.
He had not even spent that much money on himself.
Where is Zhan Yu? Bring the man here.
One Sword Stroke has been defeated.
Does he plan to hide his face forever? Is China's #1 fighter a coward? Death Arbiter roared. Zhan Yu. Call him. Call the coward out. TCH.
Players of Lone Desert Smoke scoffed. Our big boss could defeat him with one hand behind his back.
Oof.
I dare say that he could even win him with all his equipment off. Someone from the myth had heard the conversation and started to lunge at Lone Desert Smoke. A screaming match started between guild, causing the mass to split itself apart. On the sidelines, audiences who were not affiliated to either of the guild were starting to gossip. As the gossip turned into greater insult, a hot-headed player had tried to settle the score himself by entering the arena to fight Death Arbiter. He was immediately stopped by his friends.
Let me go. I'll fight that douche.
Zhan Yu is our guild master. I shall defend his honor. Zhang Yang reached out and held his shoulder firmly.
That's what I wanted to hear, said Zhang Yang with a smile.
Zhang Yang moved forward and revealed his name tag and a string of title. Allow me to prove what Lone Desert Smoke could do. Zhan Yu, Crypt Slaughterer, Physician's Friend, Hero of Snow Sprite City, Warrior of Centaur, Hero of White Jade Castle, Warrior of Sacred Glory, The Challenger, Level 124, Male Human, Guardian, Lone Desert Smoke.
The crowd was stunned.
No one made a squeak when the man, the legendary fighter, the person who Death Arbiter had been eager to fight, made his appearance. The string of titles was not a feat that anyone could accomplish. Even if they did, the title was nothing of value. Zhang Yang's title was obtained by completing the hardest challenges, proving himself as both a player and a guildmaster, to be the best in China.
The best tank. The pinnacle of God's miracle. Everyone shrunk away from the front lines.
Zhang Yang had nothing to say. In fact, he does not need to do anything. Players themselves know who Zhang Yang is and what he was capable.
You're finally here. Death Arbiter cried.
He had never fought Zhang Yang before and did not know what he was capable of. With the momentarily bolstered confidence after dueling with One Sword Stroke, the man brandished his axe and pointed it at Zhang Yang with utmost confidence.
Come. Let's fight.
Zhang Yang tapped the tip of the axe and sent it flying with just a flick of his index finger.
You?
Zhang Yang gave the man a condescending glare and said, You're not worthy.
In fact, none of you all are.
Sigh, I'm disappointed.
He shrugged. You with the stupid outfit. You. And you. Join Death Arbiter and fight me.
All of the players that he had pointed were all members of the myth. Such a bold statement, exactly the same words that Death Arbiter had spoken earlier. Zhang Yang took the liberty to have Death Arbiter eat his own words. All the previously defeated 13 players of Lone Desert Smoke teared up at his challenge, while others were started to get excited.
Such a man. Death Arbiter was enraged. Zhan Yu. What are you playing at? Ah, I see what you're doing. You trying to make an excuse when you're defeated. Isn't it? Ha ha. I might be wrong about one sword stroke. He might not have a D**CK anymore, but he had balls bigger than yours. That's true. Now that we're done comparing D**CKs. Shall we fight? Zhang summoned out his blazing fire phoenix and mount on it. I'm challenging all of you together to show a little handicap. Since you're still complaining, shall I give you a hand and a leg? What is that mount? It's so cool. It's on fire. With the appearance of the phoenix, the crowd's attention was diverted towards it instead. Enough! Death Arbiter bellowed. I alone shall be your opponent. He had been healed by the healers around and most of his skills were already ready to be used. With an angry roar, he hopped on his mechanical quad-winged tiger and flew towards Zhang Yang. There were no reins on the phoenix. Instead, Zhang Yang had only mentally commanded the phoenix to move. With a flash, the mythical bird zoomed towards the guild, leaving a trail of flames behind as it did. With a blast of fire and a swing of a sword, Zhang Yang and the phoenix massacred the players of the myth. There was no mercy left to spare for him. They had intruded upon his peace and brought shame and humiliation to everyone around him. Blood must be shed. 35,929. 38,092. 37,092. 31,889. Both Zhang Yang's and the Phoenix's attack had dealt roughly the same amount of damage to all the players of the myth. Horizontal cleave. 67,880. 72,982. 79,336. 3 players took the damage and were killed instantly. All 3 of them had only over 70,000 HP. Even though they had over 120,000 HP while mounted, their remaining HP after the initial attack had only left them with half of their HP. There were still 2 players around him that had over 20,000 HP left. Zhan Yu. Death Arbiter roared and chased after Zhang Yang. The Phoenix was a celestial tier beast, though it had not yet achieved that rank. Its speed was not something a mechanical mount could match. Before, when Death Arbiter flew towards him, Zhang Yang ignored him and attacked the players on the ground instead. Death Arbiter felt the utmost humiliation when Zhang Yang refused to fight him. The 2 players with a tiny bit of HP left had tried to run away. Zhang Yang immediately summoned Felice out and have her kill one player with a normal lance attack and the other player with a fire missile. The first 2 deaths had been confirmed. Stay in formation. Do not break your formation. Lu Wei quickly took command and spread the players out to prevent multiple kills from Zhang Yang. The audience around the battle had retreated to a great distance to allow adequate fighting space for the 2 foes. Zhang Yang laughed and sped through the air, breaking the sound barrier and blasted towards Death Arbiter. Pang! 2 blades clashed against each other, the muscles on the arms of both Death Arbiter and Zhang Yang tensed up. Zhan Yu. Today, I shall take your title of China's #1 player. Death Arbiter gritted his teeth and knocked Zhang Yang's sword upwards. With a quick duck, Death Arbiter swung his axe and aimed at Zhang Yang's abdomen. Zhang Yang quickly raised his shield and blocked the predictable attack. What that was shocking was not the fact that Zhang Yang could block the attack. Death Arbiter was extremely shocked at Zhang Yang remaining stationary. He was supposed to be knocked back. Zhang Yang's array of equipment, followed by the immense strength bonus and defensive builds, Zhang Yang would not be weaker than any berserker. Perhaps, only Wei Yan Air with her strength aura activated could surpass him. Zhang Yang pulled his sword back and stabbed Death Arbiter in the chest. At the same time, he casted God of War Devastation. 34,780. 110,961. 2 damage texts popped up. But it was not done. Felice could not wait to cast an attack, hence, she morphed into her human form and stabbed the man with her lance for over 30,000 damage. Then, the Phoenix attack blasted him for over 40,000 fire damage, dealing a total of 210,000 damage in a flash. He had only over 250,000 HP when he was mounting. The combined attacks had nearly caused his death. Zhang Yang was a little disappointed that none of his attack had procced a critical strike, nor the effect of the Sword of Purging Devourer. Holy shite! The audience gasped in horror.
They were still admiring the beauty of the Phoenix and were stunned when they saw Death Arbiter's HP dropping down so rapidly. The amount of damage had taken one sword stroke at least 8 minutes to deal. As expected of China's #1 tank. No. Perhaps even the #1 attacker. How could someone deal so much damage without even using their transformation skill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 624, Phoenix Transformation. Chapter 624, Phoenix Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Death Arbiter was shocked, and he let out a breath of surprise. He quickly hopped onto his pet mount and did a tactical retreat. Who would want to get caught in the swing of a killing cleave from Zhang Yang? However, Zhang Yang did not intend to activate his killing cleave. As the guildmaster of the Lone Desert Smoke, Zhang Yang wanted to get even for his guild members. He wanted to show that Death Arbiter had made a grave mistake by shaming them with his foul words.
So, Death Arbiter wanted to retreat, huh? Could he be faster than the speed of a phoenix pet? Is that a joke?
The phoenix was a legendary beast. It would be the best among all pet mounts in the current stage of the game. It would remain as #1 until the first appearance of a dragon pet. Like a flaming ball of fire, Zhang Yang arrived right in front of Death Arbiter. While the opponent was still glaring at Zhang Yang with his frightened eyes, Zhang Yang bashed his shield right onto Death Arbiter's face, but
bam!
3 teeth flew right out from Death Arbiter's mouth, followed by small splashes of blood.
Half of his face started swelling up.
The HP bar of Death Arbiter remained untouched.
However, Death Arbiter felt worse than being dead.
All he did was to underestimate his enemy, and next thing he knew, he almost got killed by a series of attacks from Zhang Yang. He would rather be dead than be smacked in the face by Zhang Yang. It felt like a part of his reputation had been smacked off of his face.
Zhang Yang did not continue to launch his assaults on Death Arbiter. He commanded his phoenix pet back to the enemy crowd.
With a swing of his sword, he began to slaughter the members of the myth like a farmer with his scythe. Zhang Yang had over 5,230 defense. Upon the activation of his God of War transformation, he had over 40% of damage immunity and 4,612 points of damage absorption. In other words, if his enemies wanted to deal a physical damage that could penetrate his defense to cause effective damage to him, they should be able to deal 13,000 damage at the very least. Even with their magic attacks, they must also deal at least 7,500 in order to cause effective damage to Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, normal players would only have level 110 Violet Platinum tier equipment on them. Even if they were to hold a weapon with 3.8 second attack interval, they would only deal approximately 18,000 damage to their target.
So, how much damage could they really deal to Zhang Yang, then? On the other hand, how powerful could Zhang Yang's attack be?
With Zhang Yang, the Phoenix Pet and Felice combining their assaults together, their enemies were on the verge of being annihilated. Wherever they passed by, they leave tons of bodies behind them, but
heal. Heal Death Arbiter now. Heal him like there is no tomorrow. Lu Wei screamed as loudly as he could.
No matter how many men he had with him, they would still be unmatched to the oppressiveness of Zhang Yang. Tens of players had not been able to accumulate enough firepower to turn the tide of the battle. They were there just to let Zhang Yang slash them up. The only player who could withstand the power of Zhang Yang was Death Arbiter. When Death Arbiter had finally gotten Zhang Yang's full attention fixed on him, the other members of the myth were only able to launch their assaults on Zhang Yang without that much pressure. The other players in the surroundings were shocked to see everything that was happening. Death Arbiter had taken on numerous members of Lone Desert Smoke at the same time earlier on, slaughtering them up. He seemed so powerful back there. Who would have thought that Death Arbiter would be forced to retreat just because of one person? Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was slaughtering up the players in front of him.
That was just.
Zhang Yang was to answering Death Arbiter's slaughtering of the members of Lone Desert Smoke in kind. He went up against numerous players of the myth like how Death Arbiter did.
What the hell?
Zhang Yang was showing his oppressive power off to his enemies.
He was braver than a man. Zhan Yu. Death Arbiter let out an angered roar.
He had never felt so puny ever since he joined the game. Although he had encountered some high-tier players, he would never lose a single match, unless his equipment are too far off compared to the equipment of his opponent. Ever since he joined the myth, Lu Wei had been very focused on building him up. The standard of his equipment would surely be among the top players. His equipment standard would not be far off, at least. Death Arbiter thought he could win all battles that came at him.
Apparently, he was proven wrong by Zhang Yang.
Of course, he could not accept the reality. Roaring in rage, he activated his inheritance transformation skill without any hesitation. A pair of dark sharp horns appeared right above his head. A pair of black wings taking the shape of the bat's wings came out of his back. His eyes turned red as his body mass began to increase drastically. The armor on his entire body began to sink into that large body mass of his. By the end of it, Death Arbiter had transformed into a large muscular being that only wore a pair of long trousers. The naked upper body of his was covered with dark green, mythical runes that were radiating with ghastly flames. Although he had 2 wings behind his back, Death Arbiter did not seem to have the ability to fly. With a deafening roar, he charged towards Zhang Yang while riding on his mechanical tiger. That was the Class B Demon Hunter inheritance. Although the information about high-class inheritances were very hard to obtain, Zhang Yang had over 3 years in his previous life to gather enough information about them. Anyone would have been able to retrieve a certain amount of information in that amount of time. Upon activating the inheritance transformation skill of the Demon Hunter inheritance, the player would have all the basic attributes of a Class B inheritance: increases maximum HP by 20 times, increases attack by 300%, increases defense by 3 times, and increases the rate of magic immunity by 20%. Upon activating the transformation skill, players would also be able to deal 50% additional damage to demons. However, the user would also be afraid of sacred spells and holy spells, as the user would receive additional damage. However, even though Zhang Yang was not equipped with any sorts of holy attack, he would not be affected by the 50% additional damage that Death Arbiter could deal. The same goes for Felice and Phoenix Pet. None of them were demons. Therefore, Death Arbiter had no chance at all but to unleash his full potential. Zhang Yang was confident enough to engage in battle with a player with Class C inheritance without activating his God of War transformation. But a Class B inheritance. Furthermore, Death Arbiter was a high-tier player. Zhang Yang would be digging his own grave if he ever thinks of holding back against Death Arbiter by not activating his God of War transformation. Phoenix transformation activated. The blazing fire phoenix immediately let out a long roar as it began to light up with blazing flames. The heat waves were overflowing into the surroundings, as everyone around it was forced to retreat tens of meters back in order to flee from the scorching heat from the phoenix. In the midst of the blazing flames, the feathers of the Phoenix Pet had turned from crimson red to violet golden color. Its body mass had also increased tremendously while its attributes were insanely boosted up. Royal Blood Phoenix, Mythical Tier Flying Battle Mount. Level, 124. HP, 5,454,400. Defense, 15,600. Attack, 94,308 to 124,308. Upon the power-up of the Phoenix Pet, the maximum HP of Zhang Yang had reached up to 5,600,000 HP. Although that was still a little far from the power he could obtain by activating his God of War transformation skill, it was enough for Zhang Yang to go up against Death Arbiter. Unfortunately, after Zhang Yang had mounted onto the Phoenix Pet, his defense would still be based on his initial amount of defense. Therefore, the 15,600 defense of the Phoenix Pet would not be accounted for as long as Zhang Yang is on its back. As the attributes of the pets were only accessible by their own owners, Death Arbiter could not have known the Blazing Fire Phoenix was, in fact, a legendary tier. He activated his Demon Hunter transformation, and his confidence came flooding over him. He swore to humiliate Zhang Yang as hard as he could and get back his face. Zhan Yu. I shall make you regret everything you've done all along. Death Arbiter raised up his battle axe and swung it straight towards Zhang Yang. Under the influence of his Demon Hunter transformation, his axe was flashing with ghastly green flames. Zhang Yang smiled coldly as he raised his weapon to engage Death Arbiter. 87210. The tornado cleave that was struck upon Zhang Yang by Death Arbiter had finally dealt an unexpectedly high damage on Zhang Yang. Even though Zhang Yang had activated his God of War shield, he still received about 90,000 damage. However, Zhang Yang was currently mounted on his Phoenix Pet. The amount of his maximum HP had reached over 5,600,000 HP. 90,000 damage would mean nothing compared to that amount of HP he had. At the same time, Zhang Yang returned Death Arbiter's favor by swinging his sword back at Death Arbiter. His Phoenix Pet spat out a blazing fire 20 meters across the distance. Not only were the flames torching up Death Arbiter, the healers right behind Death Arbiter were also lit up. 72-226. Frost Strike, by Zhang Yang. 95-320. Flamethrower, by Phoenix Pet. 118033. Flamethrower, by Phoenix Pet. 3 extremely high damage values popped out at the same instant. Although Zhang Yang was not powered up by his transformation skill, the Phoenix Pet was already extremely powerful at that moment. Its attack power could match the attack power of Death Arbiter.
Furthermore, its attacks were basically AoE attacks.
Not only it dealt approximately 100,000 damage to Death Arbiter, the Phoenix Pet also almost took out the healer instantly. The healer tried to escape after being left barely alive. However, he failed. Felice charged up to that healer with her lance pointed straight at him. With a basic strike, Felice killed the healer instantly. Felice, go get the others. Little Fiery and I shall take care of these nincompoops. Zhang Yang told Felice. Obviously, Zhang Yang was referring to the Phoenix Pet as Little Fiery. Roger, big brother. Felice transformed herself into her Dragonhawk form and began her reign of chaos upon the formation of the myth, as she tore them apart. Impossible. Death Arbiter was horrified at seeing Zhang Yang having with such abundant amount of HP without his God of War transformation, but others might not have known how much damage Death Arbiter could cause in a single hit, but he himself knew about it too well. That was approximately 90,000 damage he had dealt on Zhang Yang. That one hit should have taken out a player with high-tier equipment. It could even reduce half of the HP bar of a player mounted on a pet. Therefore, he was terrified to find out that the 90,000 damage was merely 2% of Zhang Yang's HP. Furthermore, a blazing bird that could cause a damage over 100,000? What the F***CK? Was there anything worse than this? What the F***CK was going on? Death Arbiter could not begin wrapping his mind around anything as he began to break down from the inside. Even Zhang Yang would go crazy with the thought of not having his Phoenix Pet. He would not have known that a legendary beast would have the ability to activate a transformation skill. What's done is done. Death Arbiter knew that he had to continue the battle no matter the consequences. Furthermore, he would not be willing to admit defeat just like that. He was not the type that could afford defeat. Everyone had seen how powerful Zhang Yang could become once he activates his God of War transformation. Now that Death Arbiter had activated his transformation skill, if everyone sees him getting defeated even before Zhang Yang activates his transformation skill, how would he be able to hold his head high after all these? Would he still have the face to look at others? Would he even have what it takes to look himself in the mirror? With a very violent Felice swinging her lance about, the members of the myth were no longer capable of launching their assaults on Zhang Yang. They were too preoccupied with saving their own *Cs from being skewered or burned up by the little dragon lady, but although Felice did not have any sort of transformation skills, once she activates her absolute defense, she would instantly become the most ferocious tanker in the entire God's Miracle. Some would call her invincible. Cling. Clang. Cling. Clang. Zhang Yang and Death Arbiter were exchanging hits. Both of them were aggressive as hell. This time, Death Arbiter did not dare to underestimate Zhang Yang anymore. He could not even afford the slightest mistake. He went all out on Zhang Yang with every possible skill that he could use. He had an advantage, that was being real-life experience in the field of martial arts. From the perspective of skill, Death Arbiter could be on a whole new level, compared to the normal players. Therefore, his supporting attacks were a little hard to handle, even for Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang has lived 2 lives. So he was basically trained in martial arts for approximately 7 to 8 years. He would not be far off from the standard of Death Arbiter if he were to be a little weaker. More importantly, Zhang Yang had the advantage of having better reflexes than Death Arbiter. In the previous battle, one sword stroke had managed to match the supporting attacks of Death Arbiter with his all, because of his outstanding reflexes. Zhang Yang's reflexes in battles were definitely on par with one sword strokes. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's martial arts standards were not lower than Death Arbiter. Combining the 2 forms of art into one, it was enough for Zhang Yang to dominate Death Arbiter. Bam! Bam! Slam! Zhang Yang would usually hit his target in the face. It was just his habit. Bashing his shield over and over again on the face of Death Arbiter, he had knocked all teeth off Death Arbiter's mouth early in the battle. The face of Death Arbiter was so swollen that he looked exactly like a pig at the moment. It was the most miserable moment in his entire life. The players from Lone Desert Smoke were very contented to see that son of the B***TCH suffering for his deeds. Hit them in the face. Burn their *Cs. Hit them hard so that they would remember this for all eternity. Who told them to be so full of themselves to launch a full-scale assault on others' territory? Didn't they just shove their own faces over just to get smacked? Guildmaster is fearsome. Guildmaster is almighty. Guildmaster is fearsome and almighty altogether. No debate needed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, A Torturous Torture. Chapter 625, A Torturous Torture.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Lu Wei could not help but feel a chill up his spine as he saw how swollen Death Arbiter's face was. Lu Wei had the same experience back then when he was trying to snatch a boss from Crimson Rage. It was one of the worst ways to be humiliated. If even Death Arbiter could not defeat Zhang Yang, would there still be someone who could? Would there still be anyone left to defeat Zhang Yang in a one-on-one battle? The question could only be answered by Zhang Yang himself. He had someone in mind, Sun Xinu. Only that Queen of Shadows could pose a threat to Zhang Yang. As a thief, she could just enter her stealth mode and stay quiet while approaching Zhang Yang. Upon the activation of her Dance and Slash, she could ambush Zhang Yang in silence and take him out instantly. Zhang Yang would not even have the chance to activate his God of War transformation. But, how about facing each other fair and square? A fair player versus player match, To hell with that. Asking a thief to battle players of other classes would be an unfair act in itself. The developer had given the thieves the ability to do stealth to allow thieves to act in the shadows as assassins. Thieves would do no any good at all charging into battles like warriors. In this battle, Zhang Yang was not the one causing high damage to the enemy. It was the Phoenix pet right beneath his buttocks. Death Arbiter could not understand it. How could a pet mount deal so much damage? The damage it could deal was enough to match with the damage a transformed player could deal. There was nothing more absurd than this. Surrounding players were stunned to see that. Previously, they were not aware of the power this Phoenix pet could wield. However, their intelligence should not be underestimated as well. Although they could not see how much damage the Phoenix pet and Death Arbiter could cause, they could tell by the reactions of the combatants. Death Arbiter is capable of activating an inheritance transformation skill. He should have at least a Class C inheritance. Furthermore, he had those shiny equipment strapped on, which appeared to be similar to the equipment that One Sword Stroke himself has. So, they could deduce that the standard of his equipment should be top tier as well. Even if Death Arbiter could only deal a basic damage of approximately 10,000 damage, a Class C inheritance could increase his basic attacks by 200%, which would allow him to deal approximately 30,000 damage. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had not activated his transformation skill. His initial HP should be around 200,000 HP. After approximately 10 hits from Death Arbiter, Zhang Yang still had over 20% of HP on him. That could explain that the maximum HP of Zhang Yang could have reached over 1,500,000 HP after being mounted. It would not be possible that a player could have so much HP all by themselves. The only way of increasing the amount of HP to that extent would be by mounting on a pet. It was common sense. Holy moly. So, what type of creature could this be? How on earth could one pet provide over 1 million HP to a player who mounts onto it? This could be a unique, ultimate pet. Players who saw through that began to discuss about it. They were debating on what tier this Phoenix pet had to be. How could it be so powerful? Naturally, Zhang Yang did not waste his breath explaining all that to them. It was the Phoenix transformation. It was a pet skill that was equal to an inheritance transformation skill. Zhang Yang gave Death Arbiter a good bash on his face with his shield. Blood was spilled across the ground as Death Arbiter's face looked so **tty that words were not fit to describe it anymore. Who told him to go way over his own stinky head in the first place then? Who told him to scream by saying he would defeat One Sword Stroke and Zhang Yang? Now that One Sword Stroke has been defeated, he turned his attention over to Zhang Yang, who was oppressively powerful. The situation was like a perverted man encountering an ugly woman. Of course, his little brother would not stand still. Immolation Aura. Death Arbiter roared in anger. He had been keeping his anger in for half a day. Now that he finally accumulated enough EP, he activated that one ultimate skill that could only be used when he is in his transformed form. Immolation Aura expands an aura filled with torching flames, causing 6 times the fire damage that the user could deal to all target within the effective area of the aura each second. Immolation Aura requires 3 EP of Demon Hunter Inheritance to be activated. Lasts for 1 second. Every 3 EP can extend the duration of Immolation Aura by 1 second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Zhang Yang did not know the attribute of this skill at first. However, after he realized that the skill could cause fire damage, he smiled. He found out by looking at his battle log. Upon the first tick of Immolation Aura, he hopped off the back of his Phoenix pet. 18,485. Plus 38,496. Zhang Yang received a tick of damage from the Immolation Aura. However, not only was the Phoenix pet immune to fire damage, it could also recover HP by absorbing fire attacks. Immediately, a green value popped right on top of the Phoenix's head. While a player is mounted on a pet, attributes such as defense, damage immunity, and other special attributes would be based on the players.
Therefore, the blazing build would not kick in. In order for the effect to kick in, Zhang Yang had to dismount and allow the Phoenix to be an independent unit.
After that wave of attack, Zhang Yang hopped back onto the Phoenix pet. Instead of a reduction of their total HP, he gained almost 20,000 HP, due to the fire attack from the immolation aura.
Well, Death Arbiter did not know how to react to that situation.
He was on the verge of popping his veins. Even his ultimate skill, which should be causing grief to Zhang Yang, had ended up healing the man instead.
What a tragic experience for him. Thank you.
Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he charged towards the Lu Wei and his men. He took the advantage of using the immolation aura to recover his own HP while ridiculing Death Arbiter without the need to say anything.
Stop him.
Lu Wei screamed like a sissy as he gasped in astonishment.
Just with these men of yours? Zhang Yang gave him a disdainful look as he looked at Lu Wei's men. Those men were beaten straight up in their asterisk Cs by Felice. However, he also realized that the number of Lu Wei's men were increasing by the second. There were now hundreds of them. He also saw that Lu Wei's suicide squad of 12 was lined up nicely by his side. He commanded everyone to stop moving and said, "You guys, just stay and watch." Zhan Yu. Are you still thinking of going against 100 men all by yourself?
Lu Wei had tasted defeat before, so he was extremely afraid of Zhang Yang, as he knew how powerful Zhang Yang could be. He had fortified himself among his own men and had made it difficult for Zhang Yang to repeat history. Meanwhile, Lu Wei also had someone cast a sacrifice on him. Furthermore, there were also 11 others lining up to give him sacrifice.
What's so difficult about it? Zhang Yang laughed as he commanded the Phoenix pet to activate its forbidden firefall.
Immediately, countless flames descended upon the ground from the sky as the flames spread across the area of 100 by 100 meters.
The entire effective area became a land of living hell engulfed by flames.
The flames were so blazing hot as no living thing was seen within the effective area.
38992. 40877. 32483.
At every passing second, players who were within the effective area of the skill received approximately 30,000 to 40,000 damage.
It was fatal to the players. Those players who did not have inheritances to boost their HP were all burnt to crisps after seconds. Even more unfortunate was the Guardian who had cast his sacrifice on Lu Wei. He had to suffer 2 times the damage. Therefore, he was forced to activate his shield wall just to stay alive. However, the range of the attack was terrifyingly vast. All 12 members of Lu Wei's suicide squad were forced to do the same to stay alive. They activated their shield walls to cover their own asterisk Cs. Because the shield wall could last for 10 seconds, upon the end of the first sacrifice, Lu Wei could still enjoy a second sacrifice from one of his guardians. However, no one was that stupid to stand still in the effective range of the forbidden firefall. As they started scattering like wild chicken, Zhang Yang came at them with that blast wave, stunning Lu Wei and 3 members of his suicide squad. Could they attempt to lift the stun effects on them by activating their skills? Zhang Yang activated his heroic leap and stunned the 4 of them once again. Lu Wei could not make it out. That being said, the other 12 members of his suicide squad could not leave as well. Or else, they would be charged of treason as they would be abandoning their master. Their purpose was to protect Lu Wei, no matter the cost. The miserable screaming continued to echo across the battlefield. The forbidden firefall was basically like a mini version of the effect of a forbidden scroll. See the resemblance? The word forbidden on the names of the two? In just 5 to 6 seconds, players with shorter HP bars began to collapse and die. The effect of the skill was devastating. Lu Wei was a real lucky son of the B*TCH. He survived for 13 seconds long by depending on the sacrifices that were being wasted on him. After that, he survived for another 10 seconds by activating his ice barrier, as he entered a 10-second state of invincibility. Furthermore, he was the guild master of the myth. Of course he would have an item or an equipment that would grant him another 5 seconds of invincibility. After all, the forbidden firefall was not the real forbidden scroll. The flames blazed on for only 30 seconds before they faded away. Lu Wei only took 2 rounds of damage from the forbidden firefall. Apparently, he was still able to sustain so much damage and still be alive. However, right after the forbidden firefall, the entire army of the myth was annihilated. Only Lu Wei and Death Arbiter were left alive on the battlefield. It seemed that the power of this Phoenix pet could be seen in the destruction it left behind. Wow! When did you get a powerful birdie, noob tank? It's pretty and I like it. I want it as well. Get me one as well.
Wei Yan'er heard the news as she rushed all the way over to the battlefield. She was just in time to witness the powerful phoenix pet sending hell down on the myth. Her eyes were glittering as she stared at the flaming bird.
Ha ha. Unfortunately for you, you have no chance of getting it anymore. Just feast your eyes upon it. Zhang Yang laughed.
The phoenix pet lunged over and pinned the ugly mount of Lu Wei firmly to the ground. With its sharp claws, Little Fiery began to tear that ugly fly creature into pieces. That ugly beast could not help but roar in misery as it was torn into pieces. Zhang Yu Death Arbiter was charging straight at Zhang Yang from a great distance. He had fled to remove himself from the effective range of the forbidden firefall. Even the great Death Arbiter was forced to avoid remaining in contact with the flames of the skill.
Oh. You're late.
Zhang Yang revealed a cruel smile on his face as he sliced his sword across Lu Wei's throat. With a powerful backswing of his sword, Zhang Yang cleaved Lu Wei's head clean off his neck, and the head rolled across the ground like a football. Blood was oozing out from the stumps as the headless body collapsed onto the ground, making a great mess of its surroundings. The scene was spectacularly bloody.
I will never forgive you. Death Arbiter let out a desperate roar.
Everyone had witnessed what happened with their jaws dropped wide open. Although it was the still of Phoenix Pet, those who did not know the truth would believe that it was all Zhang Yang's doing, but words could no longer describe the oppressiveness of it. So that was the power of the #1 tank in the China region. Worthy of it all.
Oh. It's your turn now.
Zhang Yang rode Little Fiery and charged forward. He swung his sword of Purging Devourer, as swift as lightning. At the same time, Little Fiery was discharging its flamethrower. Felice had also transformed into her Dragonhawk form as she began to spit fire missiles repeatedly at the target.
Mana Incineration. Thorn of the Devil. Crescent Moon Slash. Death Arbiter went berserk on Zhang Yang with the best skills he had. The inheritance skills of his Demon Hunter inheritance were being activated, one after another. There was no reason for him to hold back anymore. If he fails to kill Zhang Yang now, he would be shamed by his own deeds, but however, Zhang Yang had nothing to fear at all. Upon activating the Phoenix transformation, the maximum HP and attack power of Zhang Yang were able to match Death Arbiter's. Zhang Yang continued to bash Death Arbiter up. With a series of attacks, he began to overwhelm Death Arbiter with his mighty bashes and smashes. Death Arbiter was struck so hard in his vital parts that he could no longer differentiate the direction he was facing. At the same time, Lu Wei and his men had run all the way back to their dead bodies as they began to resurrect among themselves. Kill them. Kill them all.
Zhang Yang commanded his guild members in a cold tone.
Yes, Guild Master. Our swords belong to you.
The fellow members of the Lone Desert Smoke had been keeping their head down long enough. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's command, they charged into the battlefield and launched their most brutal form of attacks on Lu Wei and his men. Now that these scums were defeated by Zhang Yang all by himself once, no one would complain even if Zhang Yang would send 10,000 members of Lone Desert Smoke to slaughter them up. Even if it was true that Lone Desert Smoke was using numbers to overwhelm their enemy forces, no one would say a word anymore. Lu Wei and his fellow guild members were aware of their situation at least. After a few attempts of charging at the Lone Desert Smoke army, they ceased fire.
Upon resurrecting at the graveyard, they began to run off. However, Death Arbiter was continuously tortured by Zhang Yang for 2 hours long, literally. Everything was only over for him after his transformation expired. Who knows if that experience would leave a deep mark that would haunt him for the rest of his life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, World League Championship. Chapter 626, World League Championship. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Despite the fact that Death Arbiter was suffering at the hands of Zhang Yang, his outstanding battle performance stood out while he was battling one sword stroke. Many players praised and recognized him as one of the best players in the entire game. It could be said that he would be famous, a new rising star in the China region overnight after that battle. A large number of players believed that Death Arbiter deserved to be ranked as one of the top-tier player with a special title. Little did they know that they had been underestimating Zhang Yang all the while. Zhang Yang was indeed worthy to be the #1 in the entire China region. It seemed that he was so powerful than those beneath his throne, that the gap of strength between Zhang Yang and the rest were blurred greatly. No one could seem to shake his title up to this point. However, the players were debating intensely to whom shall hold the title of being the #2 player in the entire China region. Since there were true individual ranking competition held in China to determine the player's rank, everyone could only rely on debates to determine the ranking position. The name One Sword Stroke had struck out prominently, while some had suggested Sword of Light. There was even a few who suggested that Snowseeker was the one that should be ranked second. Furthermore, some players even tried to urge the official to organize a yearly ranking contest to satisfy the players' curiosity. Dream Technology had addressed the issue and responded. They had announced that a consideration to organize a qualifying contest in every region after the World League Championship had ended. A list would be made to rank the professional players according to their performances. The lists would be classified according to each class, as each list would list out the top 100 players of each class in each individual region. In other words, there would be top 100 for each of the available classes in the entire game. After being reminded by the official, many had only come to realize that the finale for the World League Championship was just around the corner. The World League Championship in each of the main region was held in a full swing. Other than the Class S matches, the Class A matches were being monitored closely by many as well. Even the Class B matches were attended with large crowds. In the upcoming finale of the World League Championship matches, each main region would send their best and second best battle teams to join the fight against the best and second best battle teams from other main regions.
The matches should be interesting to see.
So more people were paying attention towards the event. Players from all 8 main regions were hoping that they would be the ones who could acquire the champion trophy for their own regions. As everyone had turned their attention towards the finale of the World League Championship, only a small number of attentions had been put on the progress of the new level 120 dungeon called the Red Garnet Palace. There was a reason why players had picked to focus more on the World League Championship instead of focusing more on the progress of a new dungeon. Firstly, only a small number of players were able to reach beyond level 120 at the moment.
Secondly, this would be the second world-class dungeon. The definition of first and the definition of second would differ largely. Therefore, no guild would actually put so much effort as they did with the progress on the Dragon Throat Fortress.
Zhang was currently grinding his level as hard as he could. It was only approximately 10 days before he would depart for America. He was only 4 levels from reaching level 130. Hence, there was still hope in attaining that target. Wei Yenair had been complaining and blaming Zhang for not taking her with him while he was acquiring the Phoenix pet. By the end of it, Zhang bought a puppy and gave the little canine as her pet.
Only then, the little brat was calmed.
Unfortunately, that little brat only had a brief period of enthusiasm towards that puppy. When Zhang brought a puppy back to her, she swore to take care of the puppy for better or worse till death do them apart.
Like sakura trees, the enthusiasm to take care of the puppy died down after 3 days.
The little poor canine was left to starve to death on its own in the corner of the house.
Sun Xianyu hugged the puppy into her room without making a sound about it.
At the very least, the puppy did not die of starvation. However, Zhang had a new problem. The pug had acquired a habit to stash food. It was most probably because Wei Yenair starved it for a while, hence this little fellow learned to reserve food in the case of emergency. Zhang could find tons of bones and meat underneath his couch. Even though Sun Xianyu looked all cool and icy, but her heart was filled with compassion and love. The pug had gotten a fat and round stomach after a few days being pampered by Sun Xianyu.
The way it walked looked absolutely adorable.
When the little brat came back 1 week later to stay for a night, she could not recognize that it was the same pug that she had almost starved to death. Time passed without mercy. In a blink of an eye, it was already the day that Zhang and his gang depart for America. However, the game company suddenly sent them a message saying that the venue of the contest had been changed to the city of Luxembourg in the Grand Duché de Luxembourg, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. As visa had become a major problem for most of the contestants, the date of the contest was delayed by a week.
It was actually a fortunate thing for Zhang.
Zhang was currently at level 128. His experience bar had filled up to 89% at the moment. 1 week of extra time could provide him buffer period to reach level 130.
Upon acquiring their visa passes, Zhang led his party of 7 and departed for the contest.
Meanwhile, Crimson Rage had won the contest that was held back in the China region and became the second qualified guild to enter the finale of the World League Championship. However, Zhang and Snowseeker were living too far away from each other. They did not depart together. They only met up when they arrived at the hotel that was arranged by the organizer of the event. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg was a country that was known to have the best living conditions among many European countries. The country had many mansions and castles of all sizes. The country was well known to be the country with 1,000 castles. The venue of the contest was being held in one of the large castle.
The exotic style of foreign countries was always so amazing. It was quite a rare occasion to travel across another country.
Therefore, they did not spend all their time on the game. Instead, the 7 of them went out to feast their eyes upon the historical culture of the Europe countries. The only time they were playing the game was when they were all sleeping. Finally, Zhang Yang had succeeded in reaching level 130 before the opening ceremony of the competition. He could finally take out the Python's helmet, Amasa's nose hoop, and Knight's Glory chestplate.
Upon switching the 3 equipment on, his attributes increased by a notch. Player, Zhan Yu. Level, 130. HP, 346,550 with Vitality Aura. Defense, 5,640. Strength, 8,306.
Attack, 52,416 to 57,551, 23,193 to 25,465, asterisk 226%.
Damage absorption, 5,987. Luck attribute, 28, lucky strike rate, 2.8%. Critical rate, 15%.
The 2 level 150 ethereal equipment had really boosted Zhang Yang up to a whole new level. Compared to his previous attributes, his attack and HP had been increased 2 times over.
It was surprisingly terrifying.
That was also why Zhang Yang had pressured himself to reach level 130 before the competition. As the day of the competition was approaching, Zhang Yang could also see other contestants in the game. Members of top-tier guilds such as Land of Savages and Paragon were wandering about in the palace. Zhan Yu, a beauty with the look of a foreigner, came right up to Zhang Yang. This beauty had an extremely intoxicating hot body figure. She was really tall. Although it was the middle of the winter, but the woman took off her coat as soon as she entered the castle. Upon taking off her coat, she revealed her extremely hot body figure to everyone in the castle. Her waist was extremely slim. She was a true marvel sight for sore eyes.
She appeared Indian.
However, her skin was very fair. She had blonde hair and her eyes seemed to whisper in mystery.
They were really electrifying to look at.
She had to be of mixed descent. She was quite tall among her own people. There were many men following her from behind. By the looks of it, they were her bodyguards. Other than that, there were also some admirers laying their eyes upon her.
When she walked up to Zhang Yang, the bodyguards went into alert mode, and the admirers revealed a sense of hostility towards Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang could not remember the last time meeting such a beauty that could be seen as the same level of Sun Xinu and Wei Yin Air in terms of their looks.
In God's miracle, my name is Hourglass Figure.
The beautiful woman laughed, Amisa Tarda.
That's my real name. The woman was speaking fluent Oxford English.
Zhang Yang had encountered a world-class apocalyptic problem. All the while, Zhang Yang had been relying on the in-game automatic translator to communicate with players of different languages. However, now that he was in the real world, he could no longer rely on the translator. With the little English that he knew, Zhang Yang could still manage to understand a word or two of what she was trying to say. After all, introducing themselves to each other was a rather simple step. However, this hourglass figure was worthy to be the #1 beauty in the entire India region. Furthermore, she was the successor of the Steely Dan's holdings.
Who would know how much assets she had in those pretty hands of hers?
No wonder there were so many admirers trying to pursue her.
No wonder those admirers would look at him with such hostility.
Zhang Yang had only crossed path with this beautiful creature once.
Why would they be so envious? Why did they look at him as if he had tainted their goddess? If they cannot get the woman, why would they blame their own failure on others, then?
Zhang Yang sighed quietly, deep in his heart. Then, he attempted to speak to Amisa with his half-baked English. However, the conversation was basically like a duck trying to quack at a clucking chicken.
None of them were able to fully understand each other.
In the end, Han Ying-shui had to step up as the interpreter. She had learned English when she was studying back in London a few years ago. Her English was rusty, but still fluent. Although the two of them seemed to be smiling and giggling as they spoke, Zhang Yang could see sparks flying from one side.
That's right.
Han Ying-shui was defending her sovereign property.
However, Amisa did not express anything but friendship towards Zhang Yang.
She only wanted Zhang Yang to join her ranks.
That sort of hostility between the two of them was just odd.
There was no other way to describe the situation. Zhang Yang was very familiar with the battle teams from the Chinese region. However, he was not familiar with the battle teams from other regions. Other than players who had acquired a Class S inheritance like Amisa herself, Zhang Yang would not waste his effort and time digging deep for the information about someone. After all, he had only been struggling about in the Class A League Championship matches in his previous life. He was not even qualified to represent China region when competing for the crown in the World League Championship. For the next 2 days, Amisa kept coming over to visit Zhang Yang and his battle team members at their hotel rooms. She kept trying to invite Zhang Yang, not just Zhang Yang, she even tried to invite Han Shui, Sun Xanu and the others to join her. Zhang Yang could not help but frown. This woman was actually attempting to poach his members right in front of him, but... However, none of Zhang Yang's gang had shown the slightest interest in joining her, although Amisa did try to pique their interest by offering a great deal of conditions. However, all of them felt that as long as they had enough money to spend, that would be sufficient. There were no greedy persons in Zhang Yang's gang. They were quite content with their current life. Pooey. $30 million a year to get me over to your side? Are you underestimating me? Wei Yenair was angered, then she said, Noob Tank could give me 100 million in a year. If you want to recruit me, at least offer me 200 million to $300 million. Well, there was still someone acting greedy, after all. On the 22nd of January, the World League Championship finale had finally raised its curtains. It was 7 p.m., the 16 battle teams arrived and lined up by the hall. After a short and brief opening ceremony, the organizer announced that the matchings of each battle team would be decided by lucky draw. Although the opening ceremony was short, the God's Miracle was, after all, the most popular game in the entire world. Naturally, many celebrities and VIPs attended the event. That included some of the top influential people and some of the finest actors and actresses in the entire world. The opening ceremony was so grand that it felt like a winter carnival. It was finally the moment that the players had been waiting for. The lucky draw session. To prevent any possibility of cheating, the two battle teams from the same regions would be arranged to compete in two different sections separately. In other words, the 16 battle teams would be separated into two sections, with 8 battle teams competing against each other in each section. Of course, the battle teams from the same region would not be arranged into the same section. Therefore, it was not possible for 2 battle teams from the same region to run into each other before the finals. The schedule of the contest would be as follows. 22nd, quarterfinals, top 8, 23rd. Top 4 on each different section, 24th. Semifinals, top 4, 25th. Finals, champion, runner-up, 3rd in place, 4th in place. The final rewards for the winners of the competition were finally announced. Champion team will acquire $5 million and 1 Class A inheritance fragment. Runner-up team will acquire $3 million and 1 Class B inheritance fragment. Second runner-up will acquire $1 million and 1 Class C inheritance fragment. Money aside, the main attraction would naturally be the fragments of inheritance. As long as one obtains a single piece of an inheritance fragment, the person would be able to gather the other missing pieces and activate the inheritance quest. It would just be a matter of time before that happens. Although there were quite a number of players in the game who had already acquired an inheritance for themselves, it did not mean that the value of the inheritance would drop. Lone Desert Smoke was already packed with 3 players carrying Class S inheritances, 1 player with Class A inheritance, and 5 players with Class B inheritance at the moment. Even so, they were still hoping more of their members would obtain inheritances to make their guild even stronger. In another aspect, if the contestants were not interested in acquiring the inheritance fragment, they could still sell it after they managed to acquire it. There would be countless of guilds willing to offer their higher tier equipment, and some would even fork out large sums of gold coins for the inheritance fragment. It's a Class A inheritance. If it's a spell-type inheritance, then Sister Daffodil will finally have her own inheritance. Wei Yenair clapped with joy as she said. Among the 7 of them, only Daffodil Daydream had not yet acquired an inheritance. Alright. Let's do our best and help Daffodil get that reward. As captain of the battle team for Lone Desert Smoke, Zhang Yang and the rest of the party captains went up to the stage. The matches they were going to go up against would all be decided by lucky draws. The organizer had applied the best 2 out of 3 method to determine the winner of the match. Every match would be following the same protocols of the previous league championship. Firstly, they would set up 7 matches in the form of 1 vs 1. If none of the 2 sides could score 5 wins for their side by the end of the 7 matches, the competition would switch things up a little. It would become a 5 vs 5 party battle. Every team that is going to participate must acquire 2 victories in order to proceed into the quarterfinals, to become one of the top 8. Zhang Yang managed to draw a number that set his team up against Moira battle team from the Europe region. Their match would be the 4th match of the day. Upon the completion of the lucky draws, all battle teams went to the rest area and got ready for the competition. Currently, everyone had the information about all 15 battle teams, which including all players' levels and their classes. However, their skills, especially their inheritance skills, were not listed on the sheets. Of course, it would be better to keep those a secret to make the competition interesting. Right before the competition starts, the two battle teams must confirm their members who would be participating in the matches.
Upon confirmation, they could no longer make any changes afterward. Or else, the entire battle team would be forfeited. The Moira battle team came in full force. All 10 slots were filled, and the contestants were all ready to roll. The player with the highest level among their members was a level 122 spellcaster named Light of Hope. Meanwhile, the player with the lowest level among their members was a level 117 priest named King of the Jungle. After reading the sheet lists of the other battle teams, Zhang had to decide on which member of his team would take part in this competition. A team of high-tier horses versus a team of middle-tier horses, and then a team of middle-tier horses versus a team of low-tier horses. Then the winner shall be revealed by the end of all these matches. Wei Yan'er wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Zhang laughed out loud and said, Are you a high-tier horse, a middle-tier horse, or a low-tier horse then?
Pooey. You're the horse.
Not me. Wei Yan'er did not fall into Zhang trap, not admitting herself as a horse. She rolled her eyes at Zhang. Zhang made a final head count, then he said, We don't know them well, and we don't know who's strong and who's not. However, we shall remain the best, always. We don't need to think about cheating or anything else. We just have to prove ourselves by doing our best and taking out anyone that stands in our way. Well, the first one to go up stage will be Ice Queen. The second one will be Witchy Snow. I'll be the third. We shall use 3 Class S inheritances to show them who's the boss and destroy their confidence. Little brat, you're the 4th one going out. If you still can't win with your Class A inheritance, we're going to punish you by forcing you to stand outside of the door for the entire night. After that, Lost Dream and 100 shots, you guys just have to win once each. By then, we can end the battle earlier without getting ourselves into a party battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Quarterfinals. Chapter 627, Quarterfinals. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At 8 p.m., the first match of the World League Championship finale finally kicked off. Players from all around the world put everything aside and tuned in to watch the matches. Battles between top-tier players would either last 10 seconds or drag on for hours. Truth be told, unless it is a battle between thief-class players, the matches would typically last for tens of minutes before it ends with victor up top. After all, players who have made it this far must have been one of the top players in their own regions. The first match was won by the Real Battle Team from South America. They won by scoring 5:1 as they defeated the Azuma no Netsa Battle Team from Japan-Korea region. They were now leading with a final score of 1 o'clock at the moment. One of many reasons they could triumph over the players from Japan-Korea region was because they were in luck. Every player from their side happened to face an opponent that had a disadvantage in terms of their classes. Secondly, none of the players from Azuma no Netsa Battle Team had reached up to level 120 yet. With a detrimental combination of inferior equipment and ill-matched classes, their loss came as no surprise. However, the second match was intense. This time, both sides had made some adjustments on the sequence of players who would go in first. Real Battle Team was not as lucky as they were in the first match. They no longer had the advantage in classes. The battles were fierce and close. The round was concluded with the score of 4-3 after 7 matches. Therefore, the two battle teams had to participate in the 5 vs 5 team battle. By the end of it, the Azuma no Netsa Battle Team lost because of their inferior equipment. They lost with the score of 3-6 in the second round. With the final score settling at 0-2, the Azuma no Netsa Battle Team was eliminated from the championship. The next rounds were the matches between the Hell Battle Team from Europe region and the Holden Battle Team from Australia region. After struggling through 3 difficult rounds, the Hell Battle Team won by scoring 2-1 in the final score and progressed into the quarterfinals. Zhang felt that something was a little off. Dusk Phoenix, who had been constantly hunting after him, was supposedly on Hell Battle Team. However, there was no sign of her at all, in both the 1 vs 1 matches and the 5 vs 5 team battles. She had a Class A inheritance and had to be one of the most powerful members of the team. So, why would she not be battling in any of the matches so far? If she would just join in any of the battles, there would be 90% certainty that the Hell Battle Team would score 1 victory for themselves. They would not have to go through so much hardship. They even might have won their previous match by scoring 2 o'clock. It was indeed very strange. What could that woman be up to, then? After that, the Philosopher's Stone Battle Team from North America region was defeated by the Steely Dan's Battle Team from India region by the score of 1-2. They were the third to be eliminated from the championship. The following match was Zhang Yang's battle team going up against the Moira battle team.
Because they were not familiar with the members of their opponents, they could not arrange the appropriate players to go up against their opponents based on their weaknesses and strengths. However, Zhang Yang and the rest of his members were very confident. After all of them had already acquired an inheritance that was higher than Class B, at the least for themselves, other than Daffodil Daydream. This poor little lady still could not get her own inheritance, as she had not come across any suitable ones so far. Hence, every single one of them should not have any trouble if they go up against their opponents in 1vs1 matches, regardless of who they were dealing with. After the sexy host finished with her introductions, Sun Xinu was the first member of the team to step foot onto the battle stage. Meanwhile, her opponent, the Reaper, was a guardian who had only reached level 120 recently. Judging from the looks of it, this guardian was well equipped, with high-tier equipment. He seemed very different from the others. It was an unfortunate turn of events for a thief to go up against a guardian. Tanker classes had a natural advantage over thieves. When they saw Sun Xinu walking up the stage, the members of the Moira battle teams broke in smiles of joy. Victory was theirs, even before the match has begun. How wrong would they be to think like that? To them, it was simple math. Players would not be able to activate their inheritance transformation skills in this competition. Although Sun Xinu was currently level 126, her attributes would only be as good as a level 120 can get, even with all the high-tier equipment she was equipped with. It seemed that the Reaper had the absolute advantage over Sun Xinu in the aspect of classes. As the night was packed with several matches in its schedule, the 5-minute preparation provided to all contestants was shortened to 1 minute. In just a brief moment, the system had announced the commencement of the first match. Without wasting any time, Sun Xinu went into stealth mode. No words, no taunts, no flourishing of her weapons. She just vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the Reaper walked towards where Sun Xinu had disappeared with extreme caution. He held a shield in his left hand, and a battle hammer in his right hand. He was moving around as carefully as possible. If he could just force Sun Xinu out of her stealth mode, victory would already be his, but... Noob Tank, do you think that Sister Sun can win? Wei Yan'er was very nervous. Zhang Yang laughed with ease and said, even I would have a 50% chance of being killed by her if she ever comes for me in the open world map. So, what do you think? His gang members were very well aware of how powerful Zhang Yang was. Everyone became very confident that Sun Xinu would win the battle, upon hearing what Zhang Yang had to say. Most warrior classes could only be as powerful as 10% of Zhang Yang's strength. If Sun Xinu could really fight Zhang Yang and stand a 50% chance of winning, then she would definitely stand over any other warrior, regardless of class. Pack. A shadow appeared all of a sudden, right behind the Reaper. It was Sun Xinu. With ambush, she stunned the Reaper for 4 seconds. The moment the Reaper was stunned, Sun Xinu began to whirl her weapons in both hands, and the HP bar of the Reaper began to drop. The Reaper did not activate any skills to dispel the effects of ambush. Instead, he intended to keep his warrior's will for the more dangerous kidney shot that had yet to be used on him. The duration of the status restriction from kidney shot could last for 6 seconds. As for his accessory that could provide him with an invincibility effect, he decided to only use it after the second round of the vanish. However, even though he could not move at the moment, but his battle companion did not stay idle. The battle companion of the Reaper was a middle-aged human. There was no way of determining the initial tier of the battle companion at the moment. However, his entire body was radiating in violet equipment. It was obvious that the battle companion was equipped with violet platinum tier. However, this middle-aged man was not a DPS battle companion. He was a healer-type battle companion. He would remain behind to heal his master. Just hit it, girl. Just hit it. The Reaper thought to himself as he had a thick layer of armor protecting him. Furthermore, he also had the Class B Ethereal Turtle inheritance. Without the need of activating his inheritance transformation, he still had 10% additional damage immunity and 50% additional defense increment. Therefore, his defense should be as hard as a turtle shell. He was not worried about how much damage Sun Xinu could deal to him. Furthermore, he even had a healer-type battle companion healing him up. After that 4 seconds of stunning, he would be the one torturing Sun Xinu. The Reaper had a cold smile on his face. However, he realized that something was off after being hit for 2 seconds. How could his HP be reducing at such a rapid speed? In merely 4 seconds, his HP bar had been reduced by 40%. Holy moly! He could swear that he had the defense of a turtle. How did this thief make it seem as if he was made of paper, but... The brief 4-second stun effect was like 4 hours to him. He was anxious. After waiting out for the effect, Sun Xianu activated her kidney shot, as expected. He quickly activated his warrior's will to cancel the negative effect on him and turned around swiftly to face Sun Xianu. The moment he faced her, he finally realized that Sun Xianu was not holding two daggers, instead, they were two swords. The Reaper was astounded to see that. Did he not receive a backstab? Well, backstab was a skill that can only be activated when the user has daggers in her hands. How could Sun Xianu be using the skill with swords? What the hell? Sun Xianu did not waste her breath explaining how she made it possible. It was the passive skill that was provided by her Shadow Dancer inheritance. Weapon Mastery, passive, you can use a one-handed sword to replace your dagger and activate all skills that require a dagger. It was just like how Zhang Yang's God of War inheritance allowed him to equip two-handed weapons in his left hand while holding a shield in his right hand. It was a special perk that only the wielder of a Class S inheritance could have. In terms of DPS, the same level and same tier of a one-handed sword and a dagger did not differ much. However, the speed of the weapons differed. The slowest attack interval for a one-handed sword was 2.8 seconds, while the slowest attack interval for a dagger was only 1.8 seconds. If both weapons end up with the same amount of DPS, it would only mean that the sword should have a significantly higher attack attribute to make up for its sluggishness. However, this DPS only took into account the normal strikes of a weapon. The DPS would greatly differ if the player activates the same skills with two different types of weapons. Backstab was a skill that would cause 200% of the attack that the main weapon could deal. Upon a complete upgrade of the skill, the player would deal up to 250% of the attack that the main weapon could deal. It could be considered as the main damage-dealing skill of thieves. A player should be able to deal 45,000 damage to the target by using a dagger. On the other hand, the player should be able to deal up to 70,000 damage to the target by using a sword. That was a lot of difference. Even though the Reaper had a thick defense, it would still not be enough for him to tank against a backstab that is fueled by a sword. Fortunately, one backstab would require 50 MP. Furthermore, Sun Xianu must be standing behind her target in order to activate her backstab. Furthermore, a professional player like himself would definitely not give his back to his opponents. However, the Reaper felt that his entire body was numb once again before he could begin his assault on Sun Xianu. He was stunned, again. A second assassin had appeared behind his back. Sun Xianu dashed over to the Reaper's back to get ready for her next assault. She only needed 10 MP before she can activate her second backstab. With nothing left to back him up, the Reaper was forced to remove the restriction status on him by activating the invincibility effect of his accessory. He attempted to fight back the moment he removed the status restriction effect on him. However, Sun Xianu was an extremely agile thief. Her steps were as light as a feather as she retreated from the Reaper. She was stalling the Reaper until his invincibility effect fades. The moment the invincible effect faded, Sun Xianu activated her vanish and disappeared into the surroundings. Then she smacked an ambush right on her opponent once again. This time, however, the Reaper had nothing left to rid the restriction status effect on him. He could only activate his shield wall in an attempt to stay alive. Shield wall could last for 10 seconds. It was just enough for him to shield himself from the 4-second stun effect of the kidney shot and the 6-second restriction status effect. With that, Sun Xianu had succeeded in getting rid of all the Reaper's life-saving skills that he could spare. Sun Xianu did not waste her skills and MP on the shield wall of the Reaper. Instead, she turned her attention towards his battle companion as she began to launch her assaults towards the poor middle-aged man. For seconds later, she turned her attention back to the Reaper as she activated her kidney shot and put another restriction status effect on him. 10 seconds was more than enough for Sun Xianu and Ankh the assassin to kill that battle companion several times over. The moment the shield wall faded, the Reaper recovered from the stun effect. He immediately charged at Sun Xianu, roaring in anger. Ever since the beginning of the match, he had not been able to move at all. Also, his battle companion had been slaughtered, and he could not do anything about it. He felt extremely embarrassed. Blast wave. Heroic leap. Brutal smash. He was not willing to show any sign of weakness as he kept spamming his skills on Sun Xianu. However, Sun Xianu dodged every single attack that the Reaper could throw at her. The Reaper could not do anything about it as Sun Xianu started beating him up. Upon acquiring the weapon mastery, Sun Xianu no longer feared going head-on with other players in battles. Not only did she have the agility of a thief, but her durability and stamina were that of an assassin. It was just like the God of War inheritance, her Shadow Dancer inheritance had allowed her to have both advantages of the two thief classes. Furthermore, Class S inheritances could provide players with an additional 50% damage output. It had made her so powerful that she was now capable of facing a tanker head-on. She also had her battle companion Ankh the Assassin to support her in dealing damage to her enemy. The match ended with an unexpected outcome. A guardian with a defensive type inheritance had been whittled to death by a thief. It was the uttermost humiliation that one could ever experience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 628, A Different Tactic. Chapter 628, A Different Tactic. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Silky Soft Battle Team obtained their first victory and they scored 1 o'clock against their opposition team.
The next to go up the stage was Han Shui. The witchy snow planted a kiss on Zhang Yang's lips and said, "I'll be right back, sweetheart, nut."
What the F***ck?
This witch had turned him into the involuntary half of a couple displaying their affection in public.
Coincidentally, her opponent was a level 118 spellcaster with the name Elemental Mistress.
She was a female elf. She seemed to be well equipped. Her battle companion was a female hunter. It seemed that this player would be attacking the target together with her battle companion. They would attempt to go on an all-out assault.
Han Shui summoned the winner out.
Before Messick could even begin with his perverted acts, she had already sent him flying with a kick to the face. Then she said, "Go, defeat the 2 enemies over there. Make them your girl slaves."
"My queen, I'm always loyal to you. Other women are just sh*t in my eyes."
Messick spoke with passion and sincerity. However, his eyes were already set upon Elemental Mistress and her battle companion as he scanned their body figures. He suddenly pulled out his long spear and charged towards the 2 women.
He screamed, "The mighty Messick is here. Me. No one can hurt my queen. You 2 witches. Lay down on the bed.
Kneel down on the ground and die." The winner charged out with admirable courage. He would only be so courageous in such a situation. Well, a pervert for life, who was to judge them?
Elemental Mistress did not even spare the battle companion a glance.
Her primary target was the player. She gave her battle companion a command and both of them charged towards Han Shui. Upon locking on a Han Shui, they held nothing back and launched their assaults on Han Shui. On the other hand, Han Shui had already activated Milkmaid Deity's protection at the start of the battle. She threw her putrefying poison onto Elemental Mistress and began to heal herself. She stood there like a pillar as the enemy bombarded her to no end.
Elemental Mistress grinned.
This was a free win for her. Before the healers had been nerfed by the system, they could easily nullify the attacks that a single player could deliver. As long as their equipment were of the same standards, they should be able to maintain their HP and survive. As long as their MP bars were not emptied out, their HP bars would not be emptied out either. However, since the system had nerfed the healers by 1/3 of their initial capabilities, their healing speed would no longer keep up with the speed of their enemies dealing damage on them. Furthermore, she also had a battle companion to support her in dealing even more damage. Although this battle companion started out as a gray-silver tier, her agility growth rate was a whopping 11 stars. Now her battle companion was mainly wearing violet platinum tier equipment and a few pieces of mythical tier equipment. The damage dealing capability of this battle companion was as good as 40% of her own, but
under that sort of bombardment, how long could the opponent possibly remain alive? 98%, 96%, 94%, 92%, 90%, 88%. 87%, 100%, 86%, 100%, 83%, 100%. After some time battling, Elemental Mistress realized that something was off. What was going on, exactly? How was her HP reducing steadily under the influence of Han Shui's putrefying poison, even though she was busy healing herself most of the time? Although the rate of reduction was extremely low, her HP bar was indeed decreasing in every passing second. How could Han Shui's healing capability be so powerful? Elemental Mistress only managed to hit Han Shui once before Han Shui healed herself back to her full HP. She was basically unkillable. Wei Yan'er laughed herself silly, then she said, "Ha? Trying to kill my cousin, sis? Dream on. Ha ha. Even after I use Destructive Smash to reduce her healing efficiency by 50%, she could still heal herself back up. This one here is just a spellcaster. Cousin sis has a Class S inheritance now. She's the cow of immortal udders and endless milk. Ha ha. Healers would have an absolute disadvantage against berserkers who can reduce their healing efficiency.
Once they used their destructive smash on the healer, they could kill the healers with just a few attacks, even if their equipment was inferior to the healers. If the little brat could not kill Han Yngshui, no one but Zhang Yang could possibly kill her. After all, Zhang Yang had an insanely high attack and he was capable of reducing more than just 50% of a healer's healing efficiency. Therefore, Han Yngshui could heal herself and outlast any opponent in any 1vs1 match. Elemental Mistress was so overwhelmed by her own emotions that she began to panic. She was on the verge of crying. No matter how hard she and her battle companion tried, they could not even reduce Han Yingshui's HP down to below 70% before she heals herself back up. Actually, she managed to reduce Han Yingshui's HP bar below 70%. That was because she had activated a counter skill on Han Yingshui, causing her to not be able to use her skills for a brief moment. However, counter skills had cooldown periods as well. The moment the effect was over, Elemental Mistress could only stare at Han Yingshui helplessly as the super cow milked herself back up to health. Battling Han Yingshui in a player versus player match was definitely a torture for most of the players. Her complete lack of tactical knowledge further adds to the insult. She could not perform supporting attacks, and neither would she move around the arena. She would not even attempt to exhaust other players into using their skills ineffectively. She only uses that one offensive skill on the opponent. The putrefying poison and healing herself combo, until her opponent dies of DOT effect. Theoretically speaking, a player like her who would not even run around the arena would easily get overpowered by berserkers with higher attributes. It would be even worse if those berserkers would even know how to use supporting attacks efficiently. They could just interrupt her chanting with their supporting attacks and rid her of her healing capability in a battle. However, that annoying messick would be guarding her, acting as her human shield when she goes up against a berserker. Furthermore, she still had her holy shield to protect herself. As long as her shield is not broken, her chanting would not be interrupted and she would never be pushed back. She could effectively counter the supporting attacks from her opponents with her shield. Hence, the current situation was totally one-sided. Han Yingshui did not possess any useful PvP skills. However, she managed to oppress Elemental Mistress by using many of her healing skills and the high healing efficiency gifted by her inheritance. 2 o'clock. After losing 2 matches in a row, the morale of the Moira battle team plummeted. It would require one great victory to reignite their fiery will. Unfortunately, the opponent that they were going to face was the strongest player in the silky soft battle team, Zhang. The Moira battle team had sent yet another lady as the third contestant. She was a level 118 hunter who had a wind fox pet and a healing type battle companion with her. This hunter was called Seductive Wild Pussy, an elf. She was rather tall. The appearance and height of a player in the game would not necessarily reflect their real-life appearance. However, the attitude and behavior of the character would be the mirror image. When the battle started, she began to launch her assaults on Zhang Yang, attempting to sway Zhang Yang's will by saying, "Hey handsome. Can you really prove yourself as a real man here? Why don't you come over to my room later so that we can have a good battle there? You look strong. I'm thinking of filling up my void down here with that stick of yours over there." Zhang Yang frowned intensely as he never thought that a woman would seduce him during a battle. He continued to push the woman to the corner with all his assaults, pretending that he did not hear a single word she said. The movement of Seductive Wild Pussy around the arena was smooth. She used her pet as an obstacle between herself and Zhang Yang to slow him down a little. She continued to tease Zhang Yang as the words she said never left the topic of "come between my legs." Well, everything she said to Zhang Yang so far was more than enough to turn into an erotica masterpiece. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had encountered various players who loved to use foul language to tease and provoke other people. However, he had never encountered a player who would use the sexual approach on him during a battle. This woman had no sense of shame in her at all. She was using every possible word that would turn a man on. She would even take the opportunity to shake her boobies in her butt between her attack intervals. Zhang Yang believed that she would have stripped completely naked if the equipment did not give any boosts to her attributes. Because that would definitely be more effective to seduce a man. "Hey, we could have a threesome as well. I don't mind you bringing another woman over to my place. Or you can even bring another man to F***ck me. To be honest, I prefer 3 or 4 men to F***ck me up at the same time. The pleasure is just heavenly when you're being filled up and down." This B***tch is really gifted in such a way that she could bombard Zhang Yang with all her horny words as her arms spoke a completely different language. Her arrows flew at him relentlessly. He could help but to feel impressed by this B***tch. Every match of the championship was being broadcast live. Everyone could observe their battles from all 360 degrees of angle and hear every single word they say during the battle. With the string of vulgar moans and garbage coming from Seductive Wild Pussy, Some of the players were agitated, while some of them were turned on instead. These perverts were hoping to switch places with Zhang Yang right away so that they could have a great time with that little B***TCH. The arena was not particularly large. If she was battling some other player, Seductive Wild Pussy could still agilely dodge all assaults from her opponent by moving all over the place. However, her opponent was Zhang Yang, the best player in the entire China region. Therefore, her only way was to retreat until her back was against the wall of the arena. Truth be told, even if Zhang Yang did not approach that little B***TCH, Felice alone was enough to torture Seductive Wild Pussy with her assaults in her Dragonhawk form. Currently, the fire missile of Felice could deal up to 46,000 damage to her target. Even if that little B***TCH had a healing-type battle companion to heal her from time to time, she would instantly burn up. However, knowing that her words should have won over more than one fan, Zhang Yang had to hold back to prevent making enemies out of those horny fans. Seductive Wild Pussy was not able to deal much damage to Zhang Yang for the moment, because she had been forced to move around frequently. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had insanely high defense. Gradually, slowly, she was still losing more HP than him. Armor-piercing arrow. Seductive Wild Pussy knew very well that she would get killed by the Dragonhawk lady in the sky before she could even seduce Zhang Yang into wanting her. She fixed her eyes on her target as she began to load an arrow onto her bow. She pulled the string back and released the arrow straight towards Zhang Yang. The arrow was radiating in dark energy as it flew towards Zhang Yang. -2812. The arrow went straight onto Zhang Yang's neck. Blood was spilled across the ground violently and Zhang Yang realized that he had acquired a new negative effect. Armor-piercing arrow, all defense provided by defense-type equipment will temporarily lose their effect. Lasts for 10 seconds. What an insanely powerful skill. Although it could last for a good period 10 seconds, it would not do much good in a boss battle. However, it could become an extremely useful skill in a player-versus-player match. Temporarily losing one's defense provided by defense-type equipment would mean total vulnerability. Be it defense attribute or passive immune damage, everything would become nullified for 10 seconds. This would finish off any tanker in the game. Seductive Wild Pussy took the opportunity to strike out with her ultimate skill. She stood still and released a powerful arrow at Zhang Yang. -4341. Zhang Yang only had his 20% damage reduction passive skill left. That one strike of the arrow had struck Zhang Yang with over 40,000 damage. Of course, that was all thanks to Seductive Wild Pussy's ultimate skill effect. -26894. Another arrow was released from her bow and struck Zhang Yang. This time, it was a normal attack. It was much lower than the previous hit. If anyone would ever underestimate this woman, thinking that she only knew how to talk dirty, they could be taken out by her armor-piercing arrow, without even knowing what had struck them. Zhang Yang managed to close in on her. With that charge, he dashed up to Seductive Wild Pussy and swung his sword of Purging Devourer at her. Zhang Yang had been receiving damage from the woman throughout the entire battle. Meanwhile, he could acquire 2 rage points in every second when he is in battle mode. He had accumulated over 120 points of rage points. Zhang Yang had finally let out the tiger in the cage. He began by activating his Destructive Smash, followed by a series of normal slashes in order to maintain his rage bar at maximum. If he just kept using his normal attacks, he would have been wasting the opportunity to collect more rage points, as his rage bar was already full. Therefore, he used his skill first before using his normal attack on the opponent. If he had used his normal attack first before using his Destructive Smash, Zhang Yang would only have 75 rage points left. Sometimes, small details do matter. It sets apart the professional and the regular. Switch. Switch. -105293. -54332. However, to switch. Words popped up on top of Seductive Wild Pussy. She did not receive damage from the 2 hits that landed on her. Instead, her Windfox pet was the one that received a large amount of damage. That 2 damage values instantly killed the pet, even though it had full health. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, A Wild Pussy Has Appear. Chapter 629, A Wild Pussy Has Appear. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a pet skill, similar to the player's skill, Sacrifice. The damage that the owner of the pet receives will be switched over to the pet instead. Unfortunately, Windfox was a spell-type pet, so it did not possess a high amount of HP and defense. Upon receiving 2 extremely high damage values dealt by Zhang Yang, the Windfox was instantly killed. However, the sacrifice of this little pet had granted Seductive Wild Pussy an opportunity to survive. The moment she recovered from the stun effect, she activated Ice Trap, and she leaped back at high speed. She leaped over 10 meters back. That was the hunter's tumble.
Zhang Yang reacted very quickly as well.
He activated his heroic leap and got away before the Ice Trap could trigger its effect. He went flying straight towards Seductive Wild Pussy like a fearsome speedster.
Fake death.
Seductive Wild Pussy suddenly let out a miserable scream and she collapsed onto the ground. Not a second later, she had already leaped back up to her feet.
It was definitely not just a useless act. Every skill would lock on to a target upon activation.
However, if the target dies halfway through, the skill would stop. Although fake death does not really kill a player, the system would consider the target to be lost. Zhang Yang fell to the ground halfway through his leap. His heroic leap was forcefully halted, as his target was lost all of a sudden.
That was a true demonstration of a skill. She actually managed to pull it off.
Zhang Yang was astounded by her performance. Though using a fake death to avoid being hit by another skill sounded easy, but it would require absolute precision in doing so. The activation of heroic leap only took a split second. That being said, the reflexes of Seductive Wild Pussy had to be very swift and sensitive for her to react in such a short period of time. Although this woman seemed to be all about sex and lust, she is one hell of a marvelous player.
She should not be underestimated.
Furthermore, it confirmed Zhang Yang's suspicion. She was hiding her true strength with all the dirty language. It seemed that she wanted people to believe that they have lost thanks to her endless distraction, rather than actual skill. Seductive Wild Pussy had her back against the wall as she leaped forward.
The wall actually served as a trampoline, allowing her to leap to the other far end of the arena. She giggled like a little girl as she moved around in the arena. As she ran around the arena, she would leap and turn 360 degrees in the air while shooting out her arrows one after another. Each of the arrows landed on Zhang Yang precisely. She did not lose any speed after landing either, every time she did that. It was a demonstration of her true professional skill. Zhang Yang could not help but admire her even more. That sort of leap and turn 360 degree in midair is called leap shot. It would not affect the movement speed of a player when using the skill. At the current build of the game, hunters could deal a substantial amount of damage as the cooldown periods for their skills were much shorter, after the developers made some adjustments. They were now the best DPS class in party battles or boss battles. However, the disadvantages that hunters had in PvP matches were glaringly obvious. Once their opponents get closer than 3 meters, they would be helpless. Though hunters had tumble and breaking shot to make distance between themselves and their opponents, but there were ways for players of other classes to counter these skills as well. Their opponents of other classes could ignore the stun effect of the breaking shot by taking a mobility potion. As for tumble, warriors could activate their charge, thieves could activate their sprint, while spellcasters could use their apparate. Each of the classes would have their own skills that could be used to approach the hunters. Therefore, a hunter's attack would be like shooting arrows at the target from a range. When the target is approaching, hunters could activate tumble, breaking shot, or ice trap to pull some distance between themselves and their target before they continue to shoot their arrows at the target. If the hunters still could not take out their target upon repeating the pattern of attacks, they would be as good as dead. However, the appearance of the leap shot was a game-changing skill for the hunters in PvP matches. Because hunters could now run and shoot at the same time while maintaining a certain distance between themselves and their targets. There was no longer a blind area for them to worry about. However, normal attacks were not the same as skill attacks. Players were required to stand still and aim precisely. Meanwhile, leaping and turning 360 degrees over in the midair put a player in full motion across the air. It would be extremely difficult for a player to aim, pull the string on the bow and release the arrow at the target. Furthermore, the most important thing was precision. Normally, there would be at least 30% rate of landing an arrow on the target while a hunter is leaping across the air. So, if a hunter class player could increase the hit rate up to 60%, that player could be deemed as an expert. When a hunter class player could increase the hit rate up to 90%, that player could be deemed as the master of experts in the hunter class. Seductive Wild Pussy was that kind of a master among experts. Up to this point, her hit rate was maintained at 100%. That was a full mark of perfection in hitting every single arrow on her target. Zhang Yang recalled back from his past life that this leap shot was only widely known among the players of this game 3 years from today. As he recalled, only a few hunter players were using that skill in battle when he first joined the God's Miracle. Holy God! It's my first time I've seen a hunter being so agile. A hunter can do all that? Shooting while running? I have not thought of this. That's only 0.1 second for her to aim. That woman could still hit her target so precisely. This little pussy is really great.
Everyone was astonished by her performance as they were watching the match through the God's view function of the game. It seemed that the big change in the way hunters are playing would be happening much sooner than anyone could think of.
Felice!
Zhang Yang called out to Felice. Felice knew exactly what Zhang Yang had in mind. So she went straight down from the air and transformed into her human form. Then she put herself in between Zhang Yang and seductive wild pussy. The movement speed of a player could not be compared to the movement speed of a flying unit.
So seductive wild pussy could not stop herself in time and she collided into Felice. Bam! Upon the collision, the person who would be bumped back would depend on their strength values.
Meanwhile, a hunter always relied on agility to perform. It would be a lost cause if a hunter were to try to compare strength attributes with the humanoid Felice.
Seductive wild pussy was sent staggering back.
She had been maintaining a distance of about 10 meters between herself and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang would eventually catch up to her if she takes one step slower. When she was knocked off her momentum, Zhang Yang had enough time to make a dash up to her.
You want to have a hot sex with me? Seductive wild pussy winked at him as she made a throwing gesture at Zhang Yang. Countless strings of spider webs poured out from her hand and tangled Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang instantly lost his mobility. Web entanglement locks a target and disables the target's mobility for 10 seconds. The target will not be able to move or attack at all. However, any attack the target receives will cancel the effect. It would really be a grave mistake to underestimate this little b*tch. She really had countless unpredictable tricks up her sleeves. Warrior's will. Zhang Yang immediately activated his skill to break himself out of the effect. With a swing of his sword of purging devourer, he gave the little b*tch 2 slashes straight on her chest. 155 323. 54 389.
2 splashes of blood were spilled across the ground as Zhang Yang landed the highest attack of his, God of War Devastation, on seductive wild pussy, followed by a normal slash.
The 2 attacks caused 210,000 damage to the woman.
That was series of destructive attacks. The woman let out a miserable scream as she collapsed on the ground. Zhang Yang fixed his eyes on her body as he realized that the battle was not over yet.
The system had made no announcements. Neither has he been teleported out of the arena. Shove. A dark arrow came flying from afar. Seductive wild pussy had appeared 30 meters from Zhang Yang. She seemed to be walking out of a void.
Meanwhile, she had already loaded her second arrow and she was ready to send it flying at Zhang Yang.
Was that a skill similar to Rise Anew?
Zhang Yang did not ask because he knew he had forced that little b*tch to use her trump card. He could only be scolded and cursed at, as that wild pussy had to be extremely mad right now.
Felice.
Zhang Yang called out to Felice again. The two of them had a very deep mutual understanding as they had been working together for so long.
Felice nodded and transformed into her dragonhawk form.
Then she flew into the air and began her chanting for fire missile. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang took a few steps back as swiftly as he could.
God damn.
Seductive wild pussy realized that Zhang Yang had already gone out of her attack range before she could launch her second arrow. The key for a ranged combatant to defeat a melee combatant in a battle would be the ability to maintain a distance between themselves and their opponents.
If the melee combatant could not get near enough to attack, the ranged combatant would certainly win the match.
As seductive wild pussy was used to staying 30 meters away from her opponent, she had never thought expected Zhang Yang to step back instead. She was forced to Zhang Yang by herself. However, Zhang Yang turned tail and started running in the other direction. Even she was a little faster than Zhang Yang, it would take more than a few seconds for her to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Felice took the opportunity to bombard seductive wild pussy with her fireball attacks from midair. Every single hit the little dragon lady threw at wild pussy dealt up to 45,000 damage. That amount of damage was not an amount that the battle companion of wild pussy could heal back. Therefore, her HP bar began to drop steeply. Seductive wild pussy let out a raging roar as she began to shoot some arrows at Felice. They were both 30 meters away from each other. If Felice could hit her from where she was, then wild pussy could also hit back on her from where she stood. After throwing arrows and fireballs at each other, Felice flapped her wings and began to withdraw from the fierce exchange of fire. At the same instance, Zhang Yang came back swiftly at the little b*tch with his charge.
Seductive wild pussy was knocked into a stun.
Although it was just 1 second, it was enough for Zhang Yang to finish the job.
After all, his attack was terrifying. 108 908. 52 723. A frost strike, followed by a normal strike, took out the remainder of wild pussy's HP bar.
This time, she could no longer get back to her feet, because she was dead.
The match had finally ended. Zhang Yang was teleported out of the arena immediately. Coincidentally, that sexy wild pussy was walking towards Zhang Yang while shaking her sexy *SS.
Her face was lit up, and she did not seem to be disappointed. She seemed very interested in Zhang Yang as she looked at him with her eyes. Then she said, "You're the first man to beat me in a 1vs1 match.
Should I be flattered then? He. I'm interested in you, a man from the East.
If you're interested, just come by to my room after the competition later.
L1209, remember my room number. I'm looking forward to conquering you." Seductive wild pussy gave Zhang Yang a flirtatious wink as she walked away with her 2 round butt cheeks. You prolonged a 10-second battle to a 2-minute battle?
As Zhang Yang walked back to his own teammates, Han Ningxue gave him an angry face as she was envious.
Why didn't you prolong the battle for the entire night then?
Zhang Yang decided to ignore that, which as it would only be a waste of his time. When he saw that Wei Yan'er was biting her lips as she could barely contain her excitement towards the match, he smacked the little brat on her head and said, "Stop dreaming and get ready.
You're up next." Why? Stop hitting me in the head, noob tank. What if I get dumber if you keep hitting me in the head?
The little brat jumped in surprise and rage.
Don't worry.
You're already stupid to the point of no turning back. Who knows, if I keep on knocking, something might fall into place, and you might get clever one day.
Zhang Yang laughed. You bust tart.
Wei Yan'er pouted as she rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang.
As the 4th match was about to begin, the little brat was teleported into the arena. Her opponent was a thief.
After playing hide and seek for half a day, she finally forced the thief out of his hiding.
After all, she had been taught by Master Sun Xinu.
Learning from the best of the best. The moment when the thief got caught, there was nothing left to describe. Wei Yan'er swung her giant axe at her opponent and turned the thief into a pile of bloody meat. She claimed the match with ease.
4 o'clock. Silky Soft Battle Team had acquired the absolute lead.
As long as they could score one more match, they would not have to participate in the team battle.
Moira Battle Team was forced into a difficult position.
However, they had sent their best player, Seductive Wild Pussy. There was no one with the same standard with Wild Pussy left on their team. They could only wish that the remaining 3 of their contestants would be lucky and acquire all 3 wins. By then, they would still stand a chance by participating in the team battle. It was great to have wishful thoughts.
However, the reality was cruel.
Lost Dream had shattered their wishful thoughts by winning the next match. By scoring another point, Silky Soft won the round by scoring 5 o'clock.
They led the round by having a final score of 1 o'clock. The second round began right after that.
Now that their opponent knew more about Zhang Yang's members, they might arrange the sequence of their members going into the arena appropriately, based on the sequence of Zhang Yang's team. To prevent that, Zhang Yang decided to let everyone on his battle team roll to decide who would go up first. By using such random numbers in it, he managed to confuse his opponents. On the second round, Silky Soft lost 1 point to their opponent. 100 shots was only considered as a professional player, not a master player, not until he gets his red dragon pet.
However, it did not matter at all, as Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, Han Ningxue, Wei Yan'er and Lost Dream won.
They scored 5-1 and eliminated Moira Battle Team out of the championship with their final score of 2 o'clock. They managed to push themselves into the quarter-final. Zhang Yang and his team members left the hall as they made their way back to their own rooms to rest for the night.
Although they did not have to battle for the day, they logged into the game to watch the battles between other contestants. They planned to observe and analyze their potential opponents in the upcoming quarterfinals. Knock. 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 Suddenly, someone was banging the door loudly. Zhang Yang was wondering who could it be. Could it be Han Ningxue or Sun Xinu trying to sneak into his room to have some alone time with him?
The organizer was being very generous.
Everyone got their own personal rooms. Zhang Yang walked up to the door and opened the door.
What he saw was an old man in his 50s standing right in front of his door. He had golden hair, and was dressed in a neat tuxedo. This man looked like an old butler that Zhang Yang kept seeing in the Hollywood movies. Out of his habit, Zhang Yang looked up at the top of the man's head. He did not see an exclamation mark that would indicate an available quest just like in the game. After doing that, only did he realize that he was currently not in the game. This was a man standing right before him in the real world.
He was not an NPC.
Right beside the old man was a girl that seemed to hail from the east. She seemed to be in her 20s, with an averagely good-looking face. She wore a pair of glasses rimmed with golden sides, like an educated girl.
That old man began to talk in his own tongue.
Zhang Yang could not help but frown as he could not understand a single word coming out from that old man's mouth. Mr. Zhang, this is Taj Rosh, the butler of the castle.
I'm his translator.
The lady from the east explained. Zhang Yang felt more comfortable upon hearing the Chinese language that she spoke. Mr. Taj Rosh would like to inform you that he is here to invite you over to see the owner of this castle. Such were his orders. After Taj Rosh and the lady were done talking, both of them bowed and made a gesture of this way please.
The owner of the castle was inviting him? Zhang Yang was flattered as he was very confused.
As he recalled, he did not even know who the owner was.
So, why would the owner invite him over?
After giving it some thought, he said, your owner has spoken.
I do not dare to defy his goodwill. Let's go.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.